Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Wargaming.net League North America. I am James Rockstar Grieve, joined alongside by Randall Rukill Holcomb. Today is match day 5. Up first, we have Valence versus Deja Vu, and second, we will have 07 versus Aquatic M60s. Randall, what do you think is interesting about tonight's matches?
Oh man, okay, so Dare Rising, first of all, is just our team to watch out for. You know them as Deja Vu. And then, of course, you have Valence, a team which is up and coming, showing some skill, but can they rise to the occasion? And then Aquatic M60s versus 07. That is Aquatic, who are falling lower and lower in the standings, well below expectations. And 07, who are sitting about middle of the pack, showing also average stats. We'll see if Aquatic can overcome, or if 07 is going to show that they're going to meet us here in the finals.
All right, well, before we get into tonight's matches, let's go ahead and take a look at the top 5 from last week. Let him put one HESH shell in you.
And that's Bales. Bales is about to get whacked. And puts one shell into T1. Angles himself very, very... Oh, it's 1731. That hurts.
But T1 Diabetic's going to go down now. He's going to get clipped out. Someone else is going to come in here and find the last kill shot onto him.
Is that Mr. Man going for it? Because he's up top. And actually, that's dangerous for him to try and drop down. He should just drive down the ramp. Don't...
Oh, is he going to go for it? Oh, T1 Diabetic knows. He gets it. Oh, and he backs up. And that's a nice kill for Mr. Man.
I won't just sit around and think about that one. It's adorable, though. First opening moves, Bat Chat, Luku Ciego, taking some damage. Love this from 07. Sneaky play. Getting into the high ground from one of the jumps that's a little trickier, but that didn't work. Not even close.
That's a tank down.
Yep, walked right into it. I don't think anyone planned for this engagement, but it's happening, so we're here now. Rude Awakening getting the second kill, and now Leadif will die.
We're not even a minute into this game, and it's basically over.
Going to be able to do plenty of damage, forcing Rival to pay quite heavily in order to just kind of even bully Valence.
And look,
oh, look at this! Look at Fleck! He just jumps right up and over. Oh, he's going to actually try and kill Zone Delta by standing on top of his tank. There's a just rapid damage stocks up for both players, and whoever dies first is gonna. Oh, there we go.
And this works out for Zone Delta because he has the gun depression.
No, it doesn't.
But Flag gets reloaded first.
Dodoma will have to go up and over the hill. However, because of the Bat Chat's gun depression, he's going to have some trouble getting a shot on target for Swiffle. And Swiffle, knowing that Dodoma is so low and that only Dodoma can go over the hill, is going to try to take advantage of that.
He might have just
He's
stuck out
spotted!
too far.
He got spotted. 758. Now
and here comes Dodo. Dodo over the top. He knows the turret's turned.
Perfect timing.
Swiffle doesn't even see him.
And he's not even looking. Right as Swiffle is focused on the grill, there comes the Bat Chat. Show your opponent that you're not there. Ideally, what you do is you try and show them a tank on the other side of the map that was on the other side of the go, or even try and knock over some cover. Like if there's a tree that you can knock over, you know your opponent's watching, you're like, just knock that tree over, loop back around, and we'll just
It's mind games, essentially.
Yeah.
They're just trying to say, look, all right, we have all our tanks here, and now we're running away, and now we know that you know.
Look at this. Commodore in the 113 out in the open, taking a lot of fire, but bouncing quite a bit as well. He's actually being used completely as bait.
They're using it as bait. The Bat Chats are going to go up and over. They will trade out Akako, and they'll probably get Pompous down in the process as well.
Yes, but they have baited a shot from Rude Awakening. They've got Akako empty, and the Bat Chat should be relatively low. However, there's quite a bit of ground to cover. There's quite a bit of ground to cross.
Yeah, they need to get Pompous while he gets out of here. He's actually just going to get to the low ground and enters siege mode. He takes another shot. He's going to try to fire off a few more. I think Pompous realizes he's not getting out of here. 07 needs to take him down, and there he goes, and that's going to tie it up 2-2.
And that shows some phenomenal growth in the league. I love seeing these get better and better every single week, Rux. Absolute pleasure. I hope you guys enjoyed that top 5. We'll bring one of those to you every single match day. But speaking, I should say, of growth and of change, we have Deja Vu with a big announcement for their team. We have Chase on the line. He's going to be bringing us that announcement. Sorry, Change. I keep getting that one mixed up. Excuse me.
Chase. I can see where you can get that one mixed up.
I'm so sorry, Change. Please excuse me. Exactly. Sir, welcome to the broadcast. Let's get right into it. What is this announcement? What's Deja Vu here to talk about today?
Hold up. I need to make a few changes.
Oh, okay. Well, change number one is tape something to your chest. It's Dare Rising, and I'm liking it. He's even got the armband coming in. All right, respect for this one.
There we
Okay.
go. Something like that.
So this is the announcement. You guys are Dare Rising now.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right. Well, I guess first things first. What's Dare Rising?
Well, they've always been known in the Twitch and YouTube scene, sort of just as a team, and now they've expanded into an organization, and they picked us up to be their World of Tanks team.
Well, I guess how do you feel about that then? You guys changing over, being Deja Vu, and now becoming Dare.
At first, we were pretty skeptical because we didn't want to get locked in a contract, but Cortez, one of the owners of the organization, has been uh, graceful in his approach with us, and I'd say our future looks pretty promising with them.
All right. What do you, I guess then? What do you got? What are your goals moving forward with Dare? What are you guys hoping to accomplish moving forward?
Other than winning, I'd say our main goal is expansion. You know, Dare gives us the opportunity to promote our team and the game to thousands of fans. So it'll grow us further.
All right. So, what do you think that this is going to mean for the rest of the league too? I mean, Dare joining and sponsoring your team. This is a pretty big move, and we don't really have a lot of sponsors running around right now. But do you think this is the start?
Well, yeah, I do. I think it's going to grow, and the more organizations that get involved, the faster it'll grow, and more people will get involved.
All right. So this is happening for you guys right now. This change is 4 matches into the season. How do you feel like this affects or changes your team for this season?
I'd say expectations are a little higher. Other than that, the goals stay the same. I think with a couple of additions that we brought in, Bird and Fungus being the most recent, and Aggressor and Master Putin being, they were here for like 2 weeks last season. That's pretty much it. But those three combined, I think will bring a lot to the table, and I think we should compete for a grand final slot.
All right. Well, final question is, where can people go to find out more about Dare?
You can visit their website, darerising.gg, and their Twitter is probably their best source of social media.
And that's
get to know them, their sponsors.
That's at Dare Rising, correct?
Yep.
All right, so we'll be sure to head out over there. Thank you so much for coming out here, Change. It's been a pleasure. Congratulations to you and your team.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, well, that's your big announcement from Dare Rising, well, Deja Vu formally, and it's a pleasure. Thank you so much. We'll be sure to see how their progress changes going forward, whether or not this is going to lift them up, or what else is going to happen for them. What do you think?
Well, let's see how far this has made them rise, and we'll take a look at the standings right now. It will be Apex in first place still, but now Dare Rising sitting there in second place, hoping that they can rise to the top.
Ooh, I like that. Already got the logo and the name change in. They're sitting on 10 points, right behind them though. All close on their heels by 4 points. Top tier 07, right behind Eclipse, Valence filling out 5th and 6th place.
And then we have Aquatic M60s who have dropped all the way down to 7th place. And then Rival, the winless team right now, still sitting in last.
Oh, come on, give them a chance. Today, Valence versus Dare Rising. That's going to be your first match tonight. We just saw their announcement. We'll see how Dare Rising shows up on the battlefield. Aquatic M60s versus 07 is the match I'm really waiting for tonight. Aquatic versus 07 is one that I think will surprise us.
Yep, and then we have Apex and Rival Simple Tankers, and then Top Tier versus Eclipse. We'll bring you guys updates from those, as well as fantasy updates from those matches as we can throughout the night. Speaking of fantasy, go to wgl.gg/fantasy WGLNA, all lowercase. Get in there, get your team picked. It's not too late. You can still win gold. You can win a Type 59 for the season prize. Me, Randall, all the production staff here, and all the Gold League players all have our own teams as well, so you can see how you stack up against the rest of us.
Yep, and don't forget to go over to our social media pages on Facebook and Twitter at WGLNA and hashtag WGLNA. Don't forget to use that one on your tweets. And then on Facebook/WGLNA, where we actually have our beginning of the day, we have the Facebook pre-show where we go over quite a bit about the Fantasy League. And then we also have the question of the day. Question of the day today is, what is your World of Tanks spirit animal? All right, guys? Think hard about this one. Look deep into your soul. Mine is the honey badger. Rockstar, what is your?
I'm going to have to go with a Rhino. I like playing my heavy tanks.
A Rhino.
Straight at people, take them head on.
Okay. Rhino, you don't play mediums. You just smash things.
I
Forward is the best direction.
I play mediums, but I don't play them to scout like you do. I play them to brawl, get out damage, but mainly I like my heavy tanks.
All right. So I think that's a respectable choice. Guys, let us know on Twitter at WGLNA, hashtag WGLNA. And, of course, I'm going to ask everyone on the face-offs today about their spirit animal.
Yep. Well, we have the roster ready for our first team joining us tonight. So let's go ahead and take a look at Valence.
All right. So, Valence, real big picture, break it down for me. Who are you watching for today?
Well, you have G-Force or Urtai, Static, and Zone Delta. We've talked about them a lot so far this season. Got to remember, they're 4 players that played for Elevate when they won the Gold League. They have the mentality, they have the know-how, they know how to win matches. When you combine them with players like Spooky and Mad Knight and Viral, so far, look at them. They're sitting in 5th place. They're starting to get some momentum after a very rough start.
Exactly. And then Dare Rising. That's going to be a team where you see a few changes coming in. Newt is a new player on the team. I'm going to be watching, of course, nationwide. Master Putin and My Little Putin are the people I've chosen from my fantasy team.
Yeah. And then Newt, like you just mentioned, he's coming over from the Russian League. He's a caller and a strategist that played in the Gold League in Russia before. And now he's jumping over to North America to play with Milo Putin and MacTap there. Seems fitting.
Okay, we'll be seeing how that one goes on. It's always interesting to see when you have foreign players coming in that don't maybe natively speak English or it's not their first language, especially in a team where you've got people who speak both English and Russian.
Yep, well, I was actually listening to a discussion the other day. If the way this works out the best is when the players actually put in the effort to try to adapt and learn the new language to fit in, because there are teams in other esports where they've brought in players from other countries that don't really speak the language, and they form kind of 2 fractions in the team. A couple players one language, a couple other, and they don't really mesh. And so as long as they try to fit in, and keep in mind, look how it's worked out for MacTap and My Little Putin.
Yeah, it's going just fine in that regard, so we'll have to see how that goes. But we do have our face-off ready. We will be having both captains join us, excuse me. Gentlemen, welcome. We've got Change back. I see you've still got your new uniform on. Lost, welcome to the show. I'm going to start with Lost today. On the question of the day, what Lost is your spirit animal?
I was going to do Praying Mantis because of 2 aspects. They have like the aggressive and passive mentality. It also, after 3 games of playing like a match with 3 already, you want to kill someone. So Praying Mantis makes sense as it kills its mate.
Yeah, okay. You would actually kill your platoon mate, your battle buddy, is what you're saying?
Well, you have that frustration. After 3 already, you have that crazy frustration after getting soloed, so focused.
No, it's completely understandable.
Yeah.
I wouldn't
Well, I think everyone kills their platoon mate at least once in a while. As long as you don't turn blue, I think it's all right.
Yeah, that's always good. Fair enough. Now, Change. You've got to stand up to the Praying Mantis. Change, what is your spirit animal?
Probably a cheetah, because it's sneaky, and I like to play medium tanks.
And it's fast, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
fast.
it's mostly known for being fast.
Yeah.
What about the spots? Does that come into play?
It's bipolar.
No.
That's all.
I don't think so.
Is there any? Do you wear cheetah
I
print
guess
clothes?
camouflage. No, I don't wear.
Okay,
cheetah.
that's not your thing. That's
like-
not your style. I just had to
no.
check. I'm just saying where we're going with this one.
All
Okay.
right. Well, on a more serious note, Lost. Last week, we kind of talked about how you haven't really found your starting 7. You've been changing things up a lot, switching in different players, work schedules, all these different issues. Then, during the last roster change over the weekend, you brought in Fulcrus. Was this a direct attempt to kind of fix that issue that you have trying to find that starting 7?
Yeah, basically, he's very, very high skilled individual player, so he fits in the 50B roles, the sniping roles very, very well. It's a compliment more to Spooky, as Spooky's a very, very good player. Fulcrus basically complements him, so it gives us 2 people that can very solo another person out.
All
All right, fair enough.
And then, of course, Deja Vu. We've got to ask you guys about bringing on Newt and how he's panning out with the team.
Dare Rising.
Sorry, Dare Rising. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm going to have to get used to this one. Dare Rising.
One job.
Bro.
One job. Dare Rising. Newt, tell me about him. I want to know, is he working out? How's it going with him?
He's played like 3 or 4 seasons in the Russian league, and since we already have like half our team is Russian and they speak English and Russian, he was a strategist for I think Kung Fu, one of the Tornado teams, and so we brought him on for that main purpose.
Will he be?
And it's working out.
Will he be calling at all this season for you guys?
Calling? No, he won't be calling. He might play, but he won't.
So he'll mostly
call.
be behind the scenes, helping out with the strats, kind of developing things?
Yes.
Okay.
He'll be like what probably was Dark God Sim last season for Eclipse.
Okay. Well, I think that's all the questions that I have for you. Last words.
Best of luck to you, man.
All right, and Change, your moment.
Yep, you too. Good
All
luck.
right. Thank you guys for joining me on the face-off. We'll see you on the battlefield. All right.
So we do move on here because now we have some interesting map picks that are going to be coming out.
Oh, yes. We'll be bringing those up in just a moment. But first things first, what is the map that you think will be the big difference, make the big change for this match between these two teams?
So
I know
looking down at my notes,
yeah.
something I noticed going over all these is they actually have identical records on our first 3 maps tonight. Ruinberg, Himmelsdorf, and Mainz. The records between Valence and Dare, identical so far to this point in the season. Then we move on to Prokhorovka, where Valence has managed to play this map every single match day so far, where Deja Vu has only played it twice.
Oh. So that'll be where this one is going to start to see a real difference. Because Ruinberg very likely is going to go 1-1,
yep.
right? It's just that's the one you win on defense. So that one we assume is 1-1 to start. You move on, you go to Himmelsdorf. Now, what do you think happens on Himmelsdorf? Is that?
I think the attacks win both sides on that one.
You do?
Yep.
So it's about the attackers winning, defenders seeing if they can manage to find some way. So if we see Valence win on defense on Himmelsdorf, who's starting on defense? That is Dare Rising starting on defense on Himmels.
Because that's something that I've kind of admired about Valence so far this season is the one thing that they've done really well is they are masters at getting that cap pressure going and making the other team come into their gun. They've done it a bunch of times so far, and they've done it with pretty marginal success. So I think that if they can really capitalize on that, they can give Dare Rising a run for their money.
All right, so we'll have to see how that one pans out. So what about after that? We go on, of course, to Mainz. I love Mainz. It's a great map to see some medium play, stuff like that, a little bit more mobility. And, of course, I think jumps are coming into play. I've been watching a lot more of you've seen the EU League, a lot of counterplay with the jumps.
Yep, along the 0 line, especially in that A6. Plus, we've been seeing a lot of Lorraine 155s coming in. And then late game, they use the Lorraines, the main thing, because they're fast, so they can get them up on those 0 line climbs. And then they have new angles that they really didn't have from anywhere down below.
Yeah, and you can't get that with an American M4043.
No, it's not fast enough. Unless you boosted it, I suppose, maybe.
It seems really risky.
Yeah, well, it's a lot of effort to put in just to moving your tier 8 Artie.
Yeah.
The other thing to keep in mind here with Mainz, and Deja Vu especially, or in this case, Dare Rising, is they had some very interesting strats during their offline matches in the weeks past. A lot of double grill setups. They brought a 183. I've seen some mouses. I've seen some IS3s. So especially when they're defending, a lot of very fascinating on mines.
Yeah,
yes.
I know the mouse makes sense. Double grill I've seen before. The IS3 bit is the one where's an IS3 show up on mines?
Use it to a direct counter to the 0 line climbs. Get that IS3 out there early, up against those buildings, side scrape, and then have guns behind him cover him. All he needs to do is survive, and when you put an IS3 in one of those positions where it's just side scraping, he can back out, get the lights, and take relatively little damage.
We've seen that played also with an IS7 before.
Yeah, but we've also seen the IS3 used in that same sort of role on Himmelsdorf, especially the clock tower and the 2 cap in the north. We've seen IS3 sit there and side scrape, and they do that because as long as they don't misplay it, they can last for a very long time.
Yeah, and that's only a tier 8 as opposed to a tier 10 that you're placing in that position, and that tier 8 isn't going to be able to deal a lot of damage. He's going to get 1, maybe 2 shells out, and his 122 hits about as hard as the tier 10 equivalent. About.
The biggest downfall to that we've seen comes from just this raw caliber of the guns that are going to be firing at that IS-3 when they load the HE shells. E100s, 50Bs. We actually saw it last season, a 50B loading an HE clip, driving in there and then just shooting at that IS-3, just the 4 rapid-fire shots of HE. When it racks it up, does 700-800 damage, even if he doesn't get full pens. Against an IS-3, that's half of his HP.
Really? That actually does work out.
That actually works.
I'm used to HE being like sub 100 damage on IS-3. So
but when you're shooting at it with a tier 10...
Yeah, no, that's a new revelation for me because I haven't run across that very much. A little backstory is I used to do more tier 8 stuff, so seeing it as tier 10 dynamic, it reminds you that there are some new little interesting dynamics to watch out for.
Yep, well, let's see what sort of interesting dynamics Dare Rising bring tonight in our first match.
Ruinberg, a mixed type map. The defending team starts the battle on the green, and the attacking team starts at the centre square of the town. Bases are located quite far from each other. Both bases are better controlled from the village when playing a heavy setup. It's better to attack the first base through the top direction with the help of several well-armoured heavy tanks. For the attack on the second base, it's better to use a more mobile setup and either play through the centre or split forces. In general, the map is not easy to play on. Teams often use blind shots and risky shifting of the forces from one flank to another.
And going over our tank lineups, Valence, a 113, 250Bs, a 215B, 2 Object 430s, and a T-54 lightweight.
Talk to me about those 430s.
Very good DPM, standard Russian mediums. Not the turret armor's a little bit weaker than some of the others, but overall, when you're point blank, they do very well. Problem is that the gun handling as well is pretty weak.
Yeah, I've noticed that before, but if you can get into a decent range for your engagements, it's not as much of a problem, is it?
Yep. And then looking at, sorry to cut you off there, but looking at Dare Rising real quick,
Oh, hey.
an IS-4, a 50B, a Grill, a Batchat,
Look
2
at this, though,
CVs, and a
Urtai
CDC.
taking half his hit points, all of his hit points. He's down to Aggressor in the TVP. Opening move from Dare takes down the Tier 8 Scout. Hugely crucial tank to have.
He was trying to get over there into that A3 pocket to where he can counter out this cap. They saw that CDC. When you see that CDC, most teams immediately think they're going to use him to screen cap. They're going to put him on somewhere. And are we going to see what I think we're about to see?
And what is that you think we're about to see, Rockstar? Is it the
So,
CDC push?
They used a little path in there that you have to kind of push the CDC up and over. But he's actually been able to close the cap to where he just has one little gap now to be on cap. And he can get there. Basically what it did is it minimized how often he was exposed to the guns on the other team. And so now he's really closed the distance.
Yeah, and credit to Dare for that move. However, on the other side, for Valence didn't have eyes on the appropriate angles in order to spot that CDC.
All right.
So it actually wasn't actually that necessary. However, you could see how potentially that can pay off, right?
So,
what's going on right now? What is this?
What they're trying to do right now is they're trying to flip Chase Potato on his side. The CDC has a higher profile when on its side than when it does standing up. So what they're going to do is they're going to use him as a sacrificial lamb almost and as a shield. You're going to see Aggressor here just kind of flatten him out. They're going to get him flat up against the building on the north end here, and then they're going to have Milo Putin get right behind him and push him onto cap. And what that does is it makes it so Milo Putin can get to cap pretty much completely unscathed.
And all they have to do is just not flip him over. This is hilarious to watch. Look at this. It's just absolutely phenomenal. You flipped a tank on its side, not killed it, and now they're going to just push it all the way to cap. And they're just moving it as... This is something I've never seen before. Actually never seen before.
I saw this last weekend, I believe, over on the EU League in the morning.
Which match was that?
I believe it was the Go Hard Cosna match, but I'd have to double check.
And that's here on Twitch, actually.
It's on the same Twitch channel. That's Thursday through Sunday mornings, I believe around 8 a.m. Pacific. You can find out what time exactly if you go to WGLeague.net.
Exactly. So go ahead and check it out, guys. Those are our that's our sister show. They put on just a little different time zone, and I think they do a phenomenal job. So go check them out, and they'll show you things that the EU League is doing. But here in NA, we've got a CDC on its side, and well, he's not spotted, and this is taking a hilariously long amount of time, just to take a flip tank and just push it all the way to cap. We'll have to give it a minute or two before this turns into anything, but I'm wondering how Valence is going to respond.
I've told that story about the CDC getting ammo racked and then not loading ammo and that whole story plenty of times, so I won't get back into that one. But I do find it kind of, I want to say almost odd that they're using the CDC for this instead of just going, because they're not hiding what they're doing really, they're just putting it out in the open. So why not go for, say, the Japanese Tier 8, the Oni, and just bring the giant tank out here and do the same thing?
Maybe so, but maybe that doesn't pan out because he doesn't make it to cap in the end. That could
That's
be,
also fair.
Yeah, that could be what they're going for. It's like the CDC is mobile enough that if you don't get to do the crazy put a CDC on its side and push it to cap, that you'll figure something out. But in the interest of knowing what the heck's going on, we're going to take a listen into Dare and see what they're talking about right now as they're just about to push their CDC onto cap.
It's us over here. Something's over here shooting.
It's us blind firing.
That's me shooting at the buildings from here.
Okay. Okay.
Moment of truth.
We can't. Nothing is spotting us right now. I'm moving
Aggressor,
now.
yeah,
Grill,
yes.
Grill should spot this. Yo, man.
Yeah, I'm spawning cross.
Okay.
You guys
cool.
be ready to kill them.
You
on
should
that
still
side.
be
Yeah.
in that corner.
Yeah.
Putin, be ready to give me command if 2 430s come down the middle.
What?
If
What
2 430s push the middle, do you want?
Ничего
What do
мне
you
тебе
want me to
сказать?
do? Ну что ты хочешь, чтобы я делал?
С ТВПшкой, я не знаю, ехать это дефить, ничего.
I'm just clipping.
ТВПшка это вот это где-то здесь засветят. Типа у них 2430, они вообще капец медленные, типа. Вы с ТВПшкой и с грилем вот с этим должны их работать.
Ну, короче, я тут играю тогда.
Окей,
как
окей,
соло.
окей.
They're gonna come right now.
113, 113.
No shots.
430 is going. Aggressor, aggressor, aggressor.
I am right
static is
here.
going.
I'm right here.
This base should try to take this. Try to take this. Come on, guys. You have to go. Take middle. Take middle. Take middle.
I'm gonna dump
They
my
just
foot on
go.
I'm
this.
reloading.
They're just YOLOing in.
We can kill.
Shoot, I'm
We can
clipping.
kill. We can kill. We can kill them.
Take mids. Take this. Side shots. You know.
Okay. You gotta do it quick though.
I'm going straight down the middle, Matt.
Is that 113 hold down for me?
Probably, yeah.
Aggressor,
I might
can
be
get
able
him.
to
I
get
got
him.
10.
Who was still unspotted? Who was still unspotted?
Farm.
We gotta
No,
kill
out
this
of
50
stage,
beast
out of
bird.
Oh,
stage.
and their team,
And a daring counterplay by Valence for them to get Viral into Alpha 3. He's in a dangerous position where he can delay the cap. My Little Putin does not have an option to deal with him very well. But, as you can see, his skill's paying off, and he's able to actually still pressure Viral. Now, Harmless moves up in his 50B, does get spotted, very exposed, but this should be worth it. There's the kill. And
Meanwhile,
now
in the middle, the
3
50Bs
tanks.
are getting pincered out. They do respawn and take down MacTap Putin, but Burden Fungus is still lurking down there, and these 50Bs are both on reload.
Exactly. This is going the way of Dare right now. Strong opening play from them. The response from Valence is forced. They have to go to stop the cap, and in doing so, they pay dearly for it. And Dare playing excellently. You could hear them calm, cool, and collected the whole time.
For a second there, I wondered if I was watching the Russian league, because all I was hearing was Russian for a solid minute there.
Yeah, you heard it. For a moment, it was English comms, English comms, English comms, and then once you had My Little Putin discussing, was that with... Who was that
That
with?
was MacTap, I believe.
Was that with MacTap?
Yeah.
Okay, that would make a lot of sense. Once he started discussing with MacTap, they decided, let's just switch into Russian. We can talk. No one else is going to get distracted by it. Because that's actually an interesting point. When you've got a bilingual team and some of your members don't speak a language, it's actually quite a bit easier to just have a side conversation that doesn't just distract you.
Yep.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
If two people are talking at the same time in chat, in your team speak, it gets a little hard to listen to. But if two people are speaking two different languages, sometimes it gets a little bit easier to interject.
Yeah, well, two things. One, in that case, there was nothing going on. There was no big brawl, so I don't think it would have been as useful there as opposed to maybe during some sort of chaotic brawl with everyone talking. It's a lot easier to pick out a second language mixed in there.
Oh, yeah,
but-
because it was calmer.
Yeah, but the other thing, though, to think about is something that I kind of noticed was My Little Putin kind of seemed almost annoyed, if you could kind of hear it in his voice to a certain extent. Now, for Red, I don't speak Russian, so I don't know exactly what they were saying, but do I sound crazy when I say it kind of sounded like he was a little bit annoyed with MacTap when they were sitting there discussing whatever that was?
No, you could say that, but then there's also the point to raise about cultural difference, right? Something I've noticed when interacting with people from overseas, usually the Russian teams and them, is they don't necessarily come off the same way as your North American counterparts. So someone in North America, even a different region, southeast, you go to the northeast, you come out west here to California, people speak differently. You get a different impression from the way someone speaks. And so My Little Putin, we're not the best experts to talk about whether or not he sounded one
Fair.
emotional way or another, I'd say.
Yep.
It's something where very easily he can sound aggressive or angry or even annoyed, but to us, and that's how it sounds to us, but all he's doing is he's speaking normally and
Well,
his background makes sense.
Maybe one
for
of
it.
our viewers out there happens to be bilingual and can translate and let us know if I have
I'm
if,
sure
if there's anything to what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's I'll be sure. I'll ask Master Putin later. He's always happy to to answer questions, and he can probably shed some light on the dynamic there.
Okay.
Because it's one of those things where you think you're reading into it, and all of a sudden you find out, oh wait, it's because he's Russian.
Yep. Now the other thing to look at here is that was Valence dropping a defense on Ruinberg, something we talk about really shouldn't be a thing too often.
Yeah, so we started this one out discussing that. This should have been defender win and a defender win. Now we have an attacker win. So that's Dare starting this one off on a great foot. If they win on defense now, that starts 2 up, and then we move on to our second map, which I believe is Himmelsdorf, correct?
Correct.
And so we'll get into Himmelsdorf when we get there, but this is already off to a strong start for Dare. This looks great for them in the series. Valence is going to have a lot of work ahead of them if they want to even stay in this.
Yeah, well, I think where that went wrong for Valence was when Urtai got picked off at the beginning, and that was a clear counterplay by Dare Rising. They were set up with those TVPs, and they were looking in that gap. They knew that something may try to push past there. If that had been a Bat Chat or a Tier 10, he would have gone down just the same as the T-54 Lightweight.
All right, well, now as we get ready to look at the tank lineups, talk to me about what's going through the head of Valence. What are they thinking with a lineup like this?
A 113, a 50B, 2 Bat Chats, a TVP, a Grill 15, and an RU 251. To me, that says field play. Use the Grill to maybe try to get some shots towards the 0 line. Use the Bat Chats as well out there to spot, maybe the 113 on cap, and then use the TVP and the 50B to kind of lurk around the 6th line. Looking over at Dare Rising, coming in a 113, 3 50Bs, a T62A, an STRV 103B or the S-Tank, and a T54 Lightweight. Between the T62A and that STRV 103B, that says hard 0 line play to me.
Yeah, I think so too. You're looking at the S-Tank, and I'm going to follow him for a large portion of this battle because I love watching these S-Tanks in play. Damage output, the damage potential, the nuance of playing the tank is also really important. And so I'm watching Aggressors. He's making his way right down that 0 line you were talking about. And if you look at the minimap, you can even see all those red tanks off in the distance. Valence is also going towards the 0 line. So this might be S-Tank about to just deal damage, or we're about to see an S-Tank get completely swamped and just totally annihilated.
And that's something we've seen from the S-Tank a lot this season. It's either feast or fam. It's either they feast and they put out a lot of damage, or they just don't get anything. They get shut out of the fight and they go down early.
Yeah, and now Chase Potato in his opening scout roof does take about more than half of his hit points in damage, but spotting is worth it. He's able to see Spooky way in the back in the 50B, Zone Delta, Viral, and now Aggressor in that S-Tank is spotted, trying to get himself into a solid position, wait for himself to become unspotted if he can. Don't know if that's going to be an option for him, and he's just going to start dealing damage. First hit right into Spooky for 407.
Fulcrus sitting here passive behind the bush, just trying to get some eyes towards the Delta Village there, maybe spot something for the 50B or the Grill lurking in the backfield. And this is a setup fairly close to what I imagined would happen, except the Bat Chats are one of them over in the town on the 3 line, just watching the rotation through the town.
Oh, and look at that shot. Aggressor sneaks it just over the terrain, kills the RU, gets that scout out, and now he doesn't have to worry about anything. Aggressor is almost invincible in his current position.
Yep, and these Bat Chats, Fulcrus does get lit when he tries to leave, and so now they're going to know that they're trying to pull tanks out. This causes a problem for Valence because the element of surprise that they need to try to crack a defense is gone.
Exactly. And now, actually, I'm seeing that there's an interesting thing I didn't think about. It's hard to tell what your angles are in the southeast. You had hesitation coming out from Aggressor. He wasn't able to find a clear shot onto an escaping Bat Chat and loses out on some potential damage for it.
Now, one thing I want to mention there real quick, the viewers watching Fulcrus here, if they notice, his gun was pointed towards the camera the whole time, which what he was doing is he left his gun facing the enemy, held his right click, and then pushed his camera around to where he could see where he was driving. That way he can focus where he's trying to go, and if all of a sudden a tank gets lit, he can stop and his gun's all ready to be on target.
Yep, it's an important skill to pay attention to, especially in developing players. You want to watch and try and find those little efficiencies. Make it so your turret's facing the correct direction before the engagement. You don't need to move your turret then to get on target. And then if your turret ring is damaged and you have to move your turret slower, you're in a better position. If your turret ring is completely destroyed and you can't move your turret, there's possibility that you're at least on target, or at least near to.
And it's also important if you play a tank such as the Kronwagen, a tank that has very poor turret traverse, because that's going to be even longer for you to get your gun on target.
Exactly. Always pay attention to those little things you can do to get ahead. Now, what do we see out of Valence as they are moving from the southeast now to the north, which usually doesn't work out late game.
Yeah, well, what they've done is they've actually hidden the tanks they have left in the south into that little pocket down there at K5, and they're trying to show that they have nothing left there. They're going to use the 113 in these Bat Chats to get the cap pressure in the north, and then these tanks all the way in the south will move up and try to get a crossfire. The biggest problem here is if Dare spots this too early, they figure out that there's 2 tanks here, look at how far apart these guns are for Valence. If that isolation is spotted, all Dare have to do is group up their tanks and hit one group, and they're going to have an automatic 7-on-3 or 7-on-4 overmatch. Either or should go in their favor.
All right, now we are seeing finally a little bit of movement. That's a G-Forcer in the 113 moving up towards the cap. We'll see how this one's able to pan out. If it works out for Valence and they're able to get pressure from 2 sides, awesome. Rarely, though, do we see that type of coordination work out in the favor of the attacker. It's very hard to execute, and even harder for your opponent, even harder to keep your opponent from figuring it out, right?
And while you just said, it's one of the harder things to do, and that's just attacking on Ruinberg in general. This particular strat, we see it a lot because when you do it perfectly, it's still your best chance at getting a win that you can control. Now, if the other team makes mistakes, that's always something completely different. But this is the best shot that you have of putting the odds in your favor.
Assuming your opponent's going to make perfect responses.
Yeah. And even then, if the other team makes those perfect responses, this still isn't a guaranteed win. It's still very hard to pull off, and you have to do everything perfectly to even have a shot.
Okay, so now we have that pressure coming out. Shots fired.
And this is one of
trying
those
to
things.
put the pressure on. Fulcrus, though, going down. Not a good start for him.
This is one of those things I was just talking about, that you have to do it perfectly. That includes getting your tanks pushing across to that A6 village, have to be unspotted when they cross. They need to do it in some sort of disguise. Or the guns in the Delta village have to be turned towards the south so that what we just saw doesn't happen.
Exactly. So now we do have a bit of another engagement coming up. We've got Zone Delta pressuring up against Chase Potato, while we do have the fight continuing in the north. Batchat Static is out of ammo, so Master Putin's able to move in. Now Zone Delta takes 375, trying to force Chase Potato out. Chase, though, playing this position excellently, and Zone Delta may go down without getting his kill.
Yep, Static just trying to stay alive, playing ring around the rosy. Burden's alive on almost no HP, 448, two-shotter to most. Zone Delta does find a shot onto Chase Potato. G-Forcer actually ignores Milo Putin and puts the shot into Burden, and Valen's not out of this yet.
Ah, that was a bold play right there from Valence. It did pay off to some extent. That relieved pressure on a crucial tank that, I don't know if it's actually going to pan out. We'll just leave that alone for now. TVP if Zone Delta's going to last, because he's down to one shell from anything.
Yep, and Valence,
Yeah,
the dream is fading right now. I don't know if they can pull this off. They started to make the recovery there for a second, but I think they just gave up too much on that cross when they lost Fulcrus.
Yeah, I agree. But there is the crossfire that we mentioned earlier. If that can come into play, we could see something. Although with an S-Tank at full health, with a 50B at full health, and with even Harmless mostly healthy, I don't know if there's enough damage that they're going to be able to pump out before it's able to be kind of put right back out.
Well, this is the only play that Valence have, and that's just stacking the cap with the two tanks. It gets the cap down to 30 seconds right now. The problem is both these 50Bs are heading to the north. They'll be there in plenty of time, and they had plenty of time to reload their clips as well, which should mean that this is GG and game over.
Yep, and at the same time, Chase Potatoes able to come around the backside of the cap and should be able to get a delay of his own, should he be needed. However, I like this. You see Harmless leading the way. He's going to be the first tank up. First shot's a miss from our T-54 Chase Potato, but it won't matter. It's only a matter of time before it's all over, and Spooky is the only remaining tank with 30 hit points.
30 hit points against 3,841. I don't see this happening. I think Aggressor in that S-Tank should be able to pick this up.
Absolutely. There's no doubt he should be able to get the win right here. And that's going to be Dare picking up battle number 2 and starting this series up 2-0.
An Aggressor just creeping in. He knows that Spooky's pinned behind this building, just creeping up ever so slowly. Chase is coming from the town, just trying to isolate every angle.
And a little bit of damage out. Okay, Spooky's able to get, 2 more shells of stat padding for his Fantasy League points.
Yep, Spooky is the top damage dealer on Valence right now, so one of the good fantasy pickups there, even with them still struggling early on. They had a great match last week against Rival.
Yeah, and you heard Lost talking about it in the pre-game interview, the face-off, how Spooky is kind of that solo player. You just let him go do his thing, right? You find where he fits in the strategy, you make sure he understands his role, and then you just go let him do damage and be awesome. Because to an extent, you need to let every player on your team kind of flex within their role. They need to be able to do what they would like to do, how they would like to, with the understanding that, yes, we need to move as a team.
Yeah, now he did have very bold words, I guess you could say, about Fulcrus and the fact that Fulcrus was going to be right up there with Spooky, that he'd compliment him. And if you look at that, that means that he feels he'll be one of the top fantasy players as well. He'll be one of those players that can put out a lot of damage. So we definitely need to keep an eye on Fulcrus and see if he can live up to that expectation that Lost just set for him.
Yeah, but last battle, he got torn apart on the cross in the north, so we really didn't get to see him perform as well as he needed to. Yep. I call that paying the toll.
Yep.
And so you can see Static leading the way in the post-game stats for this battle.
Yep, and then Aggressor, one of the top fantasy picks for, I was about to say Deja Vu, but Dare Rising, 2,900 damage, 35 fantasy points. Durgel, though, in that 50B, 2,502 kills. And then on the second page, Mactap Putin, one of my favorite fantasy picks. Didn't pick him today, though. Still putting up 1,546 fantasy points. Respectable.
And here's what happened. Viral, Fulcrus, they didn't even get to deal damage. That's just it. It's one of those things. You don't get to deal any damage in that tank.
He got his 6.5 fantasy points for driving the mile from their spawn point.
Exactly. That's just it's nothing against him. He didn't get a chance to even begin an engagement. He's a bat chat on Ruinberg. You're gonna get to go into an engagement, fight, probably not do anything else but die. So you get one clip off, and that's probably it.
Yep.
You know, nothing else is probably going to happen for you. If you manage to survive, fantastic, great. So congratulations to you. But it's not. It's never going to pan out that way 90% of the time.
Yep. Well, let's see if Dare Rising can keep the momentum up as we head into our second map tonight.
Himmelsdorf, a small city map. The teams start the battle in opposite corners. Both bases are located close to each other, but in a way that you can't stay on the defensive all the time. The main attack routes pass through the hill, the alley and the railroad, but in general, the attack can be successfully executed through any part of the map. Heavy tanks and tank destroyers with powerful guns run the show here. However, a lot depends on the mobile light tanks.
And looking at the lineups here, Valence, a 113, a 50B, a 215B, a Kronwagen, a Batchat, 4005 Stage 2, and a 1390.
Hey.
Dare Rising.
Hey.
2 113s, a 50B, a Batchat, 2 FV 215B, 183s, and an IS3.
I love this. Rox, tell me you don't love this. 2 FV 183s.
I am a little bit lost for words on this one because I feel like this is one of those things where, once again, it's going to be a feast or famine type moment. Either these 183s are going to go off, they're going to do an insane amount of damage, or they're going to get no connections, RNG is going to say no, shots are going to go into the wall, and Dare about to lose horribly.
It's a possibility, of course. But, like, it could just work. I don't know.
It could.
It's one of those things. You're right. It's completely up to just whatever happens, happens. But Burden Fungus, I wanted to see him early on because it looked like he was looking up the middle of the map. I was hoping for a moment that we'd get to see him make his shots count, but nothing early game. Nothing yet.
Yeah, Kronwagen working the 8-line here, working the hold downs. Something that Kronwagen succeeds at is playing terrain like that, playing hold downs. The turret armor on it is fantastic. DPM not that great, but its survivability is so good it's worth bringing it just for that alone.
Yeah. We'll have to see how it pans out. I'm wanting to see, do you know how the 183 fares against a Kronwagen, just firing against the front?
Against the turret, it will not pen. It will do a decent amount of splash damage, maybe some module damage, damage to the gun.
But the Hesh is relatively ineffective against the Kronwagen and hold down?
It's one of the few tanks that could chip away at it. You give it 4 or 5 shots, it could probably kill him, doing 400 or 500 at a time. Yeah. But that's just because the Hesh. You won't see the pens. It's just going to be the same as, say, an HE shell from an E100.
Okay. So it's not actually damaging the front of his turret or penetrating. It's hitting all of the modules that it's splashing off of.
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct.
Yeah.
Well, and the other thing to keep in mind is if he gets a side shot or a shot on the lower front plate, there is a very strong chance that it pens, and that could be Zone Delta completely dead from there on.
Ah, I just realized what my little Putin's position is all about. He was sitting in the middle of cap for Dare Rising on cap number 2, and he was actually looking towards the hill. So he's planned on counter-firing the angle on the hill that a lot of medium and light tanks will take in order to scout things out. So doesn't look like anyone's going to show up there for Valence, at least as far as Dare is concerned. And so they're going to shift their focus now to preparing for a push up the 8-line. That was where Zone Delta was earlier. And so they're prepared to see just that one little bit of spotting, get that one shot of damage, that's all the 183 cares about, and then probably back off and regroup, right?
Yeah, no, precisely. And right now, it looks like that is Valence, are grouping up towards the hill, and they're going to make some sort of play up the 8-line and 0-line. Now, what could bring this in favor of Dare is that those 4005s, the 215B 183s coming through huge, getting some penetrations, and they could even the fight up in the north. The problem is if those tanks don't come through with full pens, it's going to be Valence that are going to have like a 6-on-4, 6-on-5 overmatch depending on how long it takes Dare to respond.
We'll have to see how that pans out as Viral is spotted on the hill. I see Model Putin looking towards the hill. So if Viral plays this a little bit riskier, if he gets too aggressive at the wrong time, the wrong place, he could find himself taking a 183 shell to the face. However, My Little Putin is spotted. That's an important note, and he, without spotting anything in return, and he's going to be forced to actually go into cover or risk taking counterfire himself, because there is that FV 4005, right, up on the hill.
Yeah, he's up there. He's trying to find some shots towards the 1-2 line. I don't think they've realized that most of the tanks for Dare are sitting up in the north along the A line. Zone Delta just moving around here, just trying to see if he sees anything rotating, but so far they don't think that they're in danger in this courtyard, so they're just going to push up the 8 line for free without paying that toll you were talking about.
Yeah, you have to make your opponent pay the toll, if you can. And that's what I thought we were going to see a lot more with this Dare layout, but it looks like Dare has kind of has decided not to be as aggressive or as stubborn with it as they could have been. I'm not going to judge him for it either way, because it's your choice whether or not you want to stay in that position or not. It could pay off, or it very well could bite you in the end. But
and they just spotted Mektep Putin leaving the hill,
and
maybe some bait there for Valence.
Trying to kind of show him, hey, here's a bat chat, come and chase us. We definitely don't have anything waiting around the corner for you at all. My Little Putin isn't here waiting at all for you to just peek around and counterfire. However, My Little Putin is looking the wrong way and Fulcrest is just about to peek. So if his timing isn't right, that could end up... This does actually look like it could go towards Valence, at least based on some of the tells right now. And we'll have to see how that one goes. Fulcrest trying to kind of reverse angle, making sure that nothing is further back on the road that he's not expecting.
They think there's a trap here. They're trying to figure it out. Viral actually gets the track shot. Now he's going to peek. He spots the 183 and the 183 misses. And now he has a 20-second window to get in there and get some more shots off.
Well, My Little Putin does have a shell loaded, it looks like.
I thought he fired.
No.
He didn't.
He didn't fire. He didn't even get a chance to put to aim on target.
That was the 50B then. And he does get the shot onto Mektep. And they do get...
That's the shot
There's
fired.
the shot. Full penetration on to Fulcrest, and he goes down.
Yep. See, that's what you bring these 183s for. Yes, you lost a 113. Yes, you lost your bat chat as well. But Fulcrest is down on that 50B. Viral has taken most of his hit points and damage. My Little Putin can reload and probably engage against almost anyone on the side of Valence, and he should be able to wipe something off the battlefield.
This is precisely what I was talking about before. Even though Valence had the numbers in that area, those 183s are a game changer in the sense that one penetrating shot, that's a tank gone. That's a tank off the battlefield. And that may have just kept this in the favor of Dare Rising.
Yeah, I think if My Little Putin hadn't made that connection, this battle is going quickly in the favor of Valence. Because he made that connection, he just stopped them cold. That 50B needed to live and needed to get out. But good defense. I want to see more 183s firing here and there. I feel like the volume of fire out from Burned Fungus and My Little Putin is a little lacking, to be honest. You know what I'm saying? Like, it seems like they would be finding those angles a little bit more aggressively.
Well, the other thing to look at here is Viral has actually left the hill. He's going to rotate down and around, and he's going to come over here and go out towards the 1 cap. And it looks like the rest of the tanks for Valence are starting to do the same.
Ah, so what they've done is they realized that the 183s from Dare have put up
watch
too
this.
strong
I don't think they know Burden Fungus is here. Spooky needs to be careful. Now he's going to stop.
They know he's there. They saw him earlier, so they should have an idea. If they don't, they've assumed he's moved at this point.
And it looks like Viral is actually going to cross in the south. He does have a dead driver, so he's going to have it a little bit harder. And Spooky takes the cross. The non-penetrating shot from the Hess shell, only 725. I say only 725. That's still a lot of damage, but it could have been worse.
It always could have been worse. Now, Burden Fungus, though, he can just put his nose right into the wall, hide from these shots, stay safe for the next 20 seconds, and there will be another shell loaded by the time he's ready to go. So this shouldn't take long at all. This shouldn't be a really big issue for him. Viral's going to be able to move up. I think this might be a bit aggressive from him. He is a one-shot if he comes in behind and is spotted too early.
Now, the one thing we haven't talked about is Static in the 4005. He's sitting here, and he has a shot down that B line. So when Dare try to rotate out to go stop that cap pressure on the 1 cap, he's going to have a clean shot on the back of their tank.
See, there's the clean shot. Chase Potato taking 517 from Urtai. Not going to be able to avoid it.
Milo Putin doesn't know that Static's here, I don't think. Harmless is going to peek. Harmless is going to see him take the shot but miss. And now Milo Putin has to decide what he wants to do.
And this is a tricky situation. Chase Potato and the IS-3 is probably going to go down, getting pressured out on the far side of the map, but I don't think this is going to be the major play that matters for this battle. Chase should be going down momentarily. I think it's going to come down to those heavy tanks you were talking about in the middle. That's Harmless, Burnt and Fungus finally taking some damage as well. And
Static's going to back up. He's going to get a little bit further up the hill so he has some momentum when he crosses. In fact, no, he's worried about about one of the tanks coming up to get him. They see the 50B on the cross, so he's just going to line up.
Yeah, and My Little Putin looks like he's trying to figure out what's going on.
There's no one in position to get the reset. The IS-3 is the only one that can, but Viral's in position, and Static does take down Aggressor finally.
And that FV, it looks like Burden Fungus moves around, tries to go for one shell, misses, does not realize he's facing the wrong way against Zone Delta, who's able to get the damage out. Chase Potato finally goes down in that IS-3, and the Kronwagen is able to kill Burden Fungus. He did not need to go down like that. That hurts a lot. And now with 25 seconds left,
Static's trying to find My Little Putin. He's trying to cut him off, get the shot.
Valence should be able to pick up that win on attack you were talking about. Just give him a moment, and they should be able to execute. This is done. Yeah, this is completely done. There's no way for this to end in the favor of Dare.
5 seconds, and Static's actually going to push around the corner, I think. No, Milo Putin's going to peek him. Static's going to back up. Snap off, and the full pen onto Static. So My Little Putin still farming those fantasy points for those that picked him, but it's going to be Valence picking up the win, making the series 2-1.
Not bad. Valence needed that to stay in this. If this had gone up, I guess, 3-0 at this point, it easily goes over into a 5-0, I expect. It's hard to keep your team focused at that point. You've gone down that definitively against an opponent that is expected to do well. This is Dare Rising, formerly Deja Vu, a team that has performed rather well throughout the entire WGL. Last season, they ended up making it to the finals. And then this season, right now, they're sitting at second place to Apex. Everything says they should be going ahead in this one. So a 2-1 scoreline at this point says this is to expectations. It also respects the fact that Valence played that well.
Well, they are the second place team right now, not just because they're in second place, but in the pecking order, looking at the rest of the teams and seeing how they're performing, they really do look like the second best. Not a knock on to them, but second best to Apex is not a bad position to be in.
Fair enough. All right, we'll have to see how that one pans out, because looking at this is... Tell me more about what you saw in that battle that you thought really panned out in the favor of Valence, because this looked like a solid defense ready to happen.
Remember what I said earlier about how Valence are really good at making teams have to move around and really force them with the cap pressure, and they do a good job pulling them into their guns? That's exactly what they did here. They started towards that north cap. They got the tanks committed over there. They realized where Deja Vu were. And just before I get to that point, look at this. Milo Putin doing almost 4,000 damage, 2 kills, 62 fantasy points. And then Zone Delta in the Kronwagen getting 68 fantasy points. And it was Urtai in the 1390 who had a big game there, including the full cap for Valence, doing 127 fantasy points. Not bad there.
All right, I do have an update for you guys on our off-broadcast matches at this time. I'm being told that the Apex match versus Rival is currently up 3-0, and we have that replay for you now. This is Apex, the red team, versus Rival, the blue, defending, and Apex is going to dominate this battle. They'll start this one up 1-0, carry it on to a 2-0 victory, and you can see the execution right there against a very standard Prohorovka defense. And by the looks of it, Rival's putting up a solid fight, but I'm seeing highly coordinated moves out of Apex. Rival just not standing up. And that's battle number 2 you're seeing right there. The end of it with Knight going down. An interesting note is that Knight is in fact playing tonight. So we'll see if he's able to perform well, if Rival's able to put up 1 or 2 wins against Apex. If so, I say that's probably going to be a win for Rival in their book.
Yep. Now, one thing I wanted to get back to is the point that you asked me about.
Yes.
And looking, Valence, what they did on attack there was they got the tanks moved over towards that 2 cap in the north. They figured out where those tanks were. And what they did that was so brilliant there was they then realized, all right, we don't have to cap this. We have them in a position where they're isolated. They have to pay that toll to go get those resets. It's the same thing, but in reverse. They got those guns on those lanes to say, all right, Deja Vu, or excuse me, Dare, if you want to get the resets out on that 1 cap, run through our FV 4005, our 215B, and whatever else.
Absolutely. Now, we are about to get back into map for battle number 4. Let's go ahead, check it out.
Himmelsdorf, a small city map. The teams start the battle in opposite corners. Both bases are located close to each other, but in a way that you can't stay on the defensive all the time. The main attack routes pass through the hill, the alley and the railroad, but in general, the attack can be successfully executed through any part of the map. Heavy tanks and tank destroyers with powerful guns run the show here. However, a lot depends on the mobile light tanks.
Number 4, Deer Rising saying, all right, enough of those tank destroyers didn't work out for us, bringing 2 113s, 350Bs, a Batchat, and a 1390. Meanwhile, Valence still holding on to their tank destroyers, bringing a 215B, a 50B, an E3, a 4005, a Batchat, an AMX 5120, and an Emil 2.
I'm gonna have to ask because I feel like the answer makes sense. But is there something else going on with the 120 choice? The 5120? Why?
It's just a worse 50B as far as I can tell.
What about per shot damage?
It is, I believe, still 400 like the 50B, but it has such... The DPM on it is so much worse.
My Little Putin taking damage in the open. This is paying the toll, taking that damage to take the position on your opponent's side of the map. And Dare, in the first minute, has managed to take control of the northeast side of the map. You can see Valence right now on the mini-map is moving around to the south to kind of counterflank this position. But the cap begins, and it's now up to Valence to stop it.
Yep, and if I remember correctly, now it's been a while, but I believe the 5120 has a much longer delay between the shells than the 50B. I believe it comes in at 2.5 or 3 seconds, where the 50B is a 2-second delay between each shell, on top of the clip reload being significantly longer.
I'd have to check up on that, but that sounds about accurate from my memory. I don't see a lot of 5120s around.
Yeah, it's not something we see terribly often in the Gold League.
Most of the time people say, yeah, well, why would I take a 5120 when I could take a 50B?
Or in this case, the Emil 2. I think the Emil 2 is... I believe has the same DPM, or roughly has the same DPM as the 5120, and it has the survivable turret armor, and the speed on it's about the same.
Maybe player preference at that point? Ooh, shots fired, Chase Potato able to just dodge it, and he's not going to take any damage for that.
I also find it amusing that the Swedish player on Valence is deciding to go for the French tank instead of a Swedish tank, but that's just another little side tidbit there.
Oh, he's probably griping about it, but, you know, we'll never know.
Batchat up on the hill, poking over, does find Magtet Putin, and they're going to square off, but Viral's going to back off and decide not to take those trades right then.
We'll have to see how this pans out, because right now it's at 36 seconds left on the cap. We do need to see someone stopping the cap, delaying it, anything. Static in the FV4005 has been trying his best to get the cap delay, but is not able to. Viral, not able to find the angle onto the Chase Potato in 1390. And, oh, here it is. There's the move. G-Force are trying to move up, along with Urtai to back him up, and Spooky. And, well, there's the cap. It's finally delayed. They don't have to push in. Valence can back off. But is it worth it? Because Zone Delta is already down to, well, 295
Harmless needs to be careful right now because he's coming around and he's going to find the shot. He's going to get out of there just in time to where Static cannot put that Hess shell into the engine deck of that 113.
Oh, just barely. But you could see him just go for something. Because there is a chance that we see that FV move up. And with cap pressure coming back now, and with, I see on the hill, Viral chasing down Master Putin, I'm wondering what Valence's response will be, because they do have their opponent surrounded. Dare's got to be grouping up to break out. Oh, there it is. Dare has decided, all right, guys, we are surrounded. We have to pick a direction and go. It's what you do when they've got guns in every direction, and they're going for Fulcrus. 50B's getting pressured, and he will go down. Nice shot from My Little Putin right through the building.
Now, Static's going to be next, but Static may make them pay a price for this because he's loaded and he is staring at that corner.
He is, but they're not really doing anything
They're ignoring
about him.
He's going to pull around. He's going to do 1,500 damage to that 50B, and he's going to back off. They should be able to find the kill shot onto him, but that may have been enough damage to turn this in the favor of Valence.
Yeah, Durgil's going to come around the corner and say, payback time, and he gets it.
But that still may have been enough to win the game for Valence. They only have 4 tanks alive. However, they have the HP up over Dare right now.
That they do, but we'll have to see what the response is. Valence has options. They have hit points in their favor, but they do not have the number of guns. They need to get kill after kill after kill. They need to focus fire, get in there, and make a fight happen. If they do that, we could see Valence. Nice damage, 1,103 onto Master Putin. That's between Spooky and their Batchat Viral. He's going to be able to retreat at the same time. My Little Putin, Bird and Fungus. You can see them moving up to maybe get some damage onto Spooky. Don't think that's going to work
Harmless
out,
and
though.
Durgel are going to try to force a fight onto G-Forcer here, but Durgel's a one-shotter, and G-Forcer should have the prowess to hold this shot against Harmless and find that pick onto Durgel before he can empty that clip.
Yeah, the problem here for Dare is that they don't have anyone who can actually peek and take damage. They have to count on a bounced shell. They have to bet on Spooky not getting the hit.
And there we go. The snap from G-Forcer onto that 50B turret gets the pen, and Valence looking good right now.
Absolutely. They should be able to clean this one up. They are on defense. Everything's in their favor in that respect. But Dare needs to spread out a bit, I think. What do you think about that? If they get around, surround their opponent, get the crossfire that's needed, and make it so if Valence wants to come and find one of these Dare tanks and take him down, finally put him out, that they're going to have to pay more than double hit points.
The problem is that Viral has gotten away from the rest of the group. He's going to be the lone wolf off on this flank. And there's no one that can take him one-on-one. So to get him down, they're going to need to send 2 or maybe 3 tanks. Because look at the HP with Dare. They don't have a lot of it.
Yeah, Viral has 1,351. He's going to be able to take down Harmless in 2-3 shells. My Little Putin definitely in 2 shells.
Yeah. And MacTap has less HP. So if they go blow for blow, bat chat for bat chat, Viral will come out of that even if he misses a shot.
He should. He should come out of that. We've seen it before where a bat chat misses one crucial shell at the right time, and all of a sudden the entire plan falls apart.
And G-Forcer and Viral are actually going to make a move onto Harmless here. They know he's kind of alone. Viral's going to move through that courtyard. The thing they have to worry about is that the 50B up on the hill of Aggressor should be able to find some shots onto Viral, and G-Forcer actually snaps another shot off onto Harmless, and this is looking good for Valence.
That it is. Dare does have some options. They do need to get moving. An Aggressor doesn't need to take damage. It looks like he's about to almost take one shell. That's from the bat chat down below. But you can see the angle is working in the favor of Viral. Nice dodge. He's able to avoid one shell from Aggressor. There goes Harmless. G-Forcer doing very well with that. So Valence, as time goes on, they're able to just slow play this one out. And they know if there's a 50B on the hill, they can leave him alone. Viral getting closer to the hill where Aggressor can't fire on him. And if he can play this well, then Aggressor won't be able to put any damage. He'll be able to kill Master Putin. There's Master Putin.
Spooky gets the shot onto him, while Viral picks up MacTap.
And 2 tanks remain. Model Putin, Bird and Fungus. It's a 113 and a 50B.
And now Spooky, well, he was kind of alone and isolated before. G-Forcer has moved up into the north and is sitting here ready to cover his turretless tank destroyer buddy.
All right. So now we wait. All right.
Viral's gonna drop down, go out towards the 2 line, just open things up, and this should just be Valence's game. Dare probably taking some time to discuss what to do next round, which is gonna move over onto Mines right now. So Mines is gonna come into play. Looking at the stats.
Oh, Spooky misses, and My Little Putin is going to be able to get not one more shell of damage in there. He's going to actually bounce that one, goes for a track. He's going to have 1 shell left. He's actually going to hold on to that, and you're going to actually see Bird and Fungus move in his 113. He's actually going to jump onto the cap, use the Rex of Master Putin and of Chase Potato in the 1390 to cover his back while looking forward. And if this pays off, he may be able to get 1-2 shells out into Viral. If this doesn't, and that might be because of what he just did with the back of his tank, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter whatsoever. Everything I was speculating about doesn't matter. He's dead.
Spooky's caught out in the open. G-Forcer trying to get the shot, but Viral is actually going to open up the angle from the 8 line, finish it off, and that's going to make it 2-2. Not necessarily what I saw there.
But this was expected to be an attack winners, right? On Himmelsdorf. You were expecting Valence to win on attack and Dare to win on attack. This did not happen. Valence won.
Now,
both times.
Something else to look at. We're going to be going on to Mines next. Valence are 0-2 on attack, but 2-2 on defense.
Okay.
Where Dare are 1-1 on attack and 1-1 on defense.
Okay. So what are you trying to say with that?
I'm saying that that could be the map that could end up flipping this, because Valence apparently don't know how to attack on Mines, or they just haven't had a successful strat so far. And if they don't have one ready tonight, Dare showing that they have some idea how to do it, and so that could be a 2-0 win in favor of Dare on Mines, which would move the series to 4-2. And then we move on to our last map, which is going to be Prokhorovka, which is a map that Valence are comfortable on, but they don't have the greatest record on.
Yeah, and now let's look at the post-battle stats. Those of you guys following your fantasy points, if you picked Spooky, congratulations. If you picked Static, also congratulations. Because Spooky put up 86 on his fantasy points. My Little Putin put up 4,146 because he's always excellent in his 50B, but not quite getting as many points there. And then, okay, this works out. Master Putin getting a little middle of the pack. G-Forcer doing okay. These are some of the people that are major picks for fantasy, players that you're following and expecting to perform. Surprisingly, G-Forcer is a heavy tank player that I would have thought would score a bit higher on a map like Himmelsdorf.
He was very crucial in the way that strat played out, but because of the response out at Deja Vu, how they decided to respond there while they were attacking, it kind of had the fight drive away from him. G-Forcer was never in a spot where he had a lot of shots, where Static, for example, in that FV 4005, had some great shots he was able to get off, Fulcrus as well, and so they didn't really play into G-Forcer. So definitely could have been more effective, but I don't think it's necessarily his fault or Valence's fault. I think it's more just the way that Dare decided to respond to how Valence were pressuring them.
Okay, well, by the way, I'm just getting the update right now. We do have an update on our non-broadcasted match. Apex versus Rival currently stands at 4-0. Apex leading by a massive margin. No big surprises right there. This is what's expected. Apex going up 4 against Rival. They're the top team in the league. Rival is currently struggling, and in a matchup like this, Apex is expected to take it away, as they have done with numerous other opponents.
I actually have another update. It's actually now 5-0 in favor of Apex.
Oh,
now, wow. I don't want to use this as a knock on Rival because this is Apex. Apex has been 5-0ing everyone. They 5-0'd M60s on last Thursday.
Exactly. Like this is Apex dominating, showing just that no matter what day they show up on, they're always going to just be decisive. So I'm sorry for those of you guys who played Fantasy and picked Apex players today.
Well, let's see if Deja Vu can be decisive on our next map.
Mines, a small summertime map with lots of hills, rocks and other cover. The teams start the battle in the usual locations, but the base locations are different. One is located in the bottom part of the village, and the other one is in the water. One of the key objectives is the center hill. That's why the teams will often select fast vehicles and tanks with strong turrets for cover.
The score is 2-2. Valence coming in with an IS-4, 3 Batchets, a TVP, a Grill 15, and Viro bringing the Udis. Meanwhile, completely blanking on the name there. Dare Rising, a 113, 3 Batchets, 2 TVPs, and a Lorraine 155.
All right, so the Lorraine's coming out. This is a very common strategy we're starting to see, especially from teams that are spawning on the blue side, the
attacking
attackers.
Side.
Yeah, and we'll have to see if it plans out. So we're going to see that Lorraine probably take a position in the rear of the map, aiming now towards, looks like, okay, looking towards some of the defensive positions or to traditional counter-arty positions. And because nothing's really been spotted right now, Dare doesn't really have shots. So Lorraine tries for something. That was weird. And won't be able to get much at the beginning. Harmless, though, does go for the normal jump and is going to take damage for it. Trying to pressure Zone Delta in the TVP. Does win out in damage for that, but pays in some on his own.
Definitely.
So we'll have to see how that goes.
And let's see if we can get a shot over here onto the Udis. Let's see if Randall, if you could pull that up real quick.
The Udis?
So look at the position that he's in right now. He's using the siege mode to get the back of his tank up nice and high, but it's the only part sticking out. And so he'll have clean lights both on that cap over on the 2 cap.
But he's hidden just perfectly enough to see his allies Spooky and Static get completely annihilated trying to cross.
Oh, and Static down to 1,700. Spooky's going to try to join him.
He kept trying to go forward. This is the part that I don't know. And that's Lorraine getting the hit. Nice
Chase
job.
Potato in the artillery.
Okay, not bad. That is the Lorraine. Fast-firing shell, rather low arc. You can put shots on target where you like. I generally enjoy my French arty. And look at the grouping from Dare. They're going to push through and destroy Spooky in just a minute. Given the opportunity, and at the same time, you're going to have over on the other side of the map. That's Harmless on the high ground. I think that was him putting some damage into G-Forcer. He's going to look for more. See if he can get that. That might be a little greedy, but we'll see if it pays off. And he's going to move around to now view the... Oh, finds Fulcrus. This is big. So Harmless is down 1-2 shells of damage, right? He also is now on reload. Fulcrus is chasing after him.
And Fulcrus knows that he just fired.
Yep, Fulcrus knows he's on reload or he doesn't have enough shells. I don't care. I'm coming at you. Now, Chase Potato is an important player to watch for, because if he is currently covering that position, then he can help out. But it doesn't look like he is. It looks like the push is going to move down on the 0 line, and that's going to be our Bat Chats from My Little Putin and Master Putin pressuring out Spooky. Give him a moment. There's one hit. Can he get the second? And he does. My Little Putin picking up the kill. That's 2 tier 8, Static and Spooky, down. As now Harmless is taking damage against Fulcrus. One more and he will go down.
Now Fulcrus did lose his gunner. Actually, he still had his first aid kit, so he heals him up. Valence are not in an awful position. They're down about 1,000 HP. However, they have some pretty good position. They have their guns together. IS-4 still working towards the hill. The IS-4 of G-Force just needs to be careful he doesn't take too much damage from those Bat Chats.
Now we'll have to see what goes on there. Now, with Fulcrus sneaking into the backfield, he could take down Artie.
And look at this. This is where Viral and that Udis is coming into play. These Bat Chats over on the 1 line are constantly being spotted. They cannot peek without taking damage.
Exactly. And so they might not even realize that's where the UDES is. But if they've done their homework, they may have an inkling. Now, Fulcrus does go down in the Bat Chat, got too aggressive, TVP from Durgel, strong response there. Credit to Dare for recognizing he's going to get into our backfield, guys. Doesn't matter if we have someone aggressor at cap. We need to watch out for that and get rid of this tank.
And Blitzwolf in that grill gets a penetrating shot onto the turret of the 113 of Burden Fungus and resets the cap.
Yep, now at the same time, G-Forcer is moving up onto the hill, and he's going to be able to pressure out Durgel. If Durgel's not able to find... Oh, and at the same time, looks like the grill is able to take down Master Putin. Durgel finally taking a hit, recognizes there's an IS-4 on the hill. We have to do something about this. Now, Artie's going to be zooming in at the same time. So we're going to see if Chase Potato is going to be able to get a shot on target, as he is looking to back up his buddy
And
G-Force.
another shot from Blitzwolf onto that 113. He's doing work here, and now Durgel just outrunning G-Forcer, playing Ring Around the Rosie. And G-Forcer, if you just notice, he just backed off because he realized, look, they're probably baiting me into artillery right now. He's going to be loaded at this point. If he was counting the reload there and just not chasing him, which is the smart play, showing the prowess that G-Forcer has as a heavy tank player.
Exactly, and you can see he knows the exact angle, how to stay safe. He's just far enough out that he's got a strong angle, but taking a lot of damage. Master Putin also going down in the southwest. That's from Zone Delta. So as Dare is focusing on the middle, even the Artie in that position, they do take down G-Forcer, but there was some time killed. Also, some crucial Bat Chats were taken out of the battle. So what do you think about this past about minute and a half of the battle, where we saw that original push from Dare in the southwest kind of sputter out?
And well, it comes down to that UDIS, because previously tanks have peaked down there on that 0 line, or on the 1 line, excuse me, because they've been unspotted. So they can back out, they have a slight gap where they're not spotted, and they can get shots off and then go back down. And they rely on being unspotted when they make that peak at that moment as a way to get damage off. And what happened was, because Viral was sitting there in this bush that they still don't know he was there, he's just been able to keep them lit, and then Blitzwolf has done an insane amount of damage. If you're one of the few people that picked Blitzwolf, you are going to just be in love this game, because that's gonna, he's at least 3,000 damage at this point.
He's an excellent player. He just doesn't often get to put up the points that you want to see. That's the thing about this, is like there's tons of great players running around. The problem is figuring out which one of them is going to be put in the position to deal the damage and which one of them is put in the position to die quickly. And you see that kind of fall into a pattern after a while, but some of these teams, it can be a little hard to tell. Especially when you throw like Viral, who is a decent damage dealer in one battle, into a tank which almost sits completely passive another.
And they've moved Viral over to get eyes down the 1 line, and I like this. Not revealing the position he's in, not leaving him there the whole game. Now, early on, they didn't have him fire even when the Bat Chats were over there. They made sure he stayed unspotted, and what this did is this kind of tricked Dare Rising into going, yeah, they have nothing there. What's spotting us? Well, they had these 2 Bat Chats there, and they left, so we can't figure it out. And they still, I don't think, figured out where that UDIS was at all. And now they've moved him out of the position, so they're not going to reveal their secrets. I'm sure they'll go back and watch the VODs from the match, and they'll figure it out then. They'll be kicking themselves. But for now, they don't know where he is. Now he's pushing down the 1 line, and it looks like he's going to have a clean line onto the artillery of Chase.
Yeah, and this is something maybe to criticize Dare about, is should they have moved Chase Potato from his northwest position into the northeast so that he's protected by the other Dare tanks? Or should we have seen him, maybe stay out there or find
Well,
a
he
sneak
has stayed out there, and this is very similar to the strat that we've seen out of Apex on Cliff. What happens right now is if Dare gets this cap pressure going, which they have, any tanks where they're going to get the resets onto that one cap, they have to go somewhere where they're not going to be already safe from chase. And now Viral's been spotted. And now the TVP is starting to light him up from the hill. Is Viral going to get caught out? He's going to get around the corner, but now he's a one-shot. There's no question asked to splash in the same postcode as Viral. We'll take him down from that artillery.
And that's the important part, because the Lorraine doesn't have very much splash. And he does need to get that. But look at the middle of the map. We have Blitzwolf moving up. Durgel, it doesn't matter that he just got the damage out that he did. He's going to have to get out of this position, back off, and try and live. Or maybe he can play this smart. Maybe he can stay up here. Maybe he can force...
Blitzwolf has one shot at this. Blitzwolf has to make this shot count. The second he fires and misses, he's almost dead. Now, he does have full HP, and the TVP can't clip him.
But Durgel has to be careful because he flips himself on his side. And that's going to hurt.
That's a tank down. Now, the cap is at 10 seconds. The TVP needs to find a reset.
That hurts.
He gets him down. The reset, though, Zone needs to find it. He gets one reset. 5 seconds. Is Blitz going to be loaded in time?
He needs to get a kill shot. He has to get the kill
2
shot.
2 seconds. 1 second. He needs to fire. He gets it. Not in time. Not in time. And that's going to be a win for Dare Rising.
Ooh, that was close for Dare. They definitely went to the very limit of that strategy there. So we had the Lorraine at the last moment. He didn't get the kill in the end, did he? We had the UDES alive. Yeah, Viral barely living at the end of that, pressuring, I guess, the Lorraine 155 to no longer support the rest of his team. I guess that matters to a degree.
I think the one decision I was not a fan of there was Blitzwolf going over onto that TVP at the end there. TVP was on his side. He wasn't getting out of there. If Blitz had stayed up on the hill and just gone over and gotten the reset, he had all his HP.
Yeah,
he could take the shots. Zone Delta was a 2-shotter.
Yeah, and on top of that, he accidentally flipped himself on his side. So he got greedy. I think that was what we can say about Blitzwolf.
Well, about Blitzwolf,
it's hard to resist. Look at this, dude. He rolls over on his side.
That's Durgel, though. It's Durgel that flips on his side.
Yeah, Durgel does, but Blitzwolf should have... You were saying Blitzwolf should have gone down the hill after him.
Yeah, he should have stayed up there and gone and got the reset from up top instead of taking the shot right here. Because that shot made Zone Delta have to get the reset. And on top of that, the second that Zone Delta went down, he still had like a 15-second reload, so it had to be Zone Delta that got one reset, and then he had to reload. And because Zone Delta didn't hit the main tank on cap, it didn't buy a big enough reset to give Blitzwolf the time to work.
Just the tiniest little things. And then even looking at that first page, Blitzwolf still putting up so much damage. He put up 5,101 in that battle.
And now I'm going to take a look real quick. Viral did 3,700 assistance damage in the UDES.
Okay. I'm down with that. The UDES is a solid tank.
It's a solid passive tank.
Yeah, it's like, have you played it much at all? Yes,
I have.
Okay, it's tricky once you get used to the way that those little tanks
play. The siege
play.
mode especially, because unlike the 9 and 10 on the line, the gun actually can move up and down on its own. Plus, then you can manually raise and lower the back of the tank to get different angles. So it can be a little bit tricky to play, but once again, in those positions, he got it up so just the back of his tank was sticking over, just enough to get the lights, not enough to really get spotted. Great camo value, because that's the main thing I think excels at, is not being spotted, being sneaky, and being able to get those shots off. And on top of it, they put him in a position which I don't think I've ever seen before, and Dare Rising had no idea that there was even a tank there spotting them.
Yeah, I've seen that positions like that played before in the past, but usually with a light tank, of course. You know, a more, I guess you could say, vanilla time, where everything was like more straightforward in that sense. Put the light tanks in the bush, and they'll spot things. Now, when you're in this scenario where you have to decide, I'm going to put a tank in the far back of the map, where he may or may not come into play depending on my opponent's strategy. So it's a bit of a risk to put the UDES there.
But I like the timing that Valence used with it, though. They said, all right, our bad chats are going to go out here, but we're going to leave him there, and we're just going to make them have that false sense of security. They're not going to have him out here where they had their own tanks.
Yeah, but you ended up losing... You lost like 2 bad chats, and he wasn't able to spot anything to prevent that from occurring. When Valence's bad chats decided we're going to go to... No, sorry, not Valence. When Dare's bad chats decide we're going to go to the southwest, and it doesn't work out, then...
Well, we'll get back to that in a second. Exactly, going over the lineups real quick. 1-1-3, 3 bat chats, 2 TVPs, and Lorraine 155 for Valence. Over on Dare Rising, 2 bat chats, 2 TVPs, a 183, an E75, and a T54 E1?
E75? Okay, so...
German heavy tank, tier 9, good armor, good gun, great brawling tank, kind of soft.
Good handling, actually. You could say that. As far as like a heavy tank that does what you want it to do. if you get my drift, like a tank that I drive it goes as fast as I need it to. I'm not really feeling like I'm being sluggish. I fire quickly enough and with enough damage that I feel like I hit hard.
It's a good enough tier 9 that it can hold up versus 10s. I've seen clans that are still learning, that are still developing, when they have players that don't have tier 10s that are working on this. I've seen them bring E75s, and they can hold their own against tier 10. So it's not an awful pick, but something that we don't see a whole lot. And they're going to use him just... Remember how I mentioned they brought the IS-3 and they brought him out to be a tank that's going to be very hard to kill and get the lights on that zero line climb?
Oh, you know why
They've brought an E75 instead.
And the E75 is a higher platform. The turret is higher up than an IS-3 or an IS-7. So that's what you're doing this for. And the spotting. The commander's cupola is higher. So you have every reason to bring this, the E75, to spot when you're in a low ground. Because what happens is that E75, I'll jump over to it, chase potato. I'm going to go ahead and show you. He's higher up, so he's able to spot a little bit higher, farther back into the northeast because the ground in the northeast is elevated more.
And then look at this. Then he's spotting for this behemoth right here, the 183. We talked about this strat the other day. The 183 has a shot onto Viral if he gets up past that first little rock. And that's all Chase is there to do, is spot him. So then when he sticks his head out, there's a Hess shell waiting for him from My Little Putin.
And little does he know, Viral's waiting, watching, and looking. He almost finds the shot. But I think he decides I might want to back off first. Although maybe he's distracted, because for a moment it looked like Viral wasn't looking at anything at all. Which kind of tells me that maybe there was a little chatter going on. Maybe there's something going on behind the scenes for Valence. We'll have to see if they're able to pull out some kind of strat soon, because you see even now My Little Putin is...
He's constantly getting spotted, and he's zooming in and out. He kind of knows that someone's staring at him, but he can't figure out where. He's not spotting Viral right now. So I think My Little Putin's just a little bit confused to where that angle's coming from.
All right, well, we'll have to see how this pans out. I want to see what Valence is talking about as we take a listen in to their comms.
That 183 has to back. That's so hard. He has to back off. I might have a shot. I might have a shot. Nope.
He does not move yet.
By E75.
Said you can boost. You don't have to go right there. You can go back here more, and there's actually a way to get gun elevation. It's kind of hard to get up there though.
Yep, I'm going back.
Did you hit him?
Not yet. I haven't shot yet at him.
Start working.
Yeah, 183 is perfectly safe.
All right, could we shove actually both TVPs and a bat here and just clip this guy out?
You can try.
Because yeah, they're gonna have a guy at this rock.
No, we got it. We got it. We can just let Fulcrus.
He's back. He's moving forward a little bit.
He's perfectly safe now. He's perfectly safe now. I can hit the E75, not the 183 now.
Let's just do that. Let's just Viral. Can you get out or no?
Yeah, I'm trying.
Okay, that's what we're gonna do.
Static was spotted up here too.
Just stay low, Viral, or stop if you need to. It's really annoying if you stop. Yes, Static. I'm telling. Well, it's okay. There's a spot back there. You can do it.
I couldn't climb that high. Well.
You have to kind of go this way.
Okay, you guys get safe and just come over to us.
Artie's gonna reposition because I feel like they're gonna push.
What's up, bud? What do you want me? Hill?
No, oh, you're gonna wait. It's gonna be all four of us are coming right here.
They reel at me crossing through.
All right, so yeah, just to get delit against the hill, both of you, Static and stuff. Spooky, you're gonna play aggressive and you're just gonna get shots on anything that wants to shoot us. Okay, same with G.
Okay. Yep.
We're literally just pushing here, getting shots here.
Just be aware of this bat here.
Alright, Sex rotating middle now.
Yeah, we just gotta make that like the only play I see.
There's nothing boosted here, else he'll be trying shooting me, I think.
So Lost, if you can look for okay, wait for my
I fell off.
Wait
for you can do this.
My bats come on my side, please, once I get Static gets here. Lorraine.
So you can see Valence formulating a game plan right now. They have an idea what they want to do, and they're stacking up, and it looks like they're just going to be pushing up and over straight down the middle?
Bold play. Risky, yes, but we've seen this work before. If your opponent's not ready for it, you find the right angles, you get up against the correct terrain. You can make it so your opponents to the southwest, those bat jets, don't have angles. You can make it so the bat jets will not be able to support. TVPs may have some trouble, and if you can get the kill on My Little Putin quickly enough, it can pay off. If not,
they need to do it before he snaps the shot off, because these TVPs are softly armored.
Yes, they are, and that's going to be Zone Delta, the first tank to go down. My Little Putin still alive.
They still haven't found the kill on Putin, which is the whole point of this strat, so you have to question the decision here.
The play's not working out. It is not panning out right now for Valence. Dare has too strong of a position. It's very difficult to attack, and on top of that, their defense, their hold on this is quite strong. It's not the kind of thing that should pan out for Valence, and they took a risk. It's not playing out. It's a bold strategy. Chances of working are rather low, you know? And
I guess you can say that didn't pay off.
It just didn't really pay off. That's all it is. So Valence is going to have to pull back. They've still got 6,000 something.
And now Viral is just going to commit in on to chase Potato, but he's taking a lot of damage from the TVP in the base.
That's I think this is an ill-advised move. I don't know why we're seeing it, but it's happened.
I think that was a desperation attempt. That was a, hey, we just did this, so we need to do something and do it quickly before they have time to react.
No. Here. I've got a rationalization for you. Take this. Viral was trying to get behind the rock where he's currently dead. He instead ends up engaging against Aggressor and Chase in the E75 because he's trying to avoid getting into range of My Little Putin. He sticks too far to the left, assuming My Little Putin's got the angle, and then because of that, he's choosing between, you know, which one.
And I understand that. I'm not faulting that play at all.
Yeah.
That decision making, that's fine. The decision making is to make that push at all and to even try to get up towards that rock.
I agree.
It was so quickly from that first push, they said, all right, look, this first push didn't work out. And so I think it was Valence saying, all right, so we need to make our second play happen before they have time to reset and hope that they're not comfortable. The problem was that Dare Rising were very quick on it. They got their guns back into position. Aggressor turned around, was covering Chase Potato, and that's when Viral got cut out. Once he made that push, I completely agree. That's the smart choice. Take the TVP and the E75 over the 183, because that 183 can end you in one shot. It's the right choice to make in that situation, but I'm questioning whether or not that push should have been made to begin with.
I think that's an appropriate thing to question. Now, Fulcrus, oh no, this is not good. Fulcrus is spotted in the northeast. That was the Lorraine transitioning off to that, into the northeast. A lot safer. Valence can protect him, but he got spotted. That's huge. I don't know. It has to be, I guess, by our E75 Chase Potato, but that's not what you want. You do not need that happening to you in the Lorraine because, well, this tank is probably most of Valence's hope to win on attack here. If he can get the right hits, he can get the kills. And you can see that zooming in over the shoulder of our 113s. That's how Chase Potato is currently spotted. Little tiny bit of the back of his tank. And G-Forcer's going to get off the hill. Fulcrus aiming, looking at the TVP position.
G-Forcer's just going to push around the 183. The Hesh Shell fired, does not pen for 900. But now G-Forcer's going to take a brunt of the TVP damage. Actually, they're going to ignore G-Forcer, and they're going to shoot it static. And it's going to be Burden Fungus that picks him off.
Nice play, getting the Bat Chat, taking out all the burst damage, knowing what's going on.
Good shot prioritization.
Exactly, gotta respect it. So right there, Dare knows what to do to defend. Valence is having a lot of trouble because, well, Dare's just on top of it. They're just one step ahead. They know exactly how to respond, and I gotta give it to them. These are the focus fires on point, the target prioritization, the responses, and it's just solid play from Dare.
And you got to look at it. The position that they were in, it was the right call because that 183, if he goes down, it's the 183 down, but it still has Valence out in the middle of nowhere with no cover. The E75 was the only tank out there shutting down that 9 line, so they needed to make sure they kept him alive and kept Valence boxed in against that hill.
And there you go. Spooky. Lost go down. Fulcrus, the last tank alive in the Lorraine, tries to play hero mode. Goes for the hero shot and gets it on Harmless. All right, I'll give him that. Come on, guys. TD mode's funny. And now we've got the MVP flip from Master Putin. I love it. That's a win in style.
That's going on the highlight reel.
Oh, yeah. Keeping that one for later. And that's going to be, what is it now? 4-2, right?
Yep, and that's going to be a 0-2 loss, essentially, for Valence on Mines, which is something I kind of worried about beforehand.
Yeah. And now we're going to see how that one pans out because this has been an unexpected series. Ruinberg, 2 right in favor of Dare. And then after that, you get 2 in favor of Valence on Himmelsdorf. Bit surprised by that one. I really expected more from Dare. Valence, though, did play well. And from this last bit on Mines, I felt like Valence played risky. I felt like they were aggressive. It felt appropriate, but sometimes it's not always how it feels. Sometimes
I
it
certainly
needs to be a
think
little more calculated, is what I'm saying.
it felt like a strat from a team that's 0-2 on Mind's attack. It felt like a team that's still struggling for ideas.
Yeah, but that flip at the end, I gotta say, that's
style.
That's style
points.
right there.
And
Aggressor 10 out of 10.
Aggressor and Bird and Fungus, formerly known as Bird Thief in the TVP, both doing decent damage there in the TVP. G-Forcer not really able to get involved in the heavy tank once again. Milo Putin in the 183 only having the one shot onto G-Forcer for 900, the non-pen onto the front plate. And then Viral and Zone Delta not really able to be in the fight at all.
All right, so now I'm being told we have the update from your non-broadcasted match. That's from Top Tier versus Eclipse. It's currently at a scoreline of 3-2. Rox, let's go ahead and check out some of that replay when we get a chance, because Eclipse versus Top Tier is expected to go in the favor of Eclipse normally, but Eclipse has been struggling lately, promising major changes to the way that they operate in order to kind of catch up. But currently, as you see in the replays, it is a 3-1. This is going to be an Eclipse win on Prohorovka.
Yep, and that's going to be, look at the thing on the right there. That's going to be Tigers stepping back into the lineup for Eclipse.
So maybe he needs to just get back into the groove, make some calls for Eclipse one more match, see if they come out ahead. It's not over yet. We'll be sure to bring you those updates more later on. And of course, you can go to WGLeague.net to get updates on those scores. We'll be, of course, having the VODs here and on YouTube afterwards if you need to check those out.
Yep, definitely. And one thing to keep in mind there, just about Eclipse. Tigers was the caller when Eclipse won the title originally 2 seasons ago. He was the main caller through that whole season. They went in 4th. They upset everyone in the live finals, and then they went to Poland. They struggled a little bit in Poland, and I think that's what led to the changes during the next season where they brought in Wallhacks and Oxmathis. They let Wallhacks take over the calling, and Tigers step back.
Yeah, because Wallhacks comes in with a ton of experience. He knows how to behave in a live environment. And when you're coming into a live environment for maybe the first, second time, it's still pretty intimidating. Yep. So maybe that's what the thoughts off of that, but then we see that change. We see Wallhacks go away from Eclipse. No, now Tigers.
He's given the opportunity to shine again.
Yeah,
but he's basically at this point, Eclipse, they tried doing it without him. They tried using, I think it was Dark God Zim to kind of flank call and use a community effort, and they realized, look, guys, this isn't working. We're 5 days in. We're sitting down in 6th place right now. We need to change something. Tiger's still on the bench. Let's bring him back in.
Yeah, and you know what? He got them as far as they went last time. Might as well go for it again. If it doesn't work out as well in a live event, maybe just put more practice into preparing for a live environment.
I think the gamble is worth taking considering how they were doing before is also my point.
I think I tend to agree. That one's definitely the point that's hard to argue with.
All right, well, we are ready for our 4th map of the evening.
Prokhorovka, one of the first maps in the game. Teams start at the regular spawn points as they do in standard battles. Bases are separated from each other by the railway, so the defending team has to choose whether to send their vehicles to the left side, playing them in the centre, or to the right of the railway, occupying the hill and a part of the village. The attacking team usually attacks the first base. However, the teams often go for face-to-face confrontations, 7-on-7, in the hilly terrain at the centre. That's why both teams frequently use vehicles with good gun depression angles and sturdy turrets.
Here we go into battle number 7. Valence coming out with an IS-7, 3 bat chats, an Object 430, a Grill 15, and an M4043. Meanwhile, Dare Rising, an IS-7, 3 bat chats, an STV, an STRV 103B, and an RU 251.
All right, so what are we seeing out of this opening strat? Because Valence does not have a light tier 8 scout.
But they do have that M4043, and they have 3 bat chats, so it's going to be reliant upon those bat chats to get the eyes for their artillery and let the artillery get those shots in and try to help out that way. The other thing to look at here is that Object 430 has a really good camo value, the best camo value of any of the Russian mediums. So we may also see him used in some sort of passive capability.
And actually, you may have a point there as I'm looking at his equipment, and he does have coded optics, meaning passive positions are a completely viable option. And especially in a Russian medium tank, getting coded optics is important to being in a capable spotting tank.
Yep.
Otherwise, you definitely are just below that threshold.
Yep. To go over equipment real quick for those that are either still new into the game or always have questions about it, typically the rule of thumb is this. If a tank has vertical stabilizer, you do that first, no matter what. If it has a vert stab, do it. A few exceptions, but for the most part, this is a good rule of thumb.
You can see that proven with G-Forcer and Spooky.
Yep. Then second, a gun rammer. Does a tank have a gun lane drive? If so, do that. And then the third skill is where you have some variants, or third equipment slot. In this case, we see coded optics. We also commonly see vents, and in some cases, a gun lane drive.
Absolutely, and we see great spotting out of Chase Potato. Early position able to spot out Blitzwolf in the back and Spooky. Shots fired at him, taking about 432, one of those from G-Forcer. Seeing if we're going to get any follow-up damage. But, Viral, why is he there?
Can't tell if it's a DC or...
No, that's got to be, there's no way. There's no reason for Viral to be in the middle of the opponent's side of the map.
Now, thinking about it, if it wasn't a DC, pushing an IS-7 into that 5 line when the other team doesn't have heavy tanks and taking control of it, getting into the low ground and being somewhere where the rest of the team can cover you, it's actually a pretty smart play because they can force you back into that gun and into the other guns with cap pressure. However, I think what happened is he likely was a DC either while he was making that approach or getting to the middle. He drove up and over into the other guns. Or it was the play he intended. He got tracked and he just gave up and pointed his gun into the air, realizing he wasn't going to do anything from that point. I can't tell.
I'm guessing it's a DC. I'd want to put money on that one because it doesn't make sense. Dare understands this as well, I think, and so they're probably going to just pressure this as we see all of the tanks from Dare moving up and over towards the middle. Valence with a DC like that on on match point have probably just about been as crushed as they can. That is a horrible thing to happen on what could be the final battle of a series. So right now, Dare has every reason to win. Just don't throw it away. There are enough tier 10s on the battlefield that if you don't play it right, Valence can still win this. However, Valence is in a horrible position. They need that IS-7, and, well, losing Chase Potato in the RU-251, he was able to deal plenty of damage before he went down.
Yep, I did just get confirmation that it was a disconnect from Valence and Viral, so no sort of amazing superstar play there out of Viral trying to make some really bold play that we haven't seen before, just to disconnect and went up and over.
Yep, and that's the unfortunate part, because disconnects, once a tank is spotted, any damage is dealt, no more disconnects, game has to continue on. So really unfortunate for Valence. They played exceptionally well against a team like Dare, second in the league right now. There goes Fulcrus. That's one more tank to bite the dust. And now we see an up and over, a little bit of a switch it from Valence. They're going to try and say, hey, you guys were going to push the east. Maybe we push the east at the right moment. Find Master Putin, get a few kills.
At this point, Valence know, look, we already lost the tier 10 for free. We have to make some sort of play. This is our opportunity. So they're just going to try to go up and over, find MacTep.
And they do get a kill. Yeah. And this is one way that I've seen teams of, usually not at this level of play, but I have seen teams kind of come back at times in matches by playing that wolf pack where you just roam around with some bat chats and use your mobility and try and strike in unexpected areas.
In a situation where you're down, once you lose tanks, the best way you can try to pull things back. Remember, you're already down, so you're not in a good position. But one of the things that a lot of teams try to do to pull things back is, let's just get up and go. Let's cause the fight and hope that we have an isolation. Let's hope that there are guns out of the fight. And that's exactly what Valence did. They went up and over it. They hoped they could find a couple tanks while the other ones couldn't get the shots. The problem was Aggressor was sitting there in that S tank. The IS-7 in the middle had shots, and it was just too much. So I don't really fault them for making the push. I think that this game was really lost when that disconnect happened, which unfortunately was after tanks had spotted and damage had been done, so there was no way to reset it for Valence. And that is going to make it a 5-2 win for Dare Rising, the newest sponsorship joining the WGLNA.
Yeah, great way to start the day for them. They come on in, new sponsor, get the win, 5-2, very respectable. Valence shows up, and I have to give them a nod because, well, against a team like Dare, as a new team in the league, not expected to perform nearly as well, they managed to put 2 on the board. And especially to note, that's 2 on Himmelsdorf. So that's not wins on defense that are gimmies. They dominated a map over this team.
Yep. And confirming here, both the teams kind of saying, wow, DC, it's kind of unfortunate, but that's how a team wins. So yeah. Unlucky. Now, if Viral had stayed alive in the middle there, it would have been kind of tricky to see how that played out depending on the positions, because Viral was still over towards the 5-6. The tanks were moving towards that 1 line. I still think Dare Rising would have been able to clean that up. I'm not really a big fan of that west cap attack.
Yeah.
Or east cap attack, sorry.
East cap attack, it's a 50-50. It's a coin flip when you go for it. Proc is very much like that as well because of the way spotting works. Unlike Himmelsdorf, you find a tank and you can back around a corner. Proc, if you're caught out in the open, it's over. You're done. And looking at the post-battle stats, there it is. Solid damage put up from 5 members of Dare Rising. Valence, G-Forcer, and Zone Delta did the best they could, but it's no hope there, unfortunately.
Yep, it would have been fascinating to see if that was intended play, and Viral had just swerved off to the right, gotten into the low ground with the guns covering him, and then they went for the cap. that could have been interesting to see if they could have pulled that off, because it would have been one way to slow them down from getting that reset. Instead of letting them get up against that train track, you have control of it. I could see that working in a way.
Up and over strats do have some viability. They have to come out at very specific times and against opponents that you know are going to pull out certain strats, right?
Yeah.
So this situation probably not appropriate because it's against Dare Rising, and their strategies generally account for that.
Well, it's not so much the up and over that like they're looking for the engagement. It's getting the tank into that low ground, because what it does is it stops. It stops Dare Rising from getting in positions to get those easy resets.
Yeah.
Which that's the biggest problem with attacking that east cap is once they get up against those train tracks, there's so many angles that they can find now, especially with the Swedish heavy tanks. They can really work those angles.
The easiest place to set the line, to draw the line between you and your opponent, does not appropriately protect the cap.
Exactly. So maybe pushing that back and the I-7 in there, maybe some teams need to look at that.
Yeah, maybe actually using some cover more appropriately might help here and there, because we see a lot of the time when a team doesn't bring artillery, you can put a tank on cap.
The other thing I'm surprised...
And usually it's not protected by anything.
The other thing I'm surprised we haven't seen is tanks bringing something like a CDC or some large tank, getting it towards that cap and using that to screen from the train tracks, because that would make that cap circle a bit more viable if they can find a way to prevent that tank from being reset, which so often happens.
Yeah, although a lot of the time when you put 2 tanks on cap, you're taking tanks away from crucial parts of the flank that your opponent can say, oh, the south or the north is weak. We can just push up and over, and there's not a whole lot you can do about that, especially
it would certainly be tricky to balance. I see your point.
Yeah, it's very difficult. So that's all that I think we can really kind of just theory craft about this one. But at the end, it was great from Dare Rising, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, no, it was a very good performance by them. They definitely need to go back and revisit Himmelsdorf a little bit, because Valence had their number on that. But on the other maps, Ruinberg especially, they managed to win an attack on Ruinberg. Maybe Valence misplayed a little bit. They got lucky with catching the tier 8 out. So good stuff there. But Himmelsdorf, I think, was the down spot.
We actually have a winner's interview. So we're actually going to be getting Change back on. So welcome back, sir. Tell us about that win. I see you've decided to put another shirt on. Got a little cold out there?
Yeah, it's cold.
All right, so talk to us about that match. You guys went... sorry, go ahead.
Well, I mean, it was a good start with the new name, so...
Yeah, Ruinberg was 2 wins in a row, but Himmelsdorf, what was up with that? You guys looked like you should have been able to win in some cases, but there were slight choices that I don't want to say for or against, but what happened to Himmelsdorf?
I don't know. Himmelsdorf seems like a map we try to do a little too much on sometimes. Like, bringing 2 183s can, it's a high risk, high reward. And it just hasn't been working out for us. So.
It seemed like the way you guys were playing with the 183s, it seemed very much like you were expecting one angle and then finding out your opponent showed up on the other, and so you guys were just a hair's breadth away from that choice that would have worked out for you. Do you think it came down to the 183s, or what else was at play on Himmelsdorf? You think that you guys need to work on going forward?
Well, I wasn't in the battle, so I don't know exactly what happened, but I probably something to do with communication, because I think we got out-rotated, and so that's usually a communication error.
So usually that's kind of the biggest thing that gets in the way of your team. We've listened to your comms before, and they do sound a bit off-color, very different from what we're used to hearing, but that does seem like it's very much your team.
Yeah. For the most part, yeah. One of the matches you heard both Putin speaking in Russian, and so sometimes that's just
just the way it goes.
Yeah.
All right. Well, before we let you go, Change, do you have any words for any of your fans out there?
Nope. Just visit the Dare website. Support us.
All right. Well, thank you so much for coming on to this for this post-game interview, Change. We'll see you again probably later this week.
All right.
Thanks. Well, that was insightful. I did like hearing about that. Communication confirmed to be probably one of the biggest concerns for Dare moving forward. Not a big enough concern to get in the way of a victory tonight, 2-5.
Communication is one of the hardest things to work on a team. Even Eclipse last season when they were playing really well, it was something we talked about frequently. Some of the other teams, communication is always one of the big ones, and getting those comms perfect. So it's not really surprising that that's an issue, especially with a team with 3 Russian speakers and a mainly English team.
Oh, yeah. And so, with that, guys, do not forget to check out the fantasy site. That is wgl.gg/fantasy. Fantasy WGLNA. Be sure to head over there if you haven't gotten a team going already. It's a little late for today, but you can play tomorrow. You can play every other week for the T50, for that Type 59 and other gold prizes.
Yeah, prizes per week and for the season as well. Make sure you guys join in on the conversation at WGLNA on Twitter.
Hashtag WGLNA.
WGLNA on Facebook. And use the hashtag WGLNA.
Absolutely. So, guys, that does it for match number 1. That is Dare taking it over Valence. And so, with that, please check out this top 5 video of every single region for the past week. Ideally, what you do is you try and show them a tank on the other side of the map that was on the other side a minute ago, or even try and knock over some cover. Like if there's a tree that you can knock over, you know your opponent's watching, you're like, just knock that tree over, loop back around, and we'll just
It's mind games, essentially.
Yeah.
They're just trying to say, look, all right, we have all our tanks here, and now we're running away, and now we know that you know.
Look at this. Commodore in the 113 out in the open, taking a lot of fire, but bouncing quite a bit as well. He's actually being used completely as bait.
They're using it as bait. The Batchets are going to go up and over. They will trade out Alcaco, and they'll probably get Pompous down in the process as well.
Yes, but they have baited a shot from Rude Awakening. They've got Alcaco empty, and the Batchat should be relatively low. However, there's quite a bit of ground to cover. There's quite a bit of ground to cross.
Yep, they need to get Pompous while he gets out of here. He's actually just going to get into the low ground and enter siege mode. He takes another shot. He's going to try to fire off a few more. I think Pompous realizes he's not getting out of here. 07 needs to take him down, and there he goes, and that's going to tie it up 2-2.
I hope he will not get shot in a start as he used to once. But slow start from Utopia as expecting. They're taking their positions. They're going to play a bit more passive. Colesoid is spotted there in the water. And Bihu is getting annihilated!
Bihu got connected by Safarchik and Kaizu, instantly removed. What a play! What a play!
How can we surely seeing Nandesu come around soon? He's not spotted. There he is.
Oh, Rikasami just needs one more. No, he can't get the reload up in time. So Nandesu versus T4. The E100 against the Batchat. All T4 needs is one shot. But here comes Nandesu. He's got 4 in his clip. He wants to go for the all play. He wants to be a hero. He's got the mobility as well. He can just completely keep darting around. He could very well do it. One more shot could be all he needs. He's got the 4th one in his chamber. And Nandesu clutches it up for the Horsemen, taking the series up 2-3. What a comeback. We said B Gaming had the potential to mess these things up, and just like that.
Look at this. He's just going to fall for free. I mean, beside the blind shot we've seen done on Stefan, it's not going to be the best. Kazna now has to go desperately back. Vetso and the other FV are trying to make it over the field to cover Piotr. It might be a bit too late for that because he's kind of outgunned here.
Okay, take a look at the cap timer. They're trying to shield Maga. Piotr won't get back towards the cap now. 8 seconds left on this one. They'll be able to get some resets, but Maga's the one with all the capture here. It could be all over for Kazna crew in very, very nice style coming out from Gohar. Now Stefan gets the blitz rated as well, trying to get past, and that is it, capped by Gohar.
Ну там Монти один остался, но что он сделает? У него единственный шанс это вот, кстати, Бестолкса забрать и где-то там выжить. Ой-ой,
возможно, получится. Получится, если его не прикроет. И есть Бестолочь в ангаре у нас. Здесь же Снегач. Снегач на перезарядке ничего не сможет сделать. 35 секунд у нас остается. Монти, беги! Беги для победы, Монти!
25 секунд, дорогие друзья! И сможет ли маленький Монти вытащить победу для своего коллектива? За ним уже выехал Повел. За ним уже выехали, ну, вся команда за ним буквально выехала, и Монтику нужно просто убежать, хотя у него хп на 2 шота, 11-13.
Если он сейчас успеет заехать за кап... 613.
Заехал!
Он уехал за камень, 5 секунд!
За 5 секунд, и это 5-1! Это может...
Это 5-1!
Welcome back to the WGLNA. Match 1, we witnessed a victory coming from Uprising. Very cool to see. Dare Uprising, a new team, new sponsor. And match number 2 is going to be 07 versus Aquatic M60s. Randall, I'm super glad to be back. I'm Josh O'Gray. He's Randall Rukel-Holcomb. And this is World of Tanks.
Absolutely, guys. Thank you. And Josh, thank you for joining us. It's going to be a pleasure to have you on the desk today. As you guys know, social media, you guys reached out at WGLNA, hashtag WGLNA, and you know what? We got the retweet, said 50, and he's going to be here on the desk, and here he is.
Here I am.
Yeah, don't forget, of course, as well, hashtag WGLNA. Got to go put that in your tweets as well so we can find him. Also, Facebook/WGLNA. And, of course, the question of the day, ladies and gentlemen, is what is your World of Tanks spirit animal? I've already answered mine's a honey badger. Because, well, you know his slogan.
No surprise, honestly, Randall. No surprise there.
Exactly. But yours, Josh. I haven't asked yours yet.
Black Panther.
Oh.
That is my tank spirit animal.
Oh, that's dark, mysterious, sleek.
It is.
Ooh, fast. And it fits the Jumbo Sherman lifestyle.
I think it does, especially the Jumbo Sherman. That was a tank that I got 6 kills in one game. That's actually on my YouTube channel because I was so happy about it.
Yeah, Joshua Gray, by the way, for everyone who joining us newer to the WGL, is an old caster who's been around since probably season 1, back
since
when
day
I started.
one, when we started this whole thing up, when Wargaming was contacting us, going, "Hey, we want to put this together." So we worked with a team in a studio out in Rancho Cucamonga, and then you and I came over to ESL. We opened the doors here in Burbank. Geez, almost 3 years ago this spring, and it's been awesome to see how far Tanks has come. It's been really in the hands of such excellent individuals. I mean, Brian Compton, Luke Bodenheimer, and the rest of the production team has really created an amazing product here. And also shout out to the Wargaming staff over in Emeryville, especially Ute, keeping the dream alive here at World of Tanks. And shout out to all the audience members that continue to send in their memes to the meme team here at the production studio. And also these players. I mean, looking at the rosters and the different teams, some of them are familiar, some of them are new, some of them are on different rosters. It's crazy to see how much everything's changed.
Yeah, everything's changed around, but in a way, so much has remained the same. We'll jump straight into the rosters for this first matchup, which is going to be, we're going up against Aquatic M60s versus 07. So Aquatic, let's talk to you about them. We've got Marsh166, you've got Veggie, you've got VO, you've got Morphic and Felix. All players that have been around long enough that if you don't recognize them now, you've seen these guys around here or there. Trust me on that one, okay? And they've been struggling this season. Now 07. They're that middle of the pack. Look at their attack wins. Look at their defense wins. 37, 56%. That's what we can consider about normal for the WGL right now. Most teams are getting in about that 35 to 40 range. And then defensively, of course, everyone's getting that one little bit ahead there. So when you see these teams, this whole matchup comes down to 07's on top right now. Well, in this match.
In this matchup,
yeah, in the standings, they're about middle of the way. And their stats reflect that. They have a lot to work on.
They do.
Aquatic is a team that is defying expectations in the opposite way. Right now, I'd expect them to be first, second place, third place, somewhere over there.
But they're currently in about 7th place right now.
Exactly. They're struggling. So,
but you and I, from the multiple seasons that we have covered, have seen teams at the first quarter of a season have some difficulty, have some obstacles. But once they work through those obstacles, especially in communication and expectations, and then finally execution for a lot of these move sets or type of strategies they'll bring to the table, they start to gel. And they start to overcome those obstacles, and at the end of the season are in top 3, where at the beginning they were in the bottom 4.
Yeah, because Aquatic last time started off high in the standings. Those were their issues, the communication coming towards that execution, actually managing to get there, and they fell in the standings. They managed to get upset by 07, and so this is a huge rematch for them. So 07, last time, kicked Aquatic out, said, oh, you guys are up in the standings? No, you're going to drop way down, and we are going to the finals. So for Aquatic, this is a big deal. This is a huge deal for them to manage to win today.
It's a revenge match. It's a classic revenge match. I mean, to be down in that previous matchup, fight all the way back into the tiebreaker on Himmelsdorf, and eventually secure the victory, which was a surprise not only to the talent sitting at the desk, but to the production crew and to the audience that was tuning in. Yeah. It's a huge storyline between these two teams. And what's so dramatic about it is that the consequences of this matchup will echo throughout the rest of the season, especially the confidence between either one of these teams. The question is, can we defeat them once again because it was so close, or can we finally come back and destroy our nemesis, our rival, here in this matchup? matchup. It's a story that you and I have seen over and over again for a variety of different teams, and not only in the WGLNA, but from an international standpoint. When we look at the Global Grand Finals over the last 3 years, I am very glad to be commentating this match with you, Randall, because to me, this is one of the best type of storylines we can see here for World of Tanks.
All right, and speaking of the best storylines, you're about to see the best face-off because we have a special treat for you. Aquatic M60's 07, welcome to the face-off. We have Mr. Man and Aquatic Meadowhawk. All right, gentlemen, welcome. Let's start this one off on a good foot. Mr. Man, sir, we've got a question of the day. What is your spirit animal? Tell me what it is.
It's definitely the M60. You know, the aquatic M60, that's all it is.
The native to what habitat, would you say? To Cliff, I think, right?
I haven't heard of that species yet.
No, to Lakeville.
To Lakeville.
Oh, my goodness. Throwing in Lakeville. Dude,
I mean,
shout out to Lakeville.
You got to take it out on the lake there.
Yep.
It's just a must-do. And then Meadowhawk, let's hear it. What is your...
What's up?
What is your spirit animal of World of Tanks?
My spirit animal? Well, you know, everyone knows that the Tog 2, in extreme circumstances, can go underwater and be a submarine. So it's going to have to be a Tog 2 for tonight.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. I mean, it's got space for activities, all of that.
Lots of activities. It's like almost a subway. They can travel underwater in that type of tank.
Exactly.
Meadowhawk, you seem very prepared for some underwater excursions. What's up with the scuba gear? Are you open water certified? Are you trying to make a statement for our aquatic friends here?
I'm totally open water certified. It's been a while. The biggest win tonight is the fact that I still fit into my dry suit after 17 years. But
that's a win.
You know, we're looking to make a splash tonight. We've sunk all our time into deep diving some new strats. We definitely don't want to be caught up in the current meta and get drug under. And we're looking to reel in a win to net a few 3 points that'll help us ride the rest of the wave of this first round robin. And I'm hoping that all the fans are definitely going to have to hold their breath for this game because it's going to be a good one.
Oh, my gosh. I don't know what to do with all those puns. I don't know what to do with all the puns.
The combo.
They're so good.
How many was that? That was 5, 6?
We're going to have to check the VODs or check the audience a little bit later. That was very impressive. Now, Meadowhawk, real quickly, this is possibly one of your biggest matchups you're going to have here for this season because of the history between you two. Now, historically, Mr. Man and his team have been a bit of a thorn in your side, a bit of a nemesis here. Have you planned anything specifically for tonight's matchup?
It's hard because, every time we try and do that, like I believe we have the famous XO quote, we knew what they were going to do and we still lost. We just have to play our game, I think. We can't get caught up in trying to counter strat, and we just need to play our strats. We need to play them good without mistakes. And, we should be able to take a home win.
All right, now, thank you so much, Meadowhawk. Mr. Man, we need to give you a moment, find out what's going on with Aquatic, because tonight, Aquatic has been struggling throughout the season, and you guys are expected to be a high-performing team. We're waiting to see you guys turn it around, because right now, you guys are defensive winners, right? 69% on defense, but no one's letting you play on mines or steps so far this season, and I'm seeing that on the map picks tonight. Talk to me. Why are people banning out mines, and what's going to happen there? Do you think you could take it to 07?
Mines has been a weird map, kind of for everyone, including us, since the way the zero line boost is working with the map now. But we're feeling pretty confident on it. And steps, I think a lot of teams know we've always been pretty good on steps ever since like back in Silver League. So we definitely have a lot of experience there as well.
All right, thank you, Mr. Man. Well, best of luck to you two gentlemen. It's a pleasure to see you both before we enter the battlefield. Good luck and have fun.
All right. Thank you very much. All right, Josh. So, off of this, I think that 07 looks confident. Meadowhawk certainly dropping this pun game.
Yeah.
Turning it up to 11 with that one.
For sure.
And those were all swimming puns.
They were.
That was beautiful.
And I'm an open water certified scuba diver.
You are?
So I am.
Oh.
I'm going to Mexico again later this year in March to go scuba diving again. So I'm going to take those puns with me, Meadowhawk, and I'll send some pictures from underwater. Those are very well done. And congratulations on fitting that scuba suit. I know what you mean.
17 years is a long time to still fit to anything.
It's a long time. But hey, if you make it to the finals, we'll talk about some scuba diving because there's some great places out here in California.
All right, Josh, sorry, I got to jump off real quick. I'm being told that we have an update from our offline broadcast. That is Top Tier versus Eclipse. Last score update was 4-4. They were in a tiebreaker, going off to Steps today. That is the tiebreaker of the day. And this is the start of the engagement. Great focus fire from Eclipse.
Trying to clump up here at the very bottom of this small hill could be a death trap unless you're able to land all your shots on the assaulting forces. And that's not the case here. They're able to surround Pompous.
Take him out. He's in an S-tank. Very important to note because they're just kind of getting on his side and making it so he can't keep dealing the damage that is all that the S-tank is about.
But look at the HP value between the two. Eclipse still has a majority of tanks, but the hit points are slightly in favor of top tier. But then we see Eclipse, the sun setting on top tier, 1 take remaining in that Bat Chat 25T. He falls, and Eclipse is going to secure the victory. Congratulations to them, and thank you to our production team for bringing us that replay. Two teams that I'm familiar with, name-wise, even though there's been some changes in the rosters. But I look forward to see how Top Tier and Eclipse is going to perform for the rest of the season.
That has huge implications that we'll have to get into if it comes up later on. But Eclipse showing up today. Let's get back into talking about 07 versus Aquatic, though, because we have, I believe, the tank line, the map choices ready to go. So we'll take a look at those. And this is the point that I want to focus on. Look at map number 3.
Oh, it's Mines, folks.
Yes, exactly. So when you see Mines, this is a map that AM60s went 17-2 last season, according to our stats. Steps, Proc, Murrow, all maps that we'll watch out for. Both teams have performed rather well, but nothing is standing out to a huge margin. What I'm watching for in this series is this. We'll start out going to Steps. Back and forth should be a 1-1. Maybe nothing crazy. Defenders probably win. That's generally what happens on Steps. After that, we go to Proc. Proc is a map that I do want to say a little bit either way. Still want to say defenders win. Now, Mines. Mines, then, you assume you get there with a 2-2 scoreline. You can break away, add 2 more to your points as Aquatic M60s. With that, you need 1 more win or go to the tiebreaker. That's it. Game over.
Mine's always seemed to, at least in the past, to favor the one that was the most aggressive, or at least would take the risk of getting past that center hill and taking the fight to the enemy. However, the meta shift that we saw over a number of seasons started to favor a bit of the whoever's going to slip out first or is going to be exposed first is going to lose. So that's why I feel this map is so definitive, because of the 2 different strategies we're seeing from these teams based on your stats. The defensive side of Aquatic, I feel that they're going to have to change it up slightly and not overdo it when it comes to Mines based on if it's a 2-2 score.
Yeah, they've got to play this game a little bit extra outside of simply in the battle. They need to play those head games. They need to try and throw their opponent off balance by throwing those strategies out and going the extra mile to try and, get into 07's head and understand how to play.
And also, if you play super defensive, as soon as one of your defensive lines cracks, your tank's taking too much damage, or your scout's not getting the information he needs, that's when a team starts to panic because they're like, we don't know where to go because we're backed up against the wall. And you have to have that flexibility, and that's why if you balance out a little bit, slightly more in the defense, but get some offense out there, check your enemy, and then reposition yourself, that's the way that I think they're going to play out Mines. I could be completely wrong. Things have changed.
I like that you throw that out there. That's very much what I would expect from 07 as well. 07's the very, they'll play defensively, but they're willing to get aggressive, right? And that's why they're getting the results. Aquatic M60s has been playing very defensively, and their successes have been on defense, proven by almost 70% wins on defense. So, and also I should note, 21% wins on attack. So they perform poorly on attack, very well on defense. So, yes, play defensively, right? And you do need to break out of that as Aquatic in order to get the wins on attack.
For team stats, though, they would look at the defensive numbers and go, hey, if it's getting us wins, it's getting us wins. And that's fine for today. But not only are you going to be facing the best of the best in North America in this league, you're going to be facing the best of the best when it comes to the world. And as we've seen in the past, America needs to get better to face the rest of the world. And they are. These teams are improving. But that's the type of meta they have to be thinking far ahead.
Exactly. You got to be thinking about, yes, I can win here today. Will I win when I go to the Global Grand Finals?
And that's a lot of pressure. It's a lot of pressure to put on these teams.
Yeah, because these guys are fighting for $325,000 in the prize pool. That is a massive deal. Anyway, this is battle number 1. We're going to have to see how this one pans out, because if Aquatic can start off on a good foot, because they are on the defensive side, they should be able to win. If they can start off well, should be able to carry this one through. If they lose here, 07 could start running away with the whole match.
Let's take a look at the tanks that are available over on the 07. You got the Kranvan, the Bat Chat 25 ×4. You have the 103B and the RU-251 classic tank making a comeback. On the opposite side, the aquatic side, IS-7 Kranvagen. I'm still working on that one. Batchat 25T. Your 103B in the RU251. One note I'd like to put out there to the audience. Last time I commentated World of Tanks, we were going off Tier 8s as the max tank. So seeing these Tier 10s and these Tier 9s, I'm very excited to see the firepower that they bring here.
You'll see the similarities too. IS-7, just like an IS-3. Just bigger, badder, stronger, a little meaner. Batchats are like 1390s, just bigger, badder, and meaner. Same thing across the line. But the S-Tank, something you're not used to seeing at all. That's going to be something that we're still trying to see how it plays out, because now, I like this, we're going to see a boost from Mr. Man, assisted by Veggie, and Bales from Aquatic M60s on defense. They're going to put this S-Tank way up high in the backfield. And if he's going to make it, yes, he is.
Shot fired from Morphic in the IS-7. Looks like just a test. Some test fire, see if it's going to land on anything, but not a whole lot of spotting happening yet. The Kranvagen, the Swedish tank that's being used by these teams now, is one of the new ones that I've been acclimating myself to, and I can't wait to see it in action here. A little bit of movement coming from both sides, both teams towards the northern section of the map, but no shots landed on either side yet.
Now, I know you just a moment ago wanted to bring up that Kranvagen, so we've brought it up here for you. What's important to note is the turret. On the front of the turret, it is incredibly well sloped, you can see, and incredibly well armored.
Yep.
There's almost nothing in the game that's going to penetrate that turret. So what do? You stick it in a hull down. You make it so the only part of the tank visible is its hull.
I'm familiar with hull downs.
Oh, yeah. You're surprised. T-32 no cons.
T-32 no cons, folks. Shots fired, still nothing landed between two teams here.
This thing's like the T-32 in hull down times 100.
Oh, my goodness.
There's nothing you can do.
Oh, my goodness.
Like where you had to hope for a tiny cupola shot on the T-32, and you could find the right angles with the Kranvagen, no, it's not happening. If you're not going to penetrate, it's not happening.
Here's a 103B tank destroyer, another Swedish piece of armor here in the matchup.
Yeah, that's one you're going to have to definitely check out because its history is unique, and so is its design. It's got two drivers, one in the front, one in the back.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, very good at firing and then getting out of there.
Brings a whole new definition to backseat driver.
Ha!
Getting his viewpoint. You missed those, didn't you, Randall?
What?
Welcome back, folks.
Oh, it's good to be back.
It's good to be back. Long range distance coming from Mr. Man. No penetration shots so far. Firing just over those railroad tracks.
And I'm going to be jumping over to the blue team, 07. We're going to follow what they're going for because right now, 07, it's all on them to try and move up, get into some kind of engagement, and force an action from Aquatic. Because right now, control goes pretty much to Aquatic. They can defend their own cap right now. They do need to get some tanks into position and deal actual damage. Because right now, you've got all 7 tanks of Aquatic completely and totally healthy. When it comes down to defending against any kind of cap pressure from 07, it's going to be easy. They're going to be able to respond no problem. They need to get, but what 07 needs to do is take down one of these tier 8s, find something, because otherwise it's not going to work out in a face-to-face fight. Everything's stacked against 07.
Dark Ninja creeping closer and closer, trying to spot one of the players from 07 Gaming. No dice yet for either team, and no damage has been dealt. We're past the 7-minute mark, 6 minutes and 47 seconds left to go. The aggressors, the attackers, 07, will have to make a move here pretty soon to at least put some shots into Aquatic and penetrate their defensive position here on steps.
And we're going to go ahead and take a listen in with 07, see what they're talking about, what their strategy is, how they're going to approach the situation.
Ooh. If AIM-60s win tonight, we're going to be in second place with like a huge gap in between the next team.
Yeah, but first round robin's not over even.
Yeah, that's true.
We want ties. We just want a bunch of ties.
Yeah.
You know, tiebreakers, I mean.
Mm.
And, well, it looks like 07's a little worried about their fantasy points more than about the win tonight.
Trying to be their kings here.
Yeah, looking at them discussing how the standings will be affected if they win or lose here tonight.
Well, during the listen-in, Fawcett did take some damage. He's the only one who has, and now we're seeing some aggression coming from 07. 47% left on the flag cap. Aquatic's going to have to move in, land a couple shots, and either move back to keep the time running or make a decisive attack against a weaker position of 07 Gaming. I don't think they have found a weak position yet against this team.
Not quite yet. They're searching for it. And down in the south, we have Bales squaring off against Warbender. And with Andipans actually way down to the southwest in support of that position. Now, 3 tanks moving from Aquatic. If they can pinch on Warbender and get the kill quickly, it could pan out for them. If not, they could find themselves taking way more damage than they accounted for in order to just get 1 kill onto Warbender. We see that damage coming out as Warbender's only down to, whoa, a crucial bounce. Bale's not getting a hit that he needed. 1 more should finish off Warbender. That's going to do it, but at what cost? Dark Ninja and Bales are so low.
And here comes 07, pushing again onto the flag cap. Marsh 166 was able to tag a couple tanks, or at least tried to, but Commodore is waiting for him, and Bales has fallen. That's 1 tank down for either team.
He's not able to escape. That's Andipans in the high ground able to just take him down. And with 45 seconds, the tanks that normally would be coming in to stop the cap pressure from 07 are currently retreating in the southeast. That is Veggie and Dark Ninja. They just got themselves involved in another fight again just to take down Warbender, and I'm not confident that this is going to work out for them later on in this battle. This could actually come back to bite them. The time lost trying to get back in order to support Cap, as Morphic is forced in the IS-7 to go up and over and take about half of his hit points just to possibly spot the Cap. He might not even make it.
Trying to move up that hill, at least get away from the pressure. Takes another shot to the side.
Still not spotting anything. Still not.
Down.
Nothing is spotted.
Good coverage coming from 07.
And now Lidif and Fosta are just, they're out there, but no one sees where that is.
Dark Ninja low, 1 more hit, he will fall. The shots coming in towards the tanks on the flag cap
and delay.
Have reset it. And Marsh trying to push up. 1 more shot and he could fall. And he goes.
Yeah, and that's Lidif in the S tank. He's able to deal so much damage. 5.66 second reload, and he just hits hard. Fosta leaving the cap was a little worrying. I'm confused. I thought that he could have stayed and possibly gotten the win, but they decided to delay because, look at it. 07 has how many tanks alive? 6.
6 tanks, only 1 has fallen.
Yeah.
Compared to the 4 left for Aquatic M60s. But look at the hit points difference, still very much in favor of 07 Gaming by about 1,000, but a couple lucky shots or a little bit of guerrilla tactics of these tanks moving in and out could change that up at any second here. Dark Ninja super low in that Bat Chat 25T.
And Swipple very sneakily has moved up, is about, what is it, about 100 meters away, and he should be able to get the kill shot and just move off into the flank of 07 to be able to get the kill. I'm not sure why he isn't getting more aggressive, just trying to play it safe. But he's also set up with a crossfire. Should any of the tanks from Aquatic decide to close on the cap, they're going to take damage as well.
And this shot from the 103B for 770 damage. Nice hit against Felix 7, waiting for the reload to line up another shot.
And you're seeing actually the turret coming into play, but he will finally go down. And that's going to be Cap. That's GG right there. Battle number 1 going in favor of our blue team, of 07. So well played right there. I have to give it to 07. Execution was fine.
Yep.
Aquatic, though, I think that fight that we saw in the south between our Bat Chats to take down Warbender, that was a risky play.
It's one of the toughest choices you have to make in World of Tanks. Do you secure the death of that 1 tank, but do you sacrifice some hit points a little bit later, especially when they're trying to capture that flag and you go, well, we can send in 4 tanks at once, but they're all at half health.
Yeah.
And as soon as they lock down 2 of them, it's game over.
Yeah.
Tough choice, but that's what makes these guys pros compared to the amateurs. You know when to make the choice, and unfortunately just did not work for Aquatic M60s in that last map.
Well said. I think that's actually a great way to encapsulate it because, well, Aquatic had a choice. They didn't make the right one. 07 made the correct choices. We'll have to see what happens now because we're going to switch sides.
Yep.
Aquatic is normally a defender as well, we've noted. So on attack, they're less and less likely or less expected to get the win. And actually, this is an important one that I'm glad our production user brought up. That IS-7 going towards the mid, Aquatic didn't even get to spot the S-Tank and the RU-251 on cap, where normally in the past you've been able to spot those capping tanks.
And look at that damage from the tank destroyer. Ledef was bunkered down. He got 1 kill, 67% accuracy. Look at them fantasy points. We heard them talk about it a little bit earlier.
Oh, yeah, and I'm glad that we actually added fantasy points because you can see that. We'd see Fosta, 74, even though he only dealt 448. So he's sitting at 11 on the standings there. But he's still able to put up the points as the scout. Very important to note there.
Yep.
And so as we're switching sides, they're just getting the countdown done right now. We'll see how they plan out because Aquatic after that start, it's not looking good for them. Right?
No, but that's only the first map. And
Okay.
if they are able to communicate and figure out what went wrong, sure, pipe dream, pie in the sky type mentality.
Yeah.
The biggest thing is, in my opinion, catch them off guard. Catch them off guard in the first 2 minutes. Don't let them communicate and establish themselves on the map itself, especially on the defensive side.
Yeah, throw a wrench into things. If you give your opponent the ability to set up as they like, they're going to do whatever they like.
Yeah.
If you don't, then things get interesting.
Well, the tough part about steps, though, is it takes a while to get there.
Yeah, that's kind of the problem. It's like 30 seconds just to get over there, to get close enough to even see them in the first place. Then you have to manage to actually get away and survive, support, and all the other intricacies that go along with it.
So the Bad Chat 25T is the most used tank, at least in that last map.
Yeah.
Why do teams seem to favor that tank in particular for this type of map?
Mobility, it's a great, I guess you could say, chassis. I like it. It's not super well armored, but the angles on it can be tricky. So sometimes you'll bounce a shell that otherwise you wouldn't expect to. And that's that little bit of damage that you negate that otherwise would be your death. You also have the autoloader, of course. 5 shells, plenty of damage. So Batchat's just your bread and butter medium tank. Everyone knows it's good. Everyone knows how to use it. It's dangerous, but very often pays off.
Map like steps, you have to have that mobility, and if you can sweep in and get the kill and then get out of there, even better. And here we have the tank lineups once again. Plenty of bat chats for both, but more favoring more the defensive side. 07 with 5 bat chats plus an RU-251 and a Kranwagen.
That's an important thing to note as well. A lighter lineup, as the defenders, the attackers are going to be bringing that 113 IS-72 bat chats S tank, that 25 TAP, and then of course Marsh in the M53-55. Also important to note as well. With the heavier lineup, supports the Arty. With a lighter, faster lineup, it's going to be that much more important for Aquatic to defend that artillery piece.
If that M53 lands 2 shots, that's game-changing.
Yes.
Game-changing.
If he lands 1 direct hit at all against a lineup like this, he should do fairly well. Any of those bat chats take 1, yeah, 400 or 500, splash actually. Even if it lands near them, it should be worth it.
First movement coming from Aquatic.
And this is what you were talking about. 07 understands what's up. They're already starting the attack. As you can see, that Wolfpack on its way right up the highway to the danger zone.
Time to show up and blow up.
And will they stop is the question. Because
stopping just at the bottom of the hill, and Aquatic M60s is not overcommitting. Smart play from both, but it's going to be that first shot and that first penetration, the first amount of damage.
Onto the flag cap.
We'll have to see
Marsh 166
if they're going to be able
a couple tanks, or at least try to. Commodore's waiting for him, and Bales has fallen. That's
give
one
it a moment. We'll see them move out into their positions. Andy Pan's going far north, and then Fost as Wealth, far to the southwest, already leading his team very, very far ahead.
Are currently retreating in the
I want to
southeast.
see
That is Veggie,
what's going on there.
They just got themselves.
Fosta is now forward in a position, spotting passively.
113 just at the base, waiting for any target to pop up. 07 with the spread. Look at the spread, though. It looks like they're going to try to flanking maneuver as long as it's not
and Marsh
spotted.
is spotted. The Arty is out in the open. One more hit, and he will go down. He's forced to get into cover.
And a hit on Morphic. They came all the way from Andipans, and Fosta tries to land another one, but some return fire coming from Aquatic. Aquatic now recognizes the defensive position they're forced in once again, and if 07 can create not only a distraction from the south, but a couple shots from the north, Aquatic M60 is going to have to connect, move in all together, leaving the 2 and 1 spot completely defensible.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. They need a decisive move. They need to get somewhere, do something against 07's position, because given time, I think 07 will probably be able to execute. Given, but a lack of aggression will probably work against 07. I'm saying if 07 doesn't get aggressive soon, they won't be able to get the damage that they need, because guess what? You're up against heavier tanks.
Yep.
If they're allowed to play a hull down, if they're allowed to get into a solid defensive position, yeah, that's going to work out for the heavy tanks.
Heavier tanks for the attackers, but look at the HP advantage for 07. A couple of those shots landed a little bit earlier, and that will change up any team's strategy when they arrive to steps for the first time. Second battle between the two. Felix now moving closer to the north and swinging around.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that one pans out. Now, let's take a step back and look at how this has gone so far. 07 opened up with an incredibly aggressive move, right? Right up into the middle. They got spotted, though. So give a little nod to Aquatics. Yep. The scouting for them, good enough. They were able to tell what their opponent was going for, and they were able to do something about that. They were able to deal with it. Now, where Aquatic is right now, what is their next move? They don't have a ton of really solid options. They're up against a more mobile opponent. That more mobile opponent is going to probably dictate the way that this battle goes, as exampled by Lidif, who's just moved forward and forced spotting onto Mr. Man, someone who honestly, if he's allowed to sit far back and deal damage, it's awesome. But if he's forced to take damage actually or be out front, it's rather dangerous for him. He doesn't have a lot of options.
Some tag shots between Mr. Man and Endapants. Just a little, hey, how you doing between the two. But no decisive engagement from either team yet. Past the 6-minute mark. Again, the spread from 07 Gaming, if you're wondering why they're so spread out, they have the mobility advantage compared to the more bunkered down heavy tanks from Aquatic M60s.
Yeah, but finally Aquatic is able to get out of the southwest. Looks like they're slowly making their way over to the northeast if they can. However dangerous that is, because, well, once you're off in the north, you've boxed yourself in. Your opponent knows all of the positions that you can play. They play them on their own.
Movement on the north. Coming from the Bat Chats, Dark Ninja, and Veggie, and Felix in the I-7. They see Commodore. They're going to fire 3 shots. Over 1,000, 1393 damage. One more hit, he will fall, and they're going to back up before they take any more damage. Smart play coming from Aquatic, but they do not want to overexert themselves. Veggie is hit. He can't get the repair, and he falls.
And remember, that is the Batchat 25T AP, so the tier 9 version there instead of the tier 10.
Yep.
Slightly less costly than a Batchat at full tier 10, but still hurts quite a bit. It's a nice, fast little medium tank. That halfway between a 1390 and a Batchat is kind of what you think about. And a sick air from Dark Ninja. Got to give him credit there.
Sick air indeed.
Yep. And he will not, I think, be able to make the jump on this one, if I'm correct. But he is going to try and get up into a high ground. No, he's going to be able to make it. So there's a Batchat up in the high ground. Morphic, though, being torn apart.
He is taking damage from all sides. 2 more hits and he'll fall.
Those are bounces, though. It's 2 of them.
One good one, he'll go down, but he's going to fall back. And that 113, that shot went just over.
You have 113 strong armor able to save him for now. But whether or not he's going to be able to keep this one up is the big question, because 07, like you mentioned before on hit points, they're still up on hit points, even though they've got the lighter, faster lineup. But Aquatic has really dropped the ball in keeping some of their tanks alive. They lost Marsh, 166. They didn't need to lose that. That was their artillery piece. And then they lost their scout. So it's a rough place for them because they're down on numbers of tanks, down on hit points, position as well.
Down on numbers, down on hit points, down on time. Less than 4 minutes for 07 to continue to defend, or for Aquatic M60s to either get on one of the flag caps, which it looks like flag cap number 2 they're heading towards.
It's a viable choice,
Yep.
They could go for this. At the same time, you have Dark Ninja in the far north. They've left him behind as, I guess maybe you could call him flank fire. He's going to have an alternate lane of fire, be able to shoot at tanks that otherwise the rest of his team's not going to be able to. And if, he's spotted actually, he finds Lidif.
Here's the engagement. They know the tanks are on the flag cap now.
This is dangerous, though. If Dark Ninja isn't careful, he will end up finding himself taking fire from not 1, not 2, but maybe even 3 or 4 tanks. And this is the time when he could find himself really squandering the position that he took the time to get into.
Yeah, now time is not on 07 Gaming's side as long as Aquatic M60s are able to keep this flag. You'll notice the positioning right now. Mr. Man and Bales in the back trying to get that cover fire over Morphic and Felix 7. They're two tanks that have taken a lot of damage. If they do fall, maybe it'll pull 07 out into the open to land a couple long-range shots. And Foss is trying to turn that corner to get some scout information along with Rox. And there's a beautiful shot from Morphic that does over 360 damage.
Yep, and then the follow-up, Mr. Man, able to get it in the S-Tank. Now this is where we're going to see the S-Tank shine as the engagement has begun. Batchets are moving in. See Mr. Man focusing on Warbander, deciding what target shall I choose? And it looks like they're going to go for Warbander.
Warbander, one shot left and he'll fall, but Felix falls before he does. That's concentrated fire coming from 07. Aquatic still has the hit point advantage, and they'll continue with the advantage. 07 almost loses another tank, but Rox is able to get the secured kill against Dark Ninja. It's 3 against 2. Hit point advantage still in favor of Aquatic, but the DPS in favor of 07. They have to land the shots. Every bounce will hurt them.
And a blind shot from Mr. Man. He does not see Makos, but fires, gets the hit. Makos 466 for hit points. So from that fight, the only thing that salvaged it for Aquatic is that they had Bales not taking a lot of damage, and Mr. Man in the S-Tank able to deal plenty, getting not 1, 2 kills, and then 2 shells connected into tanks.
It's time to get off that struggle bus, show up, and blow up for Aquatic M60s. They're getting on the flag cap, and 07 has 3 tanks over there too. However, the armor, the hit point advantage, it's the mobility versus the stoic tanks on the flag.
I don't want to burst your bubble though. Sorry, I almost called you Rockstar.
Oh, it's all good.
Clutch.
I'll take it as a compliment.
All right, fair enough. Here's the problem. With 1 minute and 11 seconds left, and with 30 seconds on the cap,
and 1 reset,
you don't have to send every tank from your team as the defender to reset the cap. So 07 should be able to win this unless they make a huge mistake. So they have every reason to win. They're going to use all 3 tanks, but they can just run away if things get rough.
Mr. Man trying to line up the shot against Andapants. As soon as Andapants reveals himself, he's going to take the shot. He may take a hit for the reset, and they're going to have to destroy the tanks. He does take a hit from the other side. He is not locked in for the shot, however, he does get it, and he hits his own teammate from behind. Bales trying to move up to secure a tank destruction, and unfortunately, that's going to be Mr. Man falling in. Bales is the last tank left alive. Marcos and Andapants have the shots. 1 miss from Andapants. 1 more long-range hit against Bales from Makos, and that's going to be another victory for 07 Gaming. Only with 694 hit points to spare, the mobility wins out against the Stoic defenders.
Yeah, I got to give it to them right there. 07 played it cool, calm, collected. They understood where their advantages were and didn't squander them. I liked the way that they reset cap. They decided, okay, we have to reset this. Yes, we're going to lose out, but the game's time now. It's all about the time. We're going to be able to delay this one way or another. If you have 3 Batchats up against 2 tanks, they can only look so many directions. And of course, the cap point itself is in a nice little defilade. So you put yourself in a bowl. You're practically just... Fish in a barrel is almost too close to reality in this one.
Well, I think that would fit just fine for 07 and
Aquatic, Aquatic M60s.
Yep.
Yeah, it works out. But got to give it to him. Aquatic played this rather well. I have to give him credit. The S-Tank performed admirably, and in every other respect, you did have solid tactical play. You just had much stronger responses from 07. They just played better on every front.
Now, we were talking a little bit earlier about the decisions that are made, and we were noticing that offensive posture that Aquatic M60s put on flag cap number 2. They had their lower HP tanks on the flag closer to the enemy, and their tanks with higher hit points were up above.
Absolutely.
Taking a look at the stats, let's see how the performance measured out between the 2 teams. Andapants up top with that Batchat 25T. Beautiful damage over 3K.
Yeah, and then following that, the S-Tank, we got to see him shine later in the game. Mr. Man dealing 3,400. That's 3 kills, 85% accuracy. Got to give it to him. Mr. Man's someone to always follow, especially on Fantasy. Now, Leadif's a major performer for his team, putting up 86 points for Fantasy with only 1,000 damage. He played the scout role that battle. It's where you'll see if those Fantasy points spike. That's a tell of who was maybe the scout or who maybe did put cap pressure on, something that wasn't just damage.
Yep, information is so key in World of Tanks, especially how fast moving these tanks can be. After the 5-minute mark, when you're trying to cap a flag, they move pretty quick.
Oh, yeah. So watching out for this one, we're moving on now Proc. So
Okay.
Pro Rovka, another open map, place we'll see S-Tank, a place that we'll see Again, more Batchats, maybe a Kronwagen. We might see IS-7s coming out. And do you remember back in the day when we would see the train tracks?
Oh, I remember.
The West Side Story, East Side Story, to see them split. Very much what to expect here today as well. So very often you'll see one team go northwest as the defender, or maybe slightly less often they'll go to northeast.
With the usage of these tank destroyers, though, as we saw in the previous match, have we been seeing any hill play coming out of Prohorovka?
Ah, you're asking about like the way that they'll switch it up over there.
Old school way.
So a little bit less on the hill play. The hill seems to be too far out of the focus points of the map now to play as much of a role. However, you wouldn't be wrong to say that you could see it up there. We've seen more often like a grill, but the S-Tank, maybe. We shall see. We shall see.
We shall see.
And as we're getting ready, we're about to go into the next battle. They're just doing the countdown right now. But on proc, S-Tank, very likely. It's becoming more and more popular. And then as far as the way it plays into most of the strategies, all it does is enhance them.
Yo, this feels like riding a bike. Like,
yeah.
It's not even missing a beat. I'm looking at you going like, wow, we've had conversations like this for years.
Yeah.
And it's almost been, I think it's been at least a year and a half since
the more
I've
it changes,
tanks.
there's so many things that just stay the same.
I think that's life, folks. That's a good life lesson here. And we're just about ready to jump into Prohorovka, one of my favorite maps in World of Tanks. We've seen many a battle, not only in the North American side, but from our international teams. We've seen some serious matchups here. I look forward to what these two teams are going to bring. In the lead, we still have 07 Gaming. What's their lineup, Randall?
All right, from Aquatic M60s, we have an IS-7 Kronwagen, 2 Batchats, 2 S-Tanks, not just 1, 2. And an RU-251 from 07, we're going to be having that IS-7 Kronwagen, 3 Batchats, a Grill 15.
Grill!
Hits super hard, hits hard. And then Fosta playing a 1390. So you are going to see a little bit of that traditional scout play from a 1390. We'll see how Fosta makes his opening run.
Like Grill 15, German tank destroyer.
Oh, yeah.
Looking forward to see how it's going to perform on this classic map in World of Tanks.
All right, so opening scout runs. Morphic spots Fosta, same back and forth. So both scouts needing to back off or else risk taking quite a bit of damage. It's very dangerous to keep your scout run going like Fosta is, especially after you've been spotted the first time. That S-Tank could just sink one perfect shell, and Fosta might be in a tough place for the rest of the battle. I do notice that he's got himself set up for Super Scout.
Yeah.
Coated optics and binoculars and a camo net. So he's going to go find a bush somewhere, and he's going to go chill out for a bit.
Makos has found a little hiding place himself, and he's landed a couple hits against Felix 7. Another one. Felix is hurting. He's got to get out of there. He's one shot away from falling. Can they get him? He falls back behind the bushes, and it looks like no dice from 07 Gaming for getting the first kill, but that's going to be a significant advantage for the team that's in the lead.
Oh, yeah. This is huge. The Kronwagen, usually you depend on it to succeed in hold down, but I got to give to 07. They understood. This is where Kronwagens go on proc now. How do we counter them out? Their turret's too strong. How do you deal with that? Well, let's find the crossfire, set it up, and deal the damage. Now, they didn't get the kill, but do you think that Kronwagen's coming back anytime soon?
I think that Kronwagen is just going to be sitting steady for a little bit, but look how close 07 Gaming is. Well, slightly approaching the north ever so slowly, and then the IS-7 is moving. Now they're starting to move north.
Yeah, they're getting there. It just takes a minute when you've got the slightly heavier lineup.
Yeah, and we have to climb that huge hill. But we were talking about hill play a little bit earlier, Randall. That's what 07 Gaming is favoring, at least in that quadrant. But Felix, if he can hang back and escape for a while, that could lead to some hubris from 07 Gaming trying to chase him for the kill.
Exactly. Keep your gun in the game. Don't die. Stay in the back. Let someone else on the team maybe take a few hits, and understand that you can still contribute to your team. Understand that Felix probably will die if he decides to hang out front like he has been. He's got to, rotate into the back and let someone else take the lead there. Feel my potato in the IS-7 is a great choice. And here's the push. Off of that hill, there's Makos, Rocks, Fosta. Looks like only Fosta's going to go out ahead, as he is, looks like he's not spotted. But will he take fire is the big question. Looks like he's only going to get spotted rather late in that push. And
Bit
so
of a spread from 07 Gaming moving up to the north.
And with that, you should see the rest of 07's tanks kind of shift a few meters forward, take advantage of the distraction that Fosta creates in order to find targets that are going to try and force Fosta out of his position.
Let's look at the positioning right now of Aquatic M60s. Their tanks are a bit spread out, still in high key defensive position, so they're able to cover the flag caps. But as soon as 07 Gaming is able to engage against any one of these tanks, I feel that Aquatic M60s cannot move fast enough to engage with them.
I think you are going to see some trouble, and we've decided to bring up a little bit of telestration right now to kind of create an example. Kronwagen in the middle is very weak, but he does have a Bat Chat that can move all the way to the south or towards the middle of the map to support. And that's where the brunt of the counter push will come from, as that IS-7 as well will be joining. So what happens is, as a response, Aquatic will take their tanks and push into the middle and pressure the 2 cap. That's if the cap gets pressured. If not, you see these S-tanks way up north? Those guys are ready to deal so much damage. All you have to do is get spotting, and they're going to tear things apart. Because they're impossible to spot, they deal more damage than they're going to take, and on top of that, they'll bounce plenty of shells from where they are. So every reason for Aquatic to want to leave this a little open for 07 to push in, because it's a trap. They just want him to go this way and die.
Patient play from both teams. Marsh 166 had no shots lining up as he's trying to cover the northeastern side from a bit of a long range. Shots fired coming from Fosta, no dice.
He's blind firing, trying to see if he can recon by fire. If anything, if his shell doesn't keep going through the bush, then he knows there's something there.
It's always a good educational video that came from you, Randall.
Oh, blind fire?
Yeah, blind
fire.
fire.
Oh gosh, talking about ruse clues back in the day.
Ruse clues, folks.
Oh gosh.
Hashtag ruse clues.
Oh, that's coming back now, isn't it? I'm gonna see that on my Twitter feed tonight.
You two are like, hey, let's bring it back.
It's like, oh gosh. Kid style pieces are fun to do, but when you look back at them, you don't want to show them to your girlfriend's parents.
Well,
sorry, we're not getting into dating advice here. We're not going there tonight, guys. I'm sorry to disappoint the fans at home.
No, Fosta did take a hit a little bit earlier. Say, don't be embarrassed for the things that you love or you're passionate about. Veggie, hanging out in the bushes in this little forest next to the river.
This is going to slow down for a minute. It's all up to Fosta. He's the one going out and doing some spotting. He's looking for anything. And as you can see, we're currently watching the POV of Fosta. It's a newer feature that's come in.
I love it. I love the HUD. I love the white reticle.
Yeah, it really stands out, doesn't it?
Yep.
And also, we recently got the outlines in again, so you can actually see, when we're aiming through bushes. Now, here is some part of the engagement.
There's some action. Here we go. Felix not in the fight, but somebody else is. It's Morphic, and he falls. Makos takes a little bit of a hit on the side, but he's going to back up.
And he is going to take about 635 just to get that kill. Probably worth it, though, as there's no one who's going to be able to make him pay for that. And that's going to be a major scout down for Aquatic M60. So they had that RU-251 there just to kind of spot what was going on in the area so that the S-Tanks could play their game. Because the S-Tanks, their job is to deal tons and tons of damage. The RU's job is to get the spotting so that the S-Tanks can deal tons of damage.
Oh! My goodness, 103B is gone.
And so, with that, Mr. Man's got himself another kill, and Fosta's done. So now we've got the hit squad, Makos, Rocks. They're looking for Veggie, the other S-Tank. And I believe they're about to find him, if by accident. And they're going to have to see what they can do as there's the first hit. Rocks is going to take some damage, and Andy Pants has shown up as well. So 3 Bat Chats to take down a single S-Tank. There he goes.
Yep, bye-bye Veggie.
Yep, now Mr. Man taking damage. I'm liking this support fire. 07 is just tearing apart the positions from Aquatic. It looks like they read him like a book.
And they've been able to paint their targets and stay on top of them. Even though it's been 3 against 1 or 2 against 1, they've secured the kill, taken minimal damage, and then got the heck out of there. Another shot fired, though. That was a hit against Andipans. But 07 Gaming, 9,155 HP against 6,352 for Aquatic M60s. They're not out of the fight yet.
There's 2 minutes and 40 seconds. 2 minutes and 40 seconds for Aquatic M60s to hold on and defend this, right? So that is an interesting point. Still possible for Aquatic. They have to hold off 07. They need to slow them down because guess what? They're organized. The Bat Chats are together. The rest, I'll say the rest of the gang is together. The IS-7.
Ledif and Warband are the 3 amigos pushing up against Feel My Potato in the I-7. 2 more shots and he'll fall. That's a missed shot from the I-7, or it looks like could have been a bounce. 1 and 2 from Warband, they get the kill. 3 tanks left alive for Aquatic M60s against 6 on 07, and they are spreading out to find their next target.
Yeah, and that's going to be Marsh 166 trying to escape, but, well, that's not going to work out too well. Actually, at the same time, we've got looks like, yeah, Mr. Man is squaring off right now up against Makos, and he's able to take down Rocks. I think 07 may have forgotten about him, or I'm not sure exactly what's going on there because, well, he's still alive. He's going to try and wiggle, see if he can live a little longer.
Still in that fight.
Oh, he's actually, no, he's taking Makos on. He's actually 1v1ing and winning this. There needs to be support fire.
He's going to be reloaded before Makos, but will it be enough to kill him? It's not. 388. Mr. Man's got one more shot. He needs to land it for the kill.
But where is the support from 07?
Dark Ninja trying to move up from Aquatic to get the shot behind Makos. Mr. Man still doesn't have a shot yet. But here comes Dark Ninja. Can he get there in time?
He's not going to be there in time. Makos is going to go down. And Mr. Man, while exposed, should be able to escape with his life.
Less than a minute. 20 seconds left on the flag cap. Aquatic has got to land a shot for the reset. Ledev takes down Marshall. Dark Ninja tries to line it up. He fires for 354.
That's it. That's a reset. 30 seconds put back on the clock. If a little bit more delay can come in here, that could be victory. Aquatic has a chance to hold on to this. It's getting thinner and thinner by the second.
Dark Ninja, instead of trying to fire from far away, he tries to push in but gets killed by Commodore. That's 15 seconds left on the clock. Mr. Man has to get at least one reset. He's too far away.
It looks like he's decided to give up, actually, at this point. It's over for him. He knows he can't make it in time.
Trying to save that silver. Ooh, shot fire from Andy Pants. Doesn't land. Mr. Man fires back.
Andy Pans, will he be able to even get the kill shot? He does, just as Cap finishes.
Dang.
Double whammy. 07 just rubbing it in at that point. That's going to be a win on Proc. Battle number 3 for them.
All right, well done, 07. But we've seen this before, folks. We've seen 07 be in the lead, and then Aquatic M60s come back in the tiebreaker and get the victory. So don't count them out yet. Anything is still possible here as we stay on Prohorovka, switching sides now.
Yeah, this is a chance for Aquatic. They can come back. This is their chance on, it looks like, on attack. So what we saw on steps, I think, I'll return to that. What I saw on steps on attack from Aquatic was respectable. I liked where it was going. I liked what I saw. It was everything that we want to see from Aquatic.
Yep.
07 has been playing this just solid. I have to say that. Like, there's nothing wrong with the plays that they're making. There's maybe some notes about leaving those S-Tanks alive up in the Northeast. Mr. Man able to deal, how much damage was it last battle? Way too much.
A lot.
A lot. It was 3,600 actually, to be exact. So, yes,
goodness.
Mr. Man led the way in that battle. 07 let him live a little longer than he should have. That gave Aquatic a chance in the battle, and they weren't able to pull it through. 07 is just playing this correct. Everything about their play looks like this is the 07 we want to see. However, Aquatic is just not meeting them halfway.
No, they're not. But Aquatic M60 have taken a timeout. Good time to do it when you're down 0-3.
Actually, good note right there. That is a timeout called by Aquatic. They get 1 extra minute between battles. If you call a timeout, it says you can take a break, take a breather. That's the extra time that you have allotted. You get 1 of those per match, and that's a best of 9. And of course, Aquatic's known for going to all 9 in a best of 9. This is their thing. They go to tiebreakers. It's what they do.
Well, that's what they want. I mean,
yeah,
they want the fantasy points.
Oh, yeah, you got to get those fantasy points. Actually, last season, I think Aquatic players were almost of the 10 players on the roster, I think like 7 of them were the top 15 because of fantasy points. So that's how often they went. There was almost no one competing with them for fantasy points.
Just have to harken back to that age-old question, Randall. When we first started commentating World of Tanks and the changes that happened with Artie, with SPGs, and now we saw the inclusion of an SPG in this matchup, is it still considered playing on the back foot whenever you bring an SPG to the table?
Yes. Okay. Very often, yes. There are maps like Mines where you can get away with that. Lorraine is
my favorite map. Mines.
I still love it too, dude. So Mines is always great, and it's better now. That's all it is. Mines is just made better. So Artie has some viability. The question is, it's RNG a little bit.
It is RNG, yeah.
It has a variance in there. I'm not saying anything about RNG there. I'm just saying when you bring an artillery tank, you know there will be variance in performance. It doesn't matter how good your RD player is or how organized your team. Even with 10 minutes in a battle, there's a chance that you'll just miss a shell that you need to land. Yeah. And if that happens, that can be the difference between victory and defeat.
Well, a lot of tank players that watch this program and go, I would never bring an Artie. Why does everybody... Well, not everybody, but why do people bring an Artie? There is a strategy for it.
Yeah.
There is a strategy for it. It takes a little bit more intense scouting and maybe a little bit more luck, but as soon as you land that shot, and if you're lucky enough to do a significant amount of damage, that can destroy the morale of the enemy so quickly. And even if you're down and you're able to land that shot, then get a victory, they go, okay, this is going to happen a second time, but it could. So
no, that's it. That's the game changer.
Yeah.
Artie is all about that. You're trying to just get that one hit here or there that changes everything. Because if you hit a position with an artillery tank, which is, I guess you can call a force multiplier, which is a tank that can help one flank and then the other. TDs, tank destroyers, do this in one way, but not nearly as flexibly as an artillery piece. And so, yeah, if it pays off, it's great. If it doesn't, very often you've just lost out on a crucial tank that could have been doing something else more useful.
Well, we have one team inching closer and closer to a revenge match victory. 07 is up 3-0, and they will be defending on Prohorovka against Aquatic M60s. What's a tank lineup, Randall?
Well, look at this. We've got Aquatic M60s with 3 Kronwagens, 2 Batjets, an S-Tank, and an M4043. So we were just talking about Artie. Let's take a little masterclass in just a moment with those. 07 is going to take 2 IS-7s, not 1, 4 Batchats, and an RU-251. So both lineups right now, this says aggressive from 07. But
I agree.
From Aquatic M60s, that could actually just be as defensive as possible, but also they're on attack.
They are on attack. That aggression, however, could play to their favor if that's the card that 07 Gaming is going to play. However, again, recognizes the advantage of the defenders. All they have to do is hold out for 10 minutes and they'll get the score victory. Aquatic M60s have to either destroy the enemy or capture a flag.
Exactly. Now, we do have the S-Tank from Mr. Man watching the middle. Looks like he goes for a shot, hits Fosta for the opening counter scout. That's something I don't see anymore. You do not see that, where people just actually line up, wait for the scout run in the beginning of the battle.
Get the shot,
deal some damage. That just, the level to which that doesn't happen, that, seeing it now it brings me back. It's nice to see, but you end up wondering, wait, why don't we see that more often? Fosta knows, he's an old school scout.
Yep.
This is something that he's gotten used to not having to worry about. No one ever tries to counter out your scout runs.
It's an old route, sir, but it checks out. I was just about to board him. All right. We have Aquatic M60s with a bit of a spread toward the south of the map. They, again, are on the attack. It's up to them to push through, destroy their enemy, or capture the flag. 07 knows this. They're hanging back, even though Fossa took that hit earlier. It's a bit of the waiting game until we're able to find out if Aquatic M60s will push forward, try to find that scout tank once again to get the kill, or will 07 use that scout to see them coming and just wipe out the attackers wave by wave. It's a bit of a game of patience here at the beginning.
But we'll see what Aquatic has in store for us as we listen in to their comms.
Oh, that seems far more reasonable to me than...
Okay, well, Marsh, how about you get in the bowl?
I would bring I would bring Dende over here too, but...
Well, Dende, play more like Will.
I think they have someone here.
Oh, Trias.
Are you getting lit, Dark?
No, I'm not.
I'm going into the bowl.
Maybe
Be really careful, Marsh.
I mean, I could go down 0 line.
I'm not even lit.
Well, it'd probably be better for me to go.
I'm not lit.
Okay.
Not lit. There's like no...
Okay, be careful.
I just don't want to overextend on two sides. Like,
I'm okay. I poked here and got lit, so they're playing, and no shots taken.
Ready, Morphic? Felix, is it okay if I rush down here?
Yeah, go. I'm watching. I'm watching like D8, and I can also look at A0.
I'm lit.
I'm lit again.
Just don't take any damage while we clear this.
Not spot.
Not taking any.
Just make sure you
they haven't even shot at me.
Okay, yeah. Once we get Dark up here, though, Morphic, then I want you doing the run along the tracks, okay?
You can even have Dark stay at A0.
Yeah,
just to
I'm
cover
going
more.
to.
No.
Again.
Yeah, just make sure you hug the red line as you go up to the Dark so you don't get lit from A6.
Well, take it really slow, Dark, and make sure...
I'm aimed A0, so like...
I'm not getting spotted from anything over here. Well, that's at the edge of my view range now.
Yeah, it's right at the
I'm about
edge.
to spot A0.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, there's definitely like an RU somewhere in the bushes here, or bat chat.
If there's nothing A0, Morphic, instantly go.
There's nothing.
Okay, go. I'm gonna start looking 6-1.
That seems like I think they're all big turtling up in the B1.
Yeah, well, we need to check to make sure
fine.
they're not here. Just clear it section by section. We got time. Because if they have like nothing in here, we can literally
Heads
just...
up. I'm gonna clear A6
One
and
tank
shit like
maybe
that,
here.
and then I'm gonna run the tracks along the 6 lane to like the RU.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. I don't think he's there anymore. I think if they have anything, it'll be like heavy tanks, like back here. Look at A6 more.
Nothing. I'm still lit over. That means that there's he's out of my
Can the
draw.
Kron in the middle get shots on him? Because then he can just...
Andapans is seen in the sights of Felix. He fires, does not hit.
Ooh, landing just short. Could have led the target a little bit more there and possibly paid off. Kronwagens at the same time are pressuring in the middle of the map while scouting from Morphic is catching out a few tanks, but only Andapans has been spotted right now. They need more spotting. That's Aquatic M60s needs more intel.
As you could hear in the listen a little bit earlier, they were trying to find out where are these tanks so they could land that shot from their artillery. Didn't land, but a little bit of damage was done against Andapans and Fossa so far. Marsh has taken a hit. We're just about to hit the 5-minute mark here on Prohorovka. 07 in the lead, 3-0. Defending against Aquatic M60s.
And you just said it, 5 minutes left. That is dangerous, right? Ooh, nice hit there. 199 on Andapans.
Bit of a glancing blow, close enough to do some damage. Andapans trying to maintain his cover behind the burning train car.
Yeah,
that's a hobo car, we used to call it.
It's thoroughly destroyed at this point. Andapans is pinned in this position. He knows that Feel My Potato, also known as Dendi, by the way. You mentioned that. We mentioned on comms. That's his other name. He just goes by Feel My Potato here. And in just a moment, I think Artie's about to fire.
Yep, he's ready.
And look at that timing. Andapans decides to leave his wreck just in time. And I gotta then give it again, Felix. Playing an artillery well in that, did not blind fire and waste a shell.
Yep, waited 39.51 seconds to reload on this Mamma Jamma. So yeah, you definitely want to choose your shots very carefully.
Exactly. There is, of course, yeah. And this actually brings up a really fun subject, which is when to fire and when not to. Because Artie, you've mentioned really long reload, right? Do I fire and by the next time I have a reasonable target, I'm going to be reloaded, and chances are maybe I deal damage, maybe I don't, but who cares, right?
Yeah. And also the enemy can know, hey, he fired, everybody move!
Yeah.
You have 39 seconds to move.
Exactly.
Pick a place.
No, that's a legit call that gets made too, as well. You'll see 07 if they'd seen an artillery fire, and they were planning to wait for that, they could wait for that. See, already fired. That means one tank is going to be waiting that long to reload. We can probably start an attack. We can do a brief engagement. We can peek over this hill. And we'll know that there's no repercussions for that, at least from artillery.
That chat on the flag cap, a lot of time for that flag to be captured. We're going to see some movement from 07 Gaming here. They are on the defensive side, and they're going to be moving down the 2 line to the south, not sweeping over to the center because Aquatic M60s is set up that way. There's a shot possibly on Andapans from artillery. He's not taking the shot yet. He's trying to line it up. He does fire.
And now Foster's taking a lot of damage. Artie does. Andapans taking damage. And now Morphic moves over at the perfect time and has the lead in damage output. But is going to retreat just in time. And now every tank from 07 as Mako's going down. But they will take down Veggie. Foster as well. Main scout is down. Rox, though, in his batch is still relatively healthy. And that's 2 of the Kronwagens down for Aquatic M60s. They were the major damage dealers.
Artie has 10 seconds left before he's reloaded. The damage dealt against 07 is extravagant. 4,934 compared to 6,503 on Aquatic. But they take a hit. Morphic down to 19 hit points. He's barely holding on there.
Oh, yeah. That's going to be great for AM60s. They really needed this win to bring themselves back into the match. 2 tanks left alive. That's Commodore and Warbender in the IS-7s. AM60s realized we can leave the IS-7s alone. We've got Artie along with our Scouty Batchats, and we can just play this one, guerrilla tactics.
Yep.
Take down 1 tank at a time, deal the damage, put the pressure on. 07's going to make a mistake, or they're going to have an opening, and we're going to capitalize on that. And that's what you saw here.
Warbender, last tank left alive on the side of 07. Just a couple more hits, and Aquatic M60s will put 1 point on the board, and they do it Well done, Aquatic M60. This is not going to be a shutout. They do have some teeth, and they showed it using that arty. And speaking of the Devil, Randall, we were talking about strategies and artillery. We saw some great scouting, awesome usage. That's how arty is played.
Exactly. Put on the pressure. He didn't even have to get all the damage that he, like all those shells that he put out, all those shots fired. They didn't even have to hit Andy Pans. You saw that Andy Pans reacted even though a shell hadn't come in. He knew arty was about reloaded. He knew the shell should be coming in at him any moment. And he decided to leave the position. Don't risk getting shot one more time or getting hit by that arty again. Decide, I'm going to leave. And that arty forced Andy Pants to make that decision. No other tank will force him to move from exactly where he was when that happened. So very uniquely, arty did influence the way that players kind of treated the battlefield.
And you see some of that scouting and some of those hits, glancing blows, some misses. But if arty is close enough, we've seen it destroy tracks. We've seen it do 97% or 97 hit points, a couple hundred hit points.
Take out crucial modules, crew members as well.
It makes a difference. It makes a difference. And there's a final kill, 07. Their first loss against Aquatic tonight. Take a look at those stats. Mr. Man, the 103B with 2 kills and over 3,000 damage.
The S-Tank is just a monster, dude. It just puts out so much damage. And then Warbender shout out in an IS-7, making it to the top of the damage list. Kronwagen from Feel My Potato. Bat Chats as well to fill out the rest, with Nice on down 1,300 from Marsh, 166. Player that's someone to pay attention to. He's definitely one to watch out for. And then Leadif, of course, as well. Major performer for 07 that has not been putting up the biggest points in damage today.
No, and then you look at Felix 7, 9.5 points for fantasy, 100 points for style, using the arty for sure.
Oh, definitely. It's one of those things where, yeah, a lot of players have their own mixed feelings about arty, but it is crucial sometimes to executing on the perfect strategy. And it does bring a certain set of tools to the battlefield that no other tank can compete with.
Yeah, I mean, even thinking about some other sports, you know, you think about the special teams in football, and sometimes they'll have some trick plays, right?
Yeah.
I feel like arty is like that sometimes.
It can
where
be.
It's like, well, arty, I mean, why are they bringing it? Oh, that's why they brought it. That's why they brought it. So now we're going to move on into our next map, which is Mines.
Yep.
My personal favorite.
It's the one we've been waiting for. This is the Decider map. This is the one that AM60s went 17-2 last season. So the losses were outliers, as it were. There were just 2 of them against 17. Their chances to win were pretty much just like, don't play Mines against Aquatic. Just don't do it. But now we're here. They finally got that win on the board.
That's the toughest part about it too, right?
Yeah.
You get a little bit of momentum in your favor. People are like, momentum, what does that have to do with World of Tanks? It does. It's a mental type of fortitude. We got a win under our belt. We could do it again, folks. Let's do it. But now the map is Mines.
Yes.
So, but besides that, though, this is the map for 07.
In a way, yes.
Okay.
I think AM60s, if they show up, and if that win on Proc was anything, looking forward, Mines will be the map for Aquatic M60s.
All right. Mines, a beautiful map, not only to look at, but also to win on. You have that center hill that is the top contentious point for a variety of players and teams, but it depends on the tank lineup. Randall, what do we have?
And for that, we have Aquatic M60s with a 113, 3 Bat Chats, a TVP 5051, Bat Chat 25 TAP, an M55, at 5355, and then on 07, Kronwagen, 2 of them, 2 Bat Chats, 2 grills, and
2 grills,
and 2 M4043s.
2 arties.
Yeah,
what is happening? I've been gone for a year and a half, and everything has changed, Randall.
Well, it has in many, many ways. So
but things have stayed the same as well.
In many, many ways as well. So that 113 just performs in such a similar way to the traditional Russian tank. And it's just a hard, well-armored tank with side skirts. If you put it in the right position, it's going to bounce a lot of shells.
That's that TVP?
That 113 that you see from Morphic on the screen right now.
So the TVP, can you give me a brief rundown? What is the strength of the TVP? What role does it fare?
So the TVP is going to be a tank that plays much like the T69 that you're used to. It fires very quickly, 4 shells, and they don't deal quite as much damage as, for example, a Bat Chat. But what you do is this. Where you have a long reload in the Bat Chat, you have half that reload with a TVP. Where you have a long time between shells in the Bat Chat, you have half of that with a TVP. TVP is like the fast, light version of that. Like, where you can have the note of a phone, like that big version that you're supposed to have like a pen. This is the sleek, tiny little version of that.
Got to have
phone.
a pen and big enough jean pockets for that phone.
Yes.
A little bit of movement, but no shots have landed for either team.
Nope, this is going to be very defensive from 07 to start out. They're going to spread out, send the Bat Chat to the west. Artillery's going to try and get damage where it can. And Aquatic M60s, what they're going to be doing is they're going to be taking their artillery, the M53-55 from Marsh, and they're actually going to be trying to go for counter battery. So blind fire coming out into the backfield of 07 towards typical artillery positions. However, not to what I would call the most typical arty position, which is where you see Fosta now.
Typical arty positioning
Yes.
on mines. I feel like you can write a book about that, Randall.
Like a pamphlet.
Oh, okay.
Like a 7 or 8 page pamphlet.
Booklet.
With pictures, diagrams, lots of diagrams.
Has to have diagrams.
I think
in this.
probably like 3 flowcharts.
What about a Venn diagram too?
Venn diagrams are hard these days because the thing is you want to do something fancier and Venn diagrams are like kind of played out.
We can do red versus blue.
Well,
Venn diagram.
Yeah, you can.
Advantages of the tanks will be a good way to measure the two of them.
It's like they're not in right now.
Sure.
Not stylish.
Sure.
You know?
We'll try in 2020.
Exactly.
We'll
We
see
gotta-
how people feel about Venn diagrams. Let us know. Hashtag WGLNA. What do you think about Venn diagrams? 07 Gaming versus Aquatic M60s. Again, no shots been fired yet. Bit of patient play from both teams as they bunker down in their positions here on mines.
And Aquatic tries to sniff out where that weakness is. They're going to look for it. And once they find some weakness, they're going to exploit it. However, Morphic's out in the open. He is spotted. He may take damage.
Oh, Arty's trying to get on him.
And shot out? No?
Nope. He's
No?
going to wait.
He's waiting.
Ooh, smart play.
I wanted him to fire.
I know, we all did.
I really wanted him to shoot.
But you got to have the strength not to pull the trigger.
You're right. You're right. Just stay strong. And he's going to be watching, actually, for someone to make what we call the zero line run, which is where a Bat Chat's going to follow a very particular angle in order to get himself up into the high ground on the zero line of the mini-map. You'll see that's the vertical on the far right.
I keep thinking of Batman from PvP Super Friends.
Oh, I miss him. I wish he was around still. He was fun to have around. We used to have a player back in the day, guys, that when Clutch and I were doing this about 2 years ago,
2 years
some
ago,
change, a guy named Batman, or called himself Batman, wore a Batman mask on stage while playing competitive World of Tanks and managed to win battles.
Yep. Defeated America and took 4th place at that event.
Yep. Props to him.
Couple shots fired. Aquatic has taken some damage, but again, folks, nothing very significant when it comes to the battle yet. It's just a chipping away of the hit points. 07 has roughly over 1,000 hit points in advantage against Aquatic M60s, but not game-defining yet.
Yeah, we'll have to see how this goes because it's all up to Aquatic. They need to find their room, that one place that they're going to get the hits that they need. And they're trying, but right now it looks like a lot of just recon by fire. They're blind firing various positions on the map. Exampled here, this is Marsh 166 in the M53-55, going for yet another position to blind fire. Now, if he decides to go where he's about to fire, this could be the kill that he needs, because that's half of Fosta's hit points.
My goodness.
Right there. Just landed on Fosta. Does not realize how lucky he just was, because if that had gone a little bit to the right, game over, man.
Yeah, he would have been done. He would have been toast. Mako's trying to get a couple hits against Dark Ninja. No dice. He's going for the reload in his Bat Chat. We're almost at the 5-minute mark here, folks. 07 on the defensive side, in the lead. Not sweating the small stuff here against Aquatic M60s.
And Aquatic M60's not making any real gains yet on a map that's known to be their map. They're supposed to dominate on this. Now, I'll take a note. Just because they haven't won already, just because it didn't take them only 5 minutes, doesn't mean you're not dominant anymore.
We're only halfway there.
Exactly. There's still time left. And
Living
now,
on a prayer.
Oh, watch this one right here. This is... Oh, no. God, Bob Saget. Dark Ninja was supposed to go and make the run. He gets spotted.
Nope. He's going back.
He's got to back off. Fosta lets out an arty shell. A little splash damage right there.
71 HP hit for the M53-55, that little tractor.
And we are seeing just that little bit of back and forth play. This is actually both teams jockeying for control of a crucial part of the map.
Yep.
Those Bat Chats are going around trying to get a jump into a position that it's risky for Aquatic to send some of these Bat Chats into the zero line that they were going towards. However, At the same time, teams have become better and better and better at defending or punishing tankers trying to go into the southwest and southeast and get into the zero line. So there's this big power play happening on the east side of the map currently in the meta, which is just the typical strategies and trends that you see. It's in style right now. We could very easily be seeing west side strategies where people still push down the 1 and 2 line.
Oh, I would always vie for those west side strategies.
But no west side story today. Like it's just not happening as much.
West side across the little island or east side.
We'll see what happens, but we are seeing that kind of transition now.
Yep.
Batchats, lighter tanks from aquatic going to the west.
Going to that one line, getting close to that lighthouse, trying to find an opening through the rocks on a slight elevation on this side of the map. Get some of that crossfire going.
Exactly, and if they can get into a position where they can actually engage across onto that Batchat, onto, I think that's Makos, right? Yeah, Makos. Yep. If they can actually get there without taking too much damage, things should go rather well. Now also, good note, Leadif just took 755. I'm guessing that was from artillery, and now Felix is going to be taking quite a bit of hit points of damage, will be losing Makos, and will 07 be able to punish and kill the AP?
Bit of that crossfire. Bale's able to cruise through and land 2 more shots against Leadif. He falls. Fosta just slightly less than half health, and Andapants is not taking any hits yet.
Yeah, this is a big win right now for Aquatic. This is 2 minutes and 30 seconds left in this battle. Almost 7,000 hit points left on the battlefield for the defenders, and Aquatic has a lot of work ahead of them. They need to get the kills. They're reliant on quite a number of autoloaders. Veggie, Bales, Dark Ninja, Mr. Man, Felix are all autoloaders. So there's only Morphic, who's a consistent fire tank. And if we don't see an engagement relatively soon, we won't have time for anyone to reload for the second engagement, for the finishing kills.
Well, Bales is trying to fire through the smoke, through the center against Warbander. He takes a hit on the side, tries to keep the angle, reducing the damage. One more shot, and there falls Warbander. And there goes Commodore. This is a gang up. Aquatic M60s in the lead. Almost double the hit point advantage. More than double the hit point advantage, and only 2 tanks remain for 07 Gaming. Aquatic M60s on the rebound.
Yeah, that was a surprising moment where it just kind of all came together. You know, everything just kind of fell apart for 07, came together for Aquatic M60s. They got some blind fire that was crucial. Getting it onto damaging Foster really threw him off his game. Already needs to defend. Nice response by Aquatic. They flexed around the map, and you can see it didn't take them long to get the damage, get the kills that they needed. And it's just a matter of time, or at least it should be, before Aquatic's able to finish this
2
game.
tanks left. 1 tank left. No tanks left. That's another victory for Aquatic M60s, folks. We talked about a potential comeback. We've seen it before. It could happen again, but 07 is still in the lead on mines as we're going to move into the next battle.
And it's now 3-2, which means Aquatic, they get 1 more win. If they win both battles on Muravanka, the next map after this one, then we have a chance. However, this is against 07. If 07 can stay tight, if they can stay focused, it's all about that. That's what's going to bring this one back. Because yes, we were talking about it before. Aquatic M60s is just good at mines. They're solid on this map. They know how to play it, and you just saw proof. In a moment, it looked like 07 had the lead. They were going to be just fine, hold on to this as a defender. But no, Aquatic decides just the last 2 minutes, we'll strike, clean this one up.
Mr. Man, over 2,600 damage dealt, 2 kills, 100% accuracy, folks. Take a look at that.
That's
100%.
Nicely played. Very hard to get that in a Batchat because you're just, if you've ever seen the reticle played with it, it's a huge reticle, like playing a 1390, any other just scouty autoloader tank. It just
every time you press a mouse button, please hit.
Yeah, you're hoping about as much as you're trying to make the shot land.
Yeah,
just what happens. And Mr. Man played that appropriately. Good job on him for getting 100%.
I want to jump on something that you mentioned earlier when that match was wrapping up about just the little parts and pieces that came together. It's like cooking your favorite meal, right? Just need a little dash of pepper, maybe a little bit of Cajun, and if it's salmon, you dash a little bit at the beginning, then when it comes out, you dash the rest of it. It's all...
And it all comes together.
It all comes together in the end. It takes patience. It takes patience. People are like, are you really, using cooking to make your point.
No,
Like,
it's a great example. I love it. I love it.
The thing with World of Tanks is you could have the advantage for so long, but as soon as you start moving out of your cover or acting cocky, you're going to get punished like that. And that's where we've seen teams come back because of it. I feel that
slip up just once.
You slip up just once. So I feel 07 is going to maybe not use a timeout now, but think, okay, guys, we've been in this position before. We can't let it happen again. What do we need to do differently, not just on mines, but then also on the next map, which is going to be Moravanka.
Exactly. So Moravanka, the Magical Forest after this one, another rather open map where it's kind of a bunch of houses, no large buildings, no city squares. You're just in the open. Mines, again, this is going to be one more bat chat play, more scouts, more arties. So it's going to be more of the same in many, many ways. Whether or not Aquatic M60s can play the long game is not a question. It is a question of whether 07 is going to fall apart later in the match. Because we heard at the beginning, they expect to go to a tiebreaker or to a long series. They went into this match knowing that Aquatic would not be a pushover. So let yourselves take a loss here or there. Say, yeah, it's Aquatic. That's supposed to happen. This is Mines, right? Don't let that go too far, right?
Yeah.
Don't let Aquatic start walking away with this one when you think that all they've done is bruise you. Just it could very easily get out of control, I guess, is the main point. So watch out as 07.
For sure. And we were listening to the listeners a little bit earlier. You can still hear the communication on between both the teams, but especially in the last one, got to scout, got to find it. And that continual communication is so key for World of Tanks.
Yes.
I mean, there's so much happening with the amount of tanks that are happening on the battlefield, but to know who is where, who's moving where.
Yeah, I actually...
What's the backup plan?
Yeah, I loved hearing that. That was Aquatic M60s we were listening to. That's what you're referencing. And we were hearing calls to clear the area. So very deliberate actions to say, okay, we're getting rid of a scout. We know what's up. We're just trying to get rid of spotting eyes. Then we moved on. I liked the discipline we heard from Aquatic. Can they keep up this battle? I'm going to move on to the tank lineups, though. 113, 2 Bat Jets, TVP, 2 Grills, and an M4043 for Aquatic. 07's got a 113, 3 Bat Jets, 2 TVPs, and the Lorraine 155. That's going to be a fun one to explore in this upcoming battle, as we do have, looks like AM60s on defense and 07 to attack.
We noticed those grills were being used by 07 previously in the change-up, favoring those T5051s. I'm excited to see these tanks in action in combination with those bat chats, but also how they're going to use that 113 on either side, of course. But when you have that heavy tank positioned just in the right place, around a corner, or helping to lead a charge, it sets up the rest of your team when you're able to use that one takes advantage in this matchup, especially on mines.
Exactly. So thing you're watching out for with the Grill 15s, you don't want to take that single shell and leave. You never want to give a Grill the chance to just get that early sneaky shot on you. You need to actually just try and keep them irrelevant as long as you can, because they're going to deal 600 plus damage, and that hurts a lot. They're also very sneaky, as that is then contradicted immediately. Mr. Man getting himself spotted, but we'll deal with that later. So yes, they can get spotted. I got to give it to 07. Good scouting on their end. As you can see, another match where we see posturing up on the east side of the map. So that's what 07's going for. They're going to pressure this side, put a tank on cap. If they can, they'll get rid of Fuel My Potato. In the 113, that's the only consistent fire tank that we're watching at the front. Grill 15's not really armored. It's not also the beefiest tank.
Ooh, good thing Mr. Man moved, because that shell from the SPG would have crushed him.
Well, luckily enough, the Lorraine doesn't have too much splash, so if Mr. Man can stay at the correct angle, he doesn't know exactly where the artillery fossa is, right? He doesn't know if he's directly north, if he's northeast, if he's northwest, so he has to take a little guess, but guessed right in this case. If he can stay arty safe, he'll be just fine, because that Lorraine can't splash too well. But if not, if he takes direct fire, it's going to hurt quite a lot, because his tank is not well armored.
Shot fired, another miss.
Yep.
From Artie.
And Voss is shifting to the east. He understands, I change my position, work on the angle, I'm going to get the damage.
Watching Dark Ninja and Mr. Man here as they're going to continue to hold this spot and try to dodge that Artie as much as they can. Fuel My Potato close enough to 07 to maybe scout through the wall, some proximity scouting, but not close enough, it looks like.
Not quite. Smakos and Fuel My Potato, they'll be spotted, sure, but that's not a huge deal, right? Artie can't get too much damage there.
Ooh, there goes a tree.
Not close enough. Marsh trying and almost getting it, but just a little slow. That's Mako's barely making it away from the explosion, not even looking back, just throwing sunglasses on and saying, peace.
Ledef able to dodge 2 shots.
Not bad. Where are those coming from, actually?
Well, Feel My Potato fired one, but it could have been a ricochet off of Ledef. I couldn't tell where the second one actually came from. Feel My Potato's at the bottom of the hill in Golf 7.
Okay, probably the ricochet. A very common thing to see now is to counter out the position that Ledef is in, because that's considered a jump. It's a position you don't just drive straight up into. You have to know the specific angle and how to approach it. You drive into that position, you're in the high ground, and it's very difficult for opponents to approach you. You're also elevated position, and the high ground is, of course, an advantage. Now, people have started to figure out, how do I counter this? This is dangerous. When someone's up there, all of a sudden, I don't have any cover anymore. So 113's other tanks, you see the 113 from Feel My Potato?
Yep.
Look down in the bottom for him. You see that coated optics equipment?
I do.
That's specifically brought in order to counter out Ledef's position.
And Ledef is getting countered indeed. 857 hit point damage against this tank. Just a bit over half health is what he has left.
Yep, and wonder what Marsh is going to be doing, because Marsh is who I'm waiting for. He's actually not aiming for the hill in the back of the map. He was aiming towards Andy Pants. So focus from Aquatic is to keep those tanks in the middle away. Ledef is less of a concern, I'm guessing, because, well, he's not as immediately relevant as a few other tanks. And he's also so far away. Your arty shell takes quite a bit of time to travel. I don't want to waste time by trying to go for shots that are so much harder simply because they're farther away.
Patient play from both teams. 6-minute mark just past us, and Feel My Potato is still trying to find any type of shots for his team. The rest of Aquatic M60s hasn't even passed the Golf or Foxtrot lines on the map yet, but we see 07 along the Echo line. Further back, we have a couple bat chats. We have the one arty just staying out of position, just staying out of range to get hit.
This is always the frustrating part about mines, too. It's right when you feel like there should be something happening, but everyone's waiting a moment longer, just a moment longer to execute, because they'll always wait till 3 minutes, 2 minutes left, right? They'll never go at 5. And it always frustrates you because you feel like they could, but the thing is they're going to wait that extra 2 minutes, get 100, 200, 300, whatever it may be. Bit of damage that they can, and then they will strike right when they intend to.
And we used to time out. When is the absolute point of no return? And it was about the 3:30 mark for a lot of battles.
Yeah, and it varies depending on what tanks you bring. Because if you bring autoloaders, let's actually move on from this because there might be some action coming. Makos just did what we call the jump into the 0 line, so he's now just getting into the high ground, getting spotted, possibly taking damage, and he only took about, what is that, about 700 in order to pay the toll.
Feel My Potato did take a hit, but the advantage that 07 Gaming now has is they force Feel My Potato away from that position, so that's a little bit more ground that they were able to take over.
Exactly, posturing, as it were.
Now, bear in mind that 07 is on the attack. They're the ones that have to either capture the flag or destroy the enemy tanks. That's why Aquatic M60s can move further behind this cover and wait for 07 Gaming to make the move. And they know 2 things. 1, Makos is up there in that hill, and 2, there's a number of tanks just around the corner ready to push up.
Oh, and Mako's taking a track shot trying to cross an open position. He's going to actually go and try and counter out Dark Ninja, who's on the Aquatic side trying to get into the high ground as well. And if I'm correct, did he successfully get up there? It looks like he almost...
He's trying. He's sliding.
He's having to take cover because Warbender currently is pinning his position. And luckily for Dark Ninja, Lorraine 155.51.
Here's the push.
Faust is not going to be able to do it. That is the push. The collapse, you'll see Makos coming on over on the top of the mountain to cover.
Oh, Feel My Potato misses a shot against Commodore, and Pants takes the first hit against Veggie. They turn their turrets, targeting Veggie. They get the kill. Dark Ninja and the M40 are trying to get a couple hits against Commodore and the rest of 07 Gaming, who is rocking and rolling up that hill, trying to get the kills.
Yeah, and exactly. So right now, 07 has just put themselves right in the middle of every single tank from Aquatic M60s. They have to keep the pressure on. If they can't keep dealing damage, if they can't find a way out, Aquatic is going to eventually just destroy them just little by little, because right now, everything's spread out. Yes, Aquatic can't collapse on this position. They also can't leave. They're kind of stuck doing what they're doing. But 07, it's all up to them. They need to push forward. Andy Pans goes down. They can't afford to lose another Bat Chat.
No, they can't. Aquatic M60s holding the line here. Feel My Potato able to land a number of beautiful shots, while 07 Gaming was distracted by the other tanks that were further to the south. Feel My Potato holding that center line, looking for another shot against Commodore. Fires. Looks like that one was not a hit, but he gets tagged himself for 454 damage.
Yeah, but it looks like Artie's trying to go for a shell. Does not connect onto Commodore. That's Marsh 166. He's going to have to find a better spot. And I like seeing this. We do have Bat Chats. It's that Warbender on the hill, actually.
Oh, beautiful bounce off Feel My Potato, the power of the 113.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it does. Shots fired, one more into Felix, should finish it off, but Lidif isn't just as low as Felix is, so they're both just afraid to look at each other wrong. And that's going to be hill control. Cap points as well, you can see. Going in favor of 07. They're putting the pressure on. They're trying to get Aquatic to slip up somewhere. Just find that one little place.
Morphic trying to get out of there. Look how big that Grow 15 turret is. Trying to turn to get the shots against Commodore and Rocks. Another shot fired from Feel My Potato. He is doing work, son. 1298.
And Warbender takes down Morphic as he tries to take the hill. Good play from Warbender. He should be able to follow this one up. Does get the Felix kill, and he should be able to carry this one on and even take down Feel My Potato. This is solid play from 07. Very delicate, dangerous for them, but Aquatic, no matter how hard they tried, could not out.
Warbender around the corner, tries to get Feel My Potato, lands one shot. Feel My Potato still alive. However, Ledif closes the deal.
Yep, and with 57 seconds left and 23 seconds left on the cap, 07 is going to be able to put point number 4 on the board as we go into Murrow, and I have to give it to him. Always on the edge of my seat when I watch these guys play mines, but I have to give it to him. When it comes down to it at the end of the battle, just the execution was it's certainly impressive.
It was on par.
It was good, man.
This type of execution, you got to think of the difficulty. Not only are you getting shot at, but from what angle, from which position? Is it high? Is it low? That is the beauty of mines, at least when you're seeing teams start to use the meta of get those tanks up on the hills, man, let's push them up because they get that downrange fire. The trouble is when you have Arties, as we see those SPGs, they can target fire on those tanks. But the reverse meta of that is, well, if they're focused on the tanks that's seen, that means we have more opportunity to surround, either push on the east or push on the west, and that's what we saw.
Exactly. I love seeing that. We saw how Artie was able to come into play no matter what. We saw both players going for the shots that needed to, and some very close hits, which we were talking about this earlier too, to kind of draw back to it, is that one shell connecting as an artillery is the difference between victory and defeat. That could have been it here.
Yep. Because
had we seen one of those Bat Chats from 07 go down to an Artie shell early in the game, maybe they weren't able to successfully push. Maybe they weren't able to take the damage that they needed, and Feel My Potato in the 113, gotta give it to him, shout outs, because he does 2,559 damage, putting himself #1 on the team.
And not only did he do that amount of damage, he held the line for such a long time, and he continued to put pressure on the advancing opposite team. Sorry, I was trying to think of what line they're on, but that Golf and Foxtrot line was so crucial for the defenders to hold for so long, but they couldn't hold the whole time. Feel My Potato in that 1-1-3, who was watching for the majority of the match, was trying his best to put on that pressure around that corner, and he was doing some excellent shots and some excellent fire, and was an excellent presence. But as soon as he was overwhelmed, that entire strategy was wiped away.
Exactly, and that's the difficult part about the defender. It's how do you keep the 113 alive when that pressure is coming? So you have to deal with that. You have to put out guns, you have to expose your own tanks in order to defend him, but at the same time, your opponent is trying to figure out every possible angle to make that as difficult as possible. And so, I think 113 did an excellent job as our defender, but it's always going to be a losing job. You're always going to expect that in the end, you're going to fall flat on your face, and you're going to look like you just didn't get to do anything. You didn't get to do backflips and do cool things, right?
Final words are remember me, and then you just hold the line.
Exactly.
For the longest time.
As long as you can. That's a heavy tanker's job.
It
is a miserable job at times, but it is always respected.
Unless you got a battle buddy. That's right. Randall.
Always have a battle buddy.
Boom. We are getting ready for Murovanka, folks. A map I have not seen in quite some time.
Oh, Magical Forest is still magical.
Yes.
The west side is still exactly what it was. A bunch of hills and not a whole lot of tree cover. And then... Actually, yeah, you'll see some familiar bits. You're going to see some familiar bits.
The Magical Forest. That was when we first introduced this map, Season 2, I believe it was. We thought, all right, man, who's going to actually push into the forest if there's fire coming out of it? And then we would see if they just went right into the forest and then got the surround and used the trees as cover to block some of the shots. It was crazy.
And what's great is, like, I love how it used to be a super flat terrain, right? It used to be just trees, 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 as far as, well, as dense as you could possibly get them. Now there's a little road through the middle of the map. There's a few hills and just the right spots. And so what used to be very, very open and very conditional on spotting is now a position where hull down tanks can play. So T-32, like you know, but in this case, it's more like the T-57s or the Kronwagens, right? Those tanks are going to perform rather well in the Magical Forest. But we shouldn't expect to see anything Magical Forest. If we do, it's a 1% of a 1%, right?
Let's take a look at Murovanka as we continue to talk about the different strategies we've seen in this map so far.
Murovanka, a map with a great number of buildings, bushes and trees, amongst which teams hide for most of the battle. The attacking team begins the battle from the top of the village, and the defenders start from the bottom of the map. Both bases are better controlled from the hill near the first base, and from the green in the lower left corner of the map. There are many attack directions. The attacking team often attempts to gain the attention of defenders by putting pressure on the first base, whilst manoeuvring several tanks behind the second base to deliver fire into the defending's flank. Team setups are very diverse, but the players often choose the fastest tanks, even for heavy setups. They could even bring SPGs.
And here we go, Aquatic M60s. This may be their last chance to stay in this match. Felix in the I-7, Kronwagen from Veggie, 2 Bat Chats. And 07 Gaming is going to be bringing a Kronwagen, 4 Bat Chats, and 2 Emil 2s. That's something to pay attention to. Not as common as their bigger Kronwagen brethren.
I want to see this Kronwagen in action, folks. I feel like they're bringing it not just for me, but for you, the people at home. Hashtag WGLNA. Tell us who do you think is going to win. Will it be a comeback or 07 close this out for the revenge matchup?
And this is 07 going to close this one out. I think it's pretty much a done deal. They've got Bat Chats in one column, waiting just behind a hill for the trigger to be pulled. And then elsewhere, we do have the 2 Emils and Kronwagen from Commodore, all waiting to just jump right onto one tank and get the fast cap. Now, note 23 seconds.
They're moving fast. Aquatic M60s were way to the south around the
Veggie.
2.
I don't think Veggie realizes what he's getting into, and I don't think the Emils realize what they might be getting into, as it's, yes, 3 autoloaders versus 1. But will it pay off? Is the big question. Can they deal enough damage? Because Commodore is already on his first reload.
This is a true mettle of any team when things go wrong. Veggie is down, but Aquatic M60s are trying to trade fire against 07. 07 is standing their ground. Emil is taking some hits, and he falls, but Makos takes down Felix 7 first.
And here's the counter push. Fuel by Potato, Morphic, and Marsh all moving in. They're going to focus on the 2 Emils who are currently on their reloads. Won't be able to reload just in time. No, Commodore is going to be able to with the Kronwagen. And focus fire coming from League of Rocks and Makos. They just took out that I-7, turning their attention onto the Bat Chat counter push.
Dark Ninja has one more shot left. Commodore falls. Dark Ninja tries to land one more hit. He does. 437 hit point damage done against 07 Gaming. The hit point difference is just 600, folks. 07 takes another hit, and Marsh 166 moves up to try to close the deal against Rocks.
And here's the important part. Makos is down. Okay. The S-Tank from Mr. Man. He is the game changer here. Consistent fire, has siege mode so he can, be even sneakier on top of firing faster, on top of being more flexible in so many other ways. Against 3 Bat Chats. Bat Chats are all waiting for reloads to happen. So even though Andy Pans to the south, if he can get some hits onto Mr. Man, get the kill, game over. That could be where we see 07 win this. If not, I'm betting this one goes to Aquatic, and we extend the series one more.
They have the advantage. They have the tanks. They have the hit points. And Marsh 166 now has the lead as he's pushing up against Ledif and Rocks. They're just at the base of that hill. They know where they're at.
Okay, and right now, Andy Pans is moving in. He's managed to find the perfect angle. He's now spotted. This is crucial because he was going to try and find Mr. Man and get the kill. 566 hit points. Mr. Man needs 2 shells to die. And, well, that's not going to happen to her.
Here's the push from Aquatic just over the hill. Rocks gets a nice hit. Dark Ninja taking some damage, gets behind. 2 tanks fall at the same time. Ledif is surrounded. Andy Pants, the only hope left of 07 Gaming after Feel My Potato gets the last hit and the kill for Ledif.
Oh, and a nice track shot there from Andy Pants, but no, not going to be fast enough, and that's going to be it.
Aquatic M60s, the defenders, answer the aggression of 07 Gaming and wipe out their enemies. They're still down 3-4, but we've seen them make a comeback before. Could still be the same thing here for the revenge match as we get ready for the second battle on Marovanka.
Exactly, and I gotta say it was the S-Tank. It was Mr. Man in that S-Tank, finding the right position, putting out the damage. Because guess what? When the Batchats, when that autoloader lineup, which was exclusively autoloaders from 07, finally met their first tanks, they didn't have enough shells. People went on early reloads. They took out 2 tier 10s, yes, but the cost, or rather like the amount of time they had to spend completely vulnerable was so large that Aquatic was easily able to take control back.
That's roll to heavy, as you mentioned before, the roll to heavy.
Exactly, and they needed something consistent fire, something that could manage all of these Batchats and all of these other tanks showing up. The S-Tank, for example, something needed to be around, a Russian medium maybe, something like that, to kind of keep putting the pressure back, to tell Aquatic, yes, we're all on reload, but not me. You have to worry about this guy still.
Yeah.
That's what the S-Tank's about. That's what Mr. Man was about, and he showed exactly why he's
100% accuracy, again, from Mr. Man. Impressive.
Nice play. See, this is why we like seeing the S-Tank. Batchats, Feel My Potato, he did his job. 90% accuracy, 2,800 damage. Here's where things kind of fell apart. Veggie in the Kronwagen got torn apart at the beginning, but look at the way the email 2 from Warbender went. He wasn't able to deal enough damage because the engagement was so short that he'd put out 1 shell, and then he's sitting on 3. You don't want to go into your next engagement on 3, so you have to choose to reload. Where we may be able to start really looking close at their actions is saying, should the email 2, a heavy tank that is an autoloader, have reloaded as one of 3 of the same thing? This guy reloads, and this guy reloads at the same time? Or maybe I fired 1 shell, you reload, and you reload. I'll wait till you guys are done, then maybe I'll do something. But until that time, you'd be leaving 3 tanks with 0 defense. 0 way of doing anything about an opponent showing up.
Yeah, it's a precarious situation, right?
Yeah.
And you have to measure the advantages of that choice. Either we push in, we get the surprise, we get the first shots, maybe 1 or 2 bounces off us, and we have the attack advantage, and we carry that through. But as soon as you miss a couple shots, or if a reload goes wrong, or you get hit in a module, all that goes out the window.
It's all game over. Now, this could be game over for Aquatic M60s, who've brought 113, a Kronwagen, 2 Batchats, a Leopard 1, question mark, a Grill 15, and an RU-251. On the other side, 07 has brought another autoloader lineup with 5 Batchats and 2 Emil 2s. This worries me with 07, and worries me also with the Felix and Leopard. I don't get what's going on there. That's weird, because a Leopard 1, I've had conversations with other pros before, and Rocks, in fact, earlier today, in order to bring up some deja vu here.
Yeah.
Is the Leopard 1 is generally a tank that you'd pick a Batchat for to do whatever you needed to anyway, or you could pick a Kronwagen, you could pick a ton of other choices instead of the Leopard 1.
Maybe it's a statement.
It could be a statement. It's
their spirit animal, Randall. They're answering the call.
They went on their spirit walk. They woke up. They had their moment, their ordeal, and now they're back. They have this deeper understanding of themselves.
He said, you know what, man? I'm feeling like a leopard. Let's do it.
Okay.
1-1-3. Morphic down the center, 4 line to the south, getting close to that flag cap 1. The Batchat close to him. Is it Ledif or Ledif?
I say Ledif.
Okay. Ledif just up over that hill. Will he spot him? Morphic is so close.
Not quite. Nothing yet. Not quite yet. And Mako's, I'm going to actually jump over and take a look at him in the bat chat. He's moving away from Morphic as fast as he can. Trying to stay in cover. And he's going to actually... I'm not quite sure what he's actually going for. I thought he was going to stop in a bush in the open, but no, he's going to decide I'm going to just leave.
Ledef did his route. He's hanging back for some cheese and crackers before round 2.
Exactly. Just take a moment. You're aquatic M60s. You know how defenders defend this map. Your job is defending. You're excellent at it.
Defenders defend, yep.
Exactly. So as the attacker, what do? Well, let's take advantage of what we know about defense. So maybe they just slow it down, run and analyze their opponent, figure out the weakness, and then try something. But 07 has shifted position. I like this.
Morphic, I believe, with some blind fire. No, trying to hit that bat chat way to the south. Just shooting it,
No,
bushes.
that's blind fire. You were right the first time.
Shooting
it was
bushes.
Trying to see if there was something passive, waiting. You know, just
look at this.
Just watching from the bushes.
07 Gaming push.
Playing the red line, as we call it.
Yep.
As evidenced by the giant red line. Hanging as far off to the west as they can. Trying not to be spotted, but guess what? Andy Pans and Ledef are spotted. Good job. Good work by, that's Dark Ninja in the bat chat.
Also beautiful work by observers. Shout out to our observers here, giving us some excellent viewpoints for all these tanks on the battlefield.
Yeah, I think shout out Rockstar might be one of our observers tonight because he's off the desk. Which, shout out to him.
Yeah, he's irreplaceable, man. I'm just here as a guest.
It's a pleasure to have you.
This is the Randall and Rockstar show for sure.
Seriously. And for those who might not have been here earlier, actually, the reason you're here is because we got 50 retweets on a little social media.
We did, but unfortunately for 07 Gaming, they've been getting a lot of hits. Fosta and Commodore. Shot to the south. 2 modules hurt for Commodore.
Yeah, if shells were tweets, their feed would be so full.
Ooh, Ledef got a retweet of pain for 489 damage, and here comes a little hey, how you doing from Andipans. Morphic in the center. He's low. First tank to fall, and the advantage of 07 Gaming. They are 1 point away from taking this series.
And after that, we've got the Leopard on cap. Felix forced to back off after taking 1 shell. Marsh 166, that RU-251, that light tank, still not spotted. And it's going to be all up to 07 at this point, how they're going to defend. Because their email 2s are just being torn apart. Fosta being torn apart, trying to get into proper cover, is 1 shell from death, and Feel My Potato has the angle.
Don't want to lose that advantage. Aquatic still has a huge hit point advantage when it comes to the full take lineup, even though they're down a tank. That's the difference of the heavy versus the mobility of the 07 lineup. Rocks got rocked by a shot from Veggie, but it ricocheted into the sky. So that was a bit of stroke of luck for that bat chat.
Oh yeah, that's why bat chats are so sneaky. Is because the angles on their armor are such that you bounce shells that you otherwise wouldn't believe.
I can
because the armor is paper thin all around.
Imagine the frustration.
Oh yeah, it's frustrating to bounce on a bat chat. It feels really good when a shell bounces off your bat chat, though. It's usually right at the worst possible time you could have taken a shell, and you go, "Oh yes, thank you. That would have hit me in the ammo rack, and that would have sucked because I already used my kit."
Mr. Man waiting for an opportunity to fire. Here's one against Commodore. Lines up the shot, 739 damage.
And
the beauty.
Dark Ninja follows it up too. Great concentrated fire by Aquatic M60s. Same thing coming out of 07, but this is Aquatic waking up a little bit more later in the series. I have to give them that. 07 is still focused. They're still on point. So both teams have done their work. Both teams are still here. No one's given up yet.
Feel My Potato gets hit for 369. Ledef sees a shot. Another shot rings past him, but does not ring true. Another one for 351. Feel My Potato's in a bit of precarious situation. Dark Ninja falls back slightly, trying to cover his friend. Map assault. 1 minute and 10 seconds left for the capture. Another shot from Dark Ninja to cover the retreat of Feel My Potato. Ledef is on the chase, though.
And Feel My Potato barely making it out. He is still lit, keeping himself on the high ground. Takes 435 as a goodbye present, and he's going to slip away, hopefully never to return as far as he's concerned, to the north side of the map. That's going to force Aquatic M60s to shift their attention towards the south, where they've got 45 seconds for 07 to figure something out as a response. Marsh 166 sits in the open, and 07 is just now moving their bats from the north back around to the south, and then we'll get some spotting on Marsh right on cue. Marsh is spotted, and that should be Makos going
There's
for the
a hit, 458. Makos gets another one, 796 total. Marsh still on the retreat, not able to fire back for really any damage. And Makos, he did take a hit, but look at the advantage now.
Completely worth it.
Completely worth it.
Yeah, he resets Cap. He forces Marsh to back off. Yes, he takes a shell.
Ooh, bounce off the RU-251.
Nicely done. Now Marsh does do something I have to appreciate, which is as the scout, it looks like he was going to back off and just leave, right? He made it look to 07 as if he was done. Oh, I should mention now that the Leopard just got blown up completely. He went from 700 to nothing. Doesn't even look like an ammo rack. So focus fire, amazingly done. Execution.
That was pretty quick. 07 now has the advantage by 600 hit points. The Kranwagen, Veggie, from far away, trying to look for a shot from long range, but I feel Aquatic not being totally together now is allowing 07 Gaming to start to pick them off one by one.
Possibly. You could say that. But it's a matter of the next tank that goes down.
It is because they could be lining up the long-range shots as well, trying to bait them into an open field to get those to get at least one or two against them.
Exactly. So it's if we see Foster go down, then after that we'd want to see Rocks go down. If you're talking about tanks to knock out like Dominoes for Aquatic, but 07, if we do see 07 go for some counterplay, that would be highly irregular. They should be holding position and just about staying static. So yeah, it's up to Aquatic to make the move and figuring it out. But 07's been squirrely. They've been moving around, they've stayed mobile, they've stayed focused, they haven't let anything get too far away from them, and they haven't made any, I should say, overly risky decisions so far.
Minute left on the flag cap for base 2. That's still in control of Aquatic M60s. 07 Gaming doesn't have to rush or panic yet. They have a bit of a spread on the western side of the map.
Yep, and right now I want to note...
21 seconds now.
Yeah, now we jump over to
13
Lidif.
seconds.
Lidif is moving into the backfield. We're going to see a delay coming out from one of the tanks from 07. At the same time, once the delay happens, we're going to see probably Lidif come into the backfield, but Feel My Potato is dead. Dark Ninja should be the next... Yes, reset onto Marsh as well, so no cap points matter at all. This is over. Aquatic M60s just took a huge risk, put 3 tanks on cap, and they are going to suffer for it. Because guess what? It doesn't matter that Marsh is still on cap. Lidif has found Mr. Man in the backfield. Andy Pans has come to back him up. There goes the RU. Mr. Man fires, but guess what? He's on a pedestal. He might as well be on a literal silver platter because he's about to get completely just devoured.
And his teammate Veggie is too far to support. He's going to push up towards the flag cap. He's the only tank left alive with 2,000 hit points. 07 Gaming has plenty of tanks to surround, fire, and destroy. The one remaining teammate of Aquatic M60s that's still in the fight. Couple more hits, and that's the game. That's the series. That's the match. 07 Gaming takes it 5-3 against Aquatic M60s in a stunning fashion. The reverse revenge between these two teams.
Gotta give it to them. So Aquatic M60s, yes, they fall a second time to 07, but 07 looks dominant. I have to give it to them. There's nothing about that gameplay I didn't like. I felt like there were some parts, maybe there's some criticisms we can give, feedback even, but overall, I didn't see anything that was a majorly bad decision.
No, I feel that Aquatics was able to fight when they needed to fight, and unfortunately they got overwhelmed more often than 07 Gaming, but they showed their teeth. They showed the advantages that they had in certain areas, and they were able to exploit it. And that is what's going to continue to build them up as a team and get better throughout the season. So this is a growing experience, a learning experience for them.
Exactly, because the thing is, Aquatic M60s, to put it in perspective, is at the bottom of the standings currently. 07 is closer to the top. So when you see a scoreline of 5-3, and by the way, in a battle that at one moment could have gone either way, 07 or Aquatic M60s, it was just the risky play by Aquatic on attack, their weaker side, that didn't pan out for them.
This is the moment I want to talk about. The 3 tanks on the flag cap. Your thoughts? Is this overdoing it? Should they have had one of the tanks go around and use the cover in order to shoot
Hail Mary.
the attacking tanks?
Hail Mary. That's all this is. This is a Hail Mary. You're hoping that for some reason 07 does something just a little bit too aggressive or isn't ready. They're shifting position at the wrong time. Something. You're hoping something goes in your favor when you go for a fast cap like Aquatic M60s just did against 07 in that last battle.
It was only about 4 seconds away from them securing the victory as well.
Exactly.
Well, they would stay in the fight.
You're right. It was mere moments away. And the reason that almost worked was not because they put 1 tank on it, not 2, 3, all 3. It caught me off guard. It got you off guard a little bit.
It caught 07 off guard, too. If they missed a couple of those shots or there's a couple lucky bounces, for sure, this would be a different score.
And looking at the post-battle stats, this is a post-match stats, actually. Mr. Man leads the way. If you picked him up, good job. He played the S-Tank all night, and that tank is paying off in just volumes.
That's what the fantasy people want. Yo, S-Tank, S-Tank, S-Tank all day. All day.
Just make it rain fantasy points. And gold, because you can win a Type 59. And also weekly gold prizes as well.
That's why you want to sign up for fantasy, folks. That website is WGLNA.gg.
WGL.gg.
Oh, that's right. / fantasy WGLNA.
Exactly.
There we go.
This is his first day back on the desk, by the way. We didn't prep him any time before today.
Nope.
Good job.
That was all off memory. WGL.gg / fantasy WGLNA. A lot of people have been really loving the website and how the fantasy team works. So shout out to the people that have been putting that together. And it's definitely fun. It's definitely fun not only to see how these teams perform, but the individual tankers. And I think some of these teams at the end are going to go, all right, who's a free agent? Yeah, we're going to pick up this guy, this guy, and this guy.
You got a little resume going on the fantasy side. Well, Josh, real quick, I am told that we have a winner's interview.
Oh, great.
So we have 07 back on the show. We'll be having them join us in just a moment. Sir, you've taken off your wetsuit. I'm guessing...
only half.
Oh, only it's hard to get off.
It's too much of a production to do it mid-match in case for some reason they need to throw me in if we have multiple power outages.
It takes a little while.
But it's nice and warm. It's not quite as dry as it used to be, but...
Meadowhawk, when you wear it, do you feel like you can fight crime?
No, not this one. Maybe back 17 years ago when it properly fit me. Yeah, but
it fits
definitely not tonight.
Hey, I want to ask you about that last battle on Morovanka. Did you expect them to throw all 3 tanks onto that Hail Mary type of encounter? Did that throw you guys for a loop to see how fast that timer was going down?
It was pretty sketchy. We had to audible our play, what we were going to do originally, and it's hard because obviously we knew they were going to go 2-cap with that lineup. I believe Ledif saved the day there in the back. He managed to get a lot of resets from where he was at, which was probably a big game saver. But, man, this game, like I said at the start, hold your breath because it was back and forth.
It definitely was back and forth. We saw that first victory on Prohorovka against your opponents, and then they took another game on Mines. Tell me, what was happening? What was the chatter going on your team when you suffered those losses?
The mine stuff, we had a couple errors. But obviously, I mean, everybody knows AM60 is really strong on mines. So we were just hoping to maybe take one away from them, but we didn't. I mean, obviously, had we done that, we would have been in a better position going into Murrow, but
well,
it is what it is.
It is what it is. I want to ask about 07, your current lineup, what this match says about you guys going forward, because I feel like Aquatic is a team low in the standings. You guys are a little higher up. Expectations are based off that you were going to blow this one out of the water. But Aquatic M60 showed up and really tested you guys on some levels. Do you think that other teams in the league are going to start coming back like Aquatic, or do you think you guys are on the highway to the danger zone, so to speak?
I wouldn't say that. I mean, obviously, if you look at our matches, a lot of the matches that we played have been fairly close. They haven't been blowouts. I think AM's, they got blown out by Apex, which I think most people didn't expect. And, but they're a good team. Like, we can't, where 07's problems come from is when we pretty much discount teams. Like, if we, on Thursday, if we look at Rival and say, oh, we don't need to prep for Rival, they're going to beat us. And they've done that in previous seasons. So we need to take games seriously. That's what our main issue is. And we're starting to do that. We're starting to prep equally for all games, and it's really starting to pay off.
All right, Meadowhawk, well, congratulations on your victory. Well earned, and good advice as well for I think, every team here. Do not underestimate your opponents no matter where they are in the lineup and the current standings. So thanks again, Meadowhawk, and we'll see you on Thursday. Best of luck.
It's good to see you back, Clutch.
All right, thank you, sir. Much love to you and your team.
Absolutely a pleasure to have him on. Of all days, this was the perfect day, the perfect match to just put you two back together. If probably could have like thrown J Smooth in there.
J Smooth, maybe waffles if we want to.
Oh, like throw that
way back in time
for the cherry on top waffles there.
For sure.
Absolutely.
For sure. Yeah,
oh man.
No, huge shout out to all the players. Honestly, you guys make the league, and when they throw in that much effort and that much preparation for their face-offs, and obviously for their engagements on the battlefield, everybody wins. And when we get to see the personalities of these players, you feel that emotional investment of who you want to root for. And I feel after tonight, a lot of people are going to be rooting for 07.
Yeah. Well, guys, let's take a look at the final standings of the night. Tell us who you're rooting for. I'm rooting for Apex because they're in the nice lead right now. 5 wins. Right behind them, Dare with their new sponsor, formerly Deja Vu. They're going to be sitting on 13 right there. 07, who just won against Aquatic. Top tier, coming off of actually their tiebreaker, I think, loss was that to Eclipse, who are now going to be putting themselves back up in the standings as well. You can see how that all falls right down below. You can check it out, of course, on WGLeague.net. It's where we host standings for every single region. You can also, of course, reach out to us on social media. We've got at WGLNA, and of course, hashtag WGLNA, and of course, /WGLNA on Facebook as well. Head out to the fantasy site. We talked about that a moment ago.
Yep.
And, well, Joshua Gray, it has been a pleasure to have you back on the desk, sir. I hope to see you one more time sometime in the future. I hope you enjoyed yourself, sir.
Thank you, sir. I'll be around. You know, I've always been involved in one way or another ever since Tanks has been here. You guys have a great team, a crack team that continues to work hard on this production. So, again, shout out to them. And a huge thank you to everybody at Wargaming in the North American office, you and Dance and everybody else that continues to believe in esports and pushes World of Tanks. Hopefully I'll see you guys another time, but definitely at the Global Grand Finals in the future. I've hosted every year, so maybe we'll keep that going. But again, huge pleasure, and also give your love to Rockstar. He does an amazing job here with Randall. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. That's it for us here at the desk. Until Thursday, good night and good game.